I look like a whole 'nother person, like, I've been looking at this for an hour, and then I come over here, I need to get it right there. That would be perfect. Right there. Oh, you can see all my shit in the back. Ah, y'all. Oh, there we go. Alright, we're about to roll up in here and try to get some food. I ate here yesterday and it was delicious. They were really nice. So, where did I put my card? Yo, I ain't got no. Put it behind my phone. I always do that. I always do that. If there's music on, I'll have to cut the little thing off. I want one of those bowls that I got yesterday. Hey. Oh! Hey, there's music playing. I don't know if y'all can hear it, but I'm trying to avoid that. Lord, it's loud. I've been coming in here for like 6 weeks and there hasn't been any soap. They always got to play loud ass music everywhere nowadays. I don't understand that. Don't nobody want to hear that crap. Man, I feel bad for some people, y'all. That boy behind the counter looks like he hates his life. But, like, bro, be happy you got a fucking job. Call me fucking crazy, but, like, ungrateful motherfuckers treating other people poorly because they don't realize how good they got it. I'm about to go get a new tire. I had to call the damn courthouse and ask what the fuck they were doing. She's like, we don't know. I said, sounds about right. She's like, we don't know what happened. I said, well, I won't be there. Like, bye, girl. You know what I mean? Y'all fuck up paperwork and do some dumb shit after somebody come to you and beg you for help, and then you want to inconvenience somebody a damn year and some change later. Bitch, you got the right one today. They done fucked up paperwork at Bridges of Hope. They had me marked in the system to go back in front of a district court judge to get a 50B extended. But the kicker is they never accepted it. Talk about stupid. It don't get much dumber than that, folks. It don't get much dumber. I mean, that's maximum. That's 10 out of 10 stupid stars, okay? 10 out of 10. You don't even know who you're dealing with. You know what I mean? Like she didn't even know what was going on. But wait a second. You said that I needed to be at court on Thursday. So what do I need to be there for? Oh, it looks like it's pertaining to a restraining order that you tried to get last year. Yeah, a restraining order that you guys didn't want to fulfill. So why do I have to be back in court a year later? What is going on right now? Bunch of stupid people. I found it interesting that when I called, I had to go through Bridges of Hope to even talk to anybody. And all it talks about is if you need help with DV, press 3 or whatever. And I'm just like, this is unbelievable. I wonder how many millions in federal fundings that program gets only to not actually help women. Give me a job, put me in, coach. I'll help women. I would love millions in federal funding for a program to help women. They don't do that at Bridges of Hope. They don't help women. They don't help families. They don't help victims of crimes, which is what they receive funding to do. It's a fucking joke. And then when they don't help you, they'll call you when you're 3 states away wanting you to drive up to wipe their asses for them because they're completely incompetent. I have no doubt that my race played a factor in the situation at Bridges of Hope. I have no doubt. No doubt at all. It's a shit organization. It's through the Department of Health and Human Services. It's a waste of taxpayer money, and nobody is being helped through that program. It's crazy. I wonder how much money they get for that bullshit. Only to call somebody a year later and try to have them spend damn hundreds of dollars to come up there and fix their situation. I said, well, I don't know what to tell you. I said, so I ain't got nothing on the docket? She says, no. I said, then why are y'all calling me a year later over some bullshit that never even happened? I recorded it. I was rude as hell. I said, y'all didn't want to help me. I said it like 4 times. I said, y'all didn't, no. Y'all didn't want to help me. Oh, yeah, you too. I'm just making sure this doesn't even have a number on it. Hmm. Was this a hot ball? Is this a hot ball?
Yep.
Sorry. Thank y'all. Thank you. I lost my other ticket. Have a great one. All right. Oh, I need a spoon, y'all. Yeah, I love how they want to come back a year later and then try to say, oh, we got your back. We're going to extend this. That's what it was over. They were going to extend it if I had one because you usually go in front of the judge to extend the 50B after a year. They assess the situation, see if you still need that. And that's what it was. They messed up paperwork and put me down as accepted instead of denied. And a year later, they want me to damn come into court to damn do something that I shouldn't have to damn do. Ever. Ever, ever. Yeah, it's about the same today. I don't know where this tire shop is. I need to eat something. Damn, dude, you probably don't need a truck. You damn double park dummy. Y'all, this is the shit I'm talking about. Hold on, I'm about to show you. Wait till the dumbasses get out. This, y'all, I'm telling you right now, I could already see that these people would be a huge problem for me. Look at this shit. He in 2 different damn parking spots. And people don't give a fuck. They think they just own everything. And he looks like the type, she does too. A bunch of damn rich dummies that don't know how to damn park. Imagine that. Half of the fucking world, Brooke. Half of the world. He got me all like, am I fucking tripping? Or is he just, yeah, doing whatever the fuck he wants? Trying to get away from this guy that's like behind me, right in front of me. Like, sir, I'm trying to eat my food and you're all in my face. You know, yeah, I feel like a piece of shit. That's all I know. Looks like they put the sauce on top today. Like, what is that? Is that chicken or fish? Gas station food. Mm. What a bunch of dummies. I'm so sick of people at the courthouse fucking up stuff. You know, there's no room for error in the justice system, but there's lots of error in the justice system. There's more error than consistency, in my opinion. I saw a boy yesterday that's been sitting in jail for like 2 or 3 years for a murder he didn't commit. And his lawyer got him, it was on World Star, his lawyer got him out finally. She's like, well, I don't know what's going on. I don't know why they would have called you and told you that. And why do you wait till the Friday right before to tell me? It's like 4 days. Bitch, what if I was in Mexico or somewhere? See what I'm saying? That's one of them things you call like a month in advance, a few weeks in advance. What a dummy.
They put a cheese sauce and a chipotle sauce. The cheese sauce isn't too light. I don't like that Cheez Whiz taste. It's not like that. It's more of a mild cheddar. My PMDD has really been affecting me. Shit sucks. I don't know how I could ever fucking work through this. It's crazy. I saw a video of some dude telling his wife she needed to get up and clean up after she had just gave birth. If you're wondering, yes, he's still alive because he wasn't my husband. It's a viral video. Some of y'all probably seen it. He's like, when are you going to clean up? I'm sorry. When did she give birth? Oh, yesterday. And then he's like, you do it better than me anyways. Trying to gaslight her into damn cleaning the house after she just gave birth. Mm. Who needs enemies when you have a husband like that? I wasn't going to eat this piece of chicken right now, but I guess I am. It's cheesy. I know, it's kind of repulsive to expect her to immediately come home after giving birth to a child. Oh, that's fake chicken. Y'all, I'll never be able to eat this again. Why did I look at it? I thought it was real chicken. Honestly, we'll probably break up because, I mean, maybe not. Maybe she'll stay with him, but I just know that there was a reason that she posted that video online, and I have a feeling it has something to do with being gaslit. She wanted support, and she wanted to know if it was normal for a man to act like that, which is why she probably posted it. To get confirmation that she wasn't fucking crazy. Because that's how they make you. Narcissists like that. That is, yeah, that's borderline lack of empathy. You know what I mean? That's a lack of empathy. So that's yeah. Either he's just incredibly immature and does not realize, and he's just dumb as a box of rocks, or he realizes and he's just completely inconsiderate. So back to that whole, are they stupid or are they just inconsiderate? Yeah, it probably won't last because I feel like there's a reason she posted that video, and it was, in my opinion, to get confirmation that he was crazy. I hate the holidays. It's just a month, you know? I'm ready for March. Maybe just one more little bite. I don't like it now. I've got to gain some weight. I did do a small workout this morning, half-assed, as best as I could, my glutes. I mean, I guess taking 2 or 3 days off ain't that bad, but then I get in my head about that. I'm like, you're slipping, you're procrastinating. I usually start procrastinating when I have too much on my plate. That's how I know I'm overloaded with shit, when I'm like so stressed out, I don't even know where to begin. It's like, what do I do first? I should have gotten tired like 4 days ago, but you know, it's stressful spending that amount of money, especially when that amount of money can keep me damn alive on food for 2 or 3 weeks. It's getting hot in here. Alright, I gotta plug in this tire shop we're going to. Doing this when the car's a mess. It doesn't stink in here, but I do want it to smell good since I live at it, you know what I mean? He said he had one of my tires, but I want to see it before he puts it on here because I want to see it first. You gotta damn have your wits about you when you're dealing with them new companies, number one, but also used places. This is a used car place. I had to like search high and low for a mom and pop shop because I can't keep spending $200 damn on tires. Y'all see how I get flat tires. I can't keep my phone charging. Can't keep doing this every damn go around. I usually buy used tires. One thing I hate about this damn world nowadays is there ain't no damn mom and pop shops no more. All the old, been open for 20, 30 years, used tire stores, they shut down. They open up Meinekes. They open up Tire Kingdoms. They open up damn expensive ass dealerships that you got to damn pay $200 and $300 for a damn tire. Y'all can suck it. What do you think I'm made of? You think I got a money tree in the backyard with a basket and I just go collect that shit every morning? It sounds nice in theory. I wish. That's my fantasy. I don't want to be a dog or a boy. I want to have a money tree with a basket, bitch. Fuck a bag. I got a basket. A big old damn clothes hamper. Shit, a dump truck. Waiting every fall for them damn dollars to fall. We out there scooping that shit up. Right. Damn wheelbarrows. That's my fantasy. Since we live in a fucking clown world. But for real, he said $60. I said, shut the front door. I said, I already had to pay $100 to get the damn spare put on there. Shit is expensive. I mean, I really ain't been riding around. I damn put $40 in gas yesterday, and I still got the same gas essentially. But I did overstay my welcome at a damn Walmart last night. I got there at like 6 o'clock maybe, and was there till this morning, like late this morning, 8 o'clock. That's late. You're usually supposed to be gone before the sun comes up. I guess that's another reason that I wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning. It takes me like an hour to damn get the coal out my eyes and damn. And y'all still know I'm not a fucking morning person. Sometimes at lunch, I still be losing it. You know, it's the reality of waking up in this shitty ass world again. I can't handle it over and over. It's insanity. For real. That's why I be freaking out in the mornings. I'm like, is this my fucking life? What the fuck is this? Who am I? Yeah. And then I do my makeup and it's way too white. I was just like, what the fuck? It's really not, but yeah. So they got the CEO shooter. I forgot about that. Also, Daniel Penny, he was found not guilty on all. That is good. Good for him. It's kind of crazy that he was even charged to start with, but that's the world that we live in now. They want to turn everything into a damn race thing, you know? Come on, y'all. Sir. Four-way fucking stop. Y'all already know. Listen, first of all, you dumb fucking bitch. Of course you're in a fucking fusion. Fucking just run a stop sign. If that was me, I'd be in jail. Why is that okay? What a dumb heifer. These dumbasses out here nowadays. I'm in a car accident almost once a day, pretty much. Like a major car accident. Like somebody's pulling out in front of me, somebody's merging over on me. This morning, it was a double turn lane. I'm in the far left-hand lane. There's some guy in a truck in the right-hand lane beside me. He turned right into me. Lincoln MKZ, probably some old-ass man that don't need to be on the road. And he turned into my lane. Almost clipped my front fender. I guess that's what they had to, right? Because it was the Department of Social Services, so they have no choice but to do whatever they tell them to do. That's the government. Once they knock on your door, you ain't got no choices, honey. If they say jump, you're supposed to say how high. Welcome to dealing with DSS. You don't have options. There's no resources for you. And it's just you and social workers that probably hate themselves. And you have to do whatever they tell you to do. So I don't know why they didn't have more questions about the facility, about what I was going through. Because when I went there, things got worse. You know, the Department of Corrections says, oh, you're sentenced to 6 months in this Samarkand Youth Development Center. And it's like I was there and nobody checked on us or anything. There was no policy and procedure. It was a shithole. Can definitely condition me for my abuser. Definitely. Pay attention, y'all. You almost hit me. God. Anyways, YouTube's like, oh, you can't say that, and sent me like a notification saying, oh, you're leaving harassing comments or some bullshit. When did it get this bad? Like, has everybody else's comments been getting deleted on YouTube? Because mine have. They've been doing it for months, but I feel like since the election, things have gotten even worse. You can't even have an opinion on YouTube anymore. They fucking block your content and tell you that you're being a bully when you're stating biological facts. Scientific facts. The ones that don't care about their feelings. I mean, they can control the algorithm. That's what they do. That's what they do. Until you start telling the truth, apparently. Until you start talking about the fact that you have almost 15 million views on your channel and you didn't even make $4 grand. Fuck this shit. I work my fucking ass off. All I do is work. You know what I mean? And then they gonna shit on somebody who damn tells the truth. Oh. But that's large corporations. That's United Healthcare. That's DSS. That's our government. That's the whole fucking system. People like them are exactly why I started a YouTube channel. So is it any fucking surprise that YouTube is just as shitty as every other large corporation? Not to me. I know what the deal is. I've been dealing with people like this since I was a child. Since I was a child. I never really correlated the fact that they're harming all of these children through the medical industry, and they did the same thing in the 90s and the 80s with medication in children. You know, the medications that they had me on as a child, most of them have been banned, and are no longer in use. But there's other stuff that they did use that they still use that they probably shouldn't. I was probably on 150 medications before I was 10. At least 150. Oh shit, I didn't know I get to go. And maybe more than that. I remember my mom sneaking them into my food. She didn't pretend like she was feeding me shit. And I'm like, what are you doing? This is so weird. Stop. And then I'd look down and there'd be a pill in the spoon. And then people wonder why you grow up and get turned out on fucking drugs. Shoving do drugs. But I know that they smoke dope. And you're not going to tell me that they didn't experiment when they were young. My parents were wild. They just fought each other and shit. Like, they were probably into some stuff when they were younger. Here today, and y'all driving fuck 40 miles on a highway. I am not wrong. They don't need to be on the fucking road. They don't need to be on the fucking road. This is a highway. Holiday get really hard and I get really depressed, and it makes me hate the holidays. I do it for the right reasons with just me and Jesus, I guess. That's what I've done for almost half a decade now. I mean, honestly, I would rather be in my own company than around people who are fake. Because there's a lot of that nowadays. That's the majority of civilization. They deal with each other because I guess they like the drama. I don't fucking know. I just know I ain't dealing with that shit. I ain't about to argue with nobody. Especially over Christmas dinner. There was all kinds of people shooting each other this year. I saw one girl, she killed her grandma, shot her dead. I saw another guy, he killed the whole family. It's probably financial. I know what that feels like. I'm fucking homeless. I get it, dude. I get it. Like, I don't get why you shot your son and wife, but I get you losing your fucking mind because you can't afford to fucking live. I get that. Where is this mysterious fucking place at? Come on, y'all. You know? Perfectly fine tires. All because somebody's too pussy to stab me. They gotta stab my tires. Imagine being that big of a bitch. You drive all the way out to do something to somebody, and then you ain't even got enough guts to walk up and confront that person. You gotta destroy their personal property because you're a bitch. And that's all you'll ever be. What a sad life. A lot of these places, used places, they don't check your tire pressure, so that's something you have to do yourself because people are lazy. And even for $60, which is usually goes for 30 to 35. So this is double of what it should be, but whatever. It is Florida, so shit's gonna be a little more expensive. But usually you can get a used one for 35. I can get them for 35, depending on the area. Sometimes the guy in Greensboro went up to 50, which is bullshit. But whatever. That's the guy that got mad that he got mad that I wouldn't go on a date with him, remember? And then he stopped doing work on my car when listen, I didn't know that guy from Adams. I ain't about to damn go on some date with you. Like, I don't know you, you know what I mean? And he was like trying to take me out or something, and I was like, he like got my number, and I was like, no, thank you, I'm not interested. So you just need one, man? Yeah, it's on the other side. Hold on one second. Can you plug that? All right. So he's putting the tire on there. So what were we talking about? Used tires. Used tires. He's going to put one on there right now. So that's nice to have. This is what I like. Listen, y'all, you ain't even got to get out the car. You roll up in the hanger, they zit, 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 and put it on. Like, so easy. I don't know why I go to dealerships. I hate those places. Damn expensive ass shit. You're going to pay double, if not triple, in a damn dealership for anything. If I would have did that battery in the dealership, it would have cost me $500. Easy. Because the battery was $308. So with the battery being $308 plus the labor to get it out of there, they had to remove a whole T-bar and a whole bunch of other stuff. The coolant had to be damn pushed to the side, remove bolts on that and pushed to the side. Like, it was a lot of work. It took like half a damn day. And then took 2-3 people to get the damn battery out of there because of the way that they had it in there. So screw that. I wonder if he needs me to get out. Looks like he's on the way. Let me get out. What do you say when you can't do nothing about it, especially if the damn, like me, like I'm stuck on the beach. You know what I mean? Those guys were being weird and clearly on drugs. Was that like a fancy car dealership? Laura? Mm-mm. I don't. And he probably does that all the time. Near Ocala. It's a major city. Back in the woods. That makes it even creepier. Yeah, I'm out in the city. So, yeah, that place was on Guilford College Road. And like I said, that guy asked for my number and then was like, oh, when are we going to go out? What do you want to do? And I was like, dude, I'm headed to Florida. I ain't got time for this shenanigans. I am not interested. And then I went back to get a tire. I think I had a flat or something. And he's like, I don't have one. All of a sudden, he ain't got my tire since I won't go on a date with him. I said, well, damn, he's a dummy. He probably done damn screwed everybody in the vicinity, because that's where there's a strip club right there. So that's how I even knew about the place, because everybody was like, go over there, they do great work. Listen. Yeah, they do, but they don't want money. They do, but they don't want money for payment. Oh, Lord. The shit that I have experienced in life is unfathomable. All I got's cash. I ain't got no ass. You know what I mean? Oh, God. The crazy thing is he's like 60 maybe. He's an older guy. Older. I just wasn't expecting him to be that. Whatever. I don't know. To each their own. It just ain't my cup of tea. You know what I mean? I'd rather be without AC than have to. He broke it, so you would have to come back? That is creepy. Whoa. Yeah, and it ain't like some large car company where you can damn go to like his superior and be like, whoa, dude is a creep. He broke my shit. Yeah, no, man. That's so creepy. I guess I really didn't put 2 and 2 together until, I don't know. I don't know. I was like, did he say he didn't have my tire because I wouldn't go on that date with him? Probably. What a rude ass. That's not good for business, bruh. I had cash. Sorry. You get no ass. So weird. Yeah, I got my AC fixed this past summer because I went a summer without it, and God, I like to die. I probably need some new fuel injectors too, because somebody said that could be because of my gas. Hold on one second. Money on tread on it. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking. Fuel injectors, yeah. I think I'm gonna need some soon. That sucks. It's always something. Always something. Yeah, they do, because of the way they were raised. Oh, I got heartburn from that salad. I don't know what that was. Was that a salad or was that a bowl of rice with some chicken? Fake chicken. Oh, God. I feel like ass, y'all. I always feel like ass.
Tire looks good. It's got nice tread on it too. Yeah, me too. I'm not a looker. I'm a mind my businesser. That's what I be talking about when we're out in public and like people are like staring. Like people are just weird nowadays. They literally will like they'll try to hold your gaze for like 10 minutes. Like, dude, what are you doing? And it's usually women. It's usually middle-aged white women all up in my shit. If I'm just being honest. But, you know, that's how I've mastered the art of minding my own motherfucking business. I've had so many people up in mine my whole life. I just learned to mind my own. I don't know where my card is. Get my card to pay him. I hope he can even take a card. Hold on. God, that stinks. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Y'all did that fast. I said y'all did that fast.
Oh yeah. 2 more. Do debit? $60.
Okay. Y'all usually have those in stock?
Yeah.
Most of the time? Awesome.
I appreciate you, man.
Thank you. You have a great one.
You too. Take care.
Now I'm being a creeper. He was fine. Shh. Listen. Sometimes the roles reverse. Sometimes they reverse. All right. Got them big old muscles from damn carrying these tires around. All right, let's go. What do y'all want to do? Do y'all want to go to the beach? Do y'all want to go get drunk? Do y'all want to jump off a bridge? Do you want to go cry? Opportunities are endless. Believe it or not, my house is organized and clean. So, ain't got to do that. I don't, however, know where the hell I am, but I'm hoping that I'll find my way. I think I know where to go. What y'all want to do? Seriously, I'm like, please tell me what to do so I'm not depressed. Tell me what to do. What y'all want to do? So, I got that for 60 bucks. The queen of savings over here. You just roll up. They pull out the damn meat. Oh, my parking brake is on. Every time I forget. They handle it real quick. Is my tailgate down? No. And then boom. You're done. I love where I can like roll up and they just do it right there. You ain't even got to get out of the car half the time. That's how they do it in Greensboro and Winston.
But it's always in the hood. It's always in the cut, man. You might get robbed getting tired. Trying to save $60 might be the end of your life because you about to be in the hood. For sure. For shizzle. But, you know, that's where I thrive, baby. So it's fine. I rolled up like, hey, $60? $60. $60 is $60. He was probably about 30. Looks like the owner's son because he went in there speaking another language to the guy. Man, when I tell you that those kind of immigrants, 10 out of 10, take my hand in marriage. Like, for real, that's a whole different kind than the kind that are out here killing Lake and Riley and Rachel Morning and these women and children. Whole different kind of immigrant, man. Whole different kind. And they got the family business going, you know what I mean? Good people. Do good work, cheap work, quick work. Give me a hug. Thank you. You saved my life today. You saved me $60. Or actually, you saved me $140. $140. Is this my road? Nope, it's the next one. It's the next one. I know where I'm at now. I used to work over here. I know this area well. It's not the best side of town, but who cares? We kind of have a death wish. Kind of. Just no guts. All glory, no guts. No guts. Damn, I love it. He did that quick. Honey child. Imagine that. I was like, damn, I should open up a used tire shop. I bet they make a killing. If you're, all right, here's how it works. You're going to be getting cars in that need new tires. They'll order a set of tires. You make an appointment so you know what day they're going to be there. You do the tires around your delivery and scheduling people. It's not a hard concept. You schedule people when the tire is going to be there, come in, get delivered. But those tires that come off of the car before the new tires go on, the car dealership keeps those. You can resell those. It's a pretty cool concept. I'm sure that it can be lucrative. But this car, I'm telling you, in 10 years, you won't be able to find a damn used tire. These places are going out of business. I've witnessed it over a period of, almost 20 years driving. Over 20 years. Oh my God. Over 20 years driving, I've watched mom and pop tire used dealerships, little places go out of business, and more larger, money-driven, expensive-ass dealerships popping up. You can't even damn get used tires at damn 75% of the damn places now. You have to buy new tires at most of these places. I wish I would have knew he existed last month, because that one tire was $180 almost. That would have saved me $120 to eat on. I just spent almost $10 on that crappy damn bowl from Wawa. If gas station food is $10 a meal now, I can't do that 3 times a day. I mean, it gets expensive. And even if I go buy something, I'm still going through other stuff. I mean, it's not free. If I'm going to go buy a damn $5 steak, I got to have seasoning and oil, and that shit starts to add up with butane and gas to go get the damn food. Like, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. Life is a complex catch-22. Get used to it. I still haven't. This is my problem. I don't understand why shit has to be like this. Mom and Daddy used to say that the world was an evil place. So I guess they did teach me something. I just can't grasp the concept. I think it's the autism or something. Like, I don't understand why people are the way that they are, why life is the way that it is, why. I don't understand why. Like, how do we know right from wrong, what is right and what is wrong, and how does the world still look like this? I can't. My brain, all my spark plugs ain't firing, honey. I don't get it. I don't get it. It's sad. I'm so glad that I, like, grew the fuck up. I'm so glad that I went to the right and started listening to people that were smarter than me. Because I could be a really lost, fucked up, hurtful soul. And I'm just glad that I'm not. So this is like the hood, but they built a new gas station. So then the police started picking up this area and being around here more. There used to be a really good pizza spot down over here. I think he said he was closing last year, though, because the business. The bar that I worked at was down here, and it's closed. Nobody damn tipped there anyways, just a few people. I didn't even make $500 a week running this fucking place by myself. 10 pool tables, full bar, open to close, 5 days a week, and I didn't even make $500 a week working there. It's bullshit. Doing managerial shit. Like, I was the GM, the assistant manager, and the bartender all rolled into one, you know? And all I wanted was at least $500 a week. Beach. We could go to the beach and just get drunk. That's how I'm feeling today. My PMDD is really getting to me. I feel like shit 2 weeks out of a month. The bar will be over here on the right. You can kind of tell it's not the best area. What's even crazier is there's a university down there that's right smack dab in the damn hood. There it is. Look at that big ass motherfucking building that I ran by myself. All I wanted was $500 a week, you cheapskate. And then I talked to one of my people who said, oh, he owns like 12 grocery stores, right? I said, hold on, what? She said, yeah, he lives in like a $7 million house, Brooke. I said, do what? He over here acting like he poor and he can't paying me $250 a week to run that place. I was a full manager. If something broke, if the credit card machine went down, I had to call the fucking credit card people. If the fucking AC broke, I had to call a maintenance man. If the fucking rats were falling out of the ceiling, I had to go wrangle fucking rats. You know, there was no rats, but I'm just saying if it would have happened. Now, the shit did break, and I had to call and get shit fixed all the time. Fucking, I remember my POS system went down one time, and I texted the owner. I said, hey, just want to let you know that I'm having to do everything manually, paper and pen, to keep tab, and people are having to pay with cash because my POS system's down. I said, whenever you're able to fix this, just, thanks, but I've got it covered from here. He says, no, you need to call them. There's a number on the back of the fucking computer. Sir, that's a $500 a week job. I don't know who the fuck you think you are. Oh, that's right. Yeah, he's cheap. So I asked for a 100% raise from $250 to $500, which is not expected. A typical raise is 3 to 5% of one's already payroll. So he gave me like a $20 a day fucking raise, and I was just over at that point. And also, I was having to deal with all of these unruly people at this point. This area was oversaturated with homeless people, people that were strung out on drugs. They would come into the bar, and it's just little old me. Y'all, there was a bitch that walked in one night that had one beer here and one beer here. It was already fucking open. And I said, ma'am, give me that. I said, you can't come in here with that beer. See, it says Safaris. It was a nice bar, you guys, but like I said, nobody tipped there. It was nothing but pool players. And the owner didn't want to pay me. So she's got a beer here, a beer here. This is a bar. I can't have you bringing outside drinks inside the facility. And I'm like wrestling with this bitch trying to get these beers out of her hand. It was shit like that. And there would be like drug addicts and shit that would stumble in, homeless people, and they would try to loiter and stuff, and you have to run them off. Like, you can't have them there. It's a risk to everybody's safety when they're strung out on fucking meth trying to damn cause problems. It was crazy. The shit that I dealt with was unbelievable. Long hours. I got there usually, oh my God, somebody slashed all the tires on that car. Just when you think yours was bad. Jesus. Wow, the fucking tires were hanging off the rim, bruh. So anyways, it was crazy. It was a lot of drama. It's literally, it was a fun summer to work and be on the beach. But like, I don't know. I don't want to be in the bar industry. I hate that fucking industry. I hate it. Absolutely hate it. Yeah, I didn't think $500. I mean, that's $100 a day. That's about, you know, if I'm going in at 5 and I'm not getting off till 2, I don't know. I just felt like $10, $11 an hour wasn't bad for a base pay, especially in this part of fucking Florida. And also, oh, I forgot they did this. Oh my God. Please don't get on my ass, because I don't know where I'm going, sir. So please don't. Of course, it's a fucking piece of shit. Orange, bright orange piece of shit fucking Challenger or whatever them pieces of shits are. Charger, that one. Damn front fender's hanging off. Maybe that's why your fender's hanging off, because you done hit somebody else. Can you get off my ass, please? You're giving me anxiety. They said that they got the shooter, the CEO shooter. I don't know if I believe that. They done gaslit us so many times during this damn investigation. I don't think they know what the fuck they're doing. First, y'all say y'all know his name. Y'all say he's in Georgia. But y'all arrest some guy in Pennsylvania? How does that even make sense? How did he go from Atlanta to Pennsylvania in 3 days? I mean, I guess he could have, but like, tell me y'all have no fucking clues without telling me. They still damn dredging the river and stuff trying to find that gun in Central Park. The reason that they arrested the guy in Pennsylvania is because it's alleged that he has a gun that's very similar to the shooter's gun. Do what? Y'all know how many veterinarian guns there are in the world? Every vet's probably got one. It was a veterinary gun, allegedly, that was used to kill the CEO, Brian. And I read that they arrested him in Pennsylvania, the suspect. They got him in for questioning. You know, their code words for, we don't know if it's him, but we're going to brutalize some poor innocent man, more than likely, just to get a false confession. Allegedly. They used certain terminology. They didn't call him the killer of Brian. They call him a person of interest, you know? But they said that they arrested this person of interest because this person had a gun that was very similar to the one that was used to gun down this CEO. I bet there's thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of vets that have this same gun. I mean, it sounds fishy, y'all. It sounds like they are grasping at fucking straws. It sounds like they're grasping at straws. And listen, the shooter, he's very... Is that... Okay, it's next. He is very recognizable. His dark, bushy eyebrows, light complexion, beautiful smile. He's very, you know, his eyes are brown. Like, he's very recognizable. So if it is him, we'll be able to tell it's him because it'll look like the pictures that we have. But God, if it don't look nothing like them, y'all better pray because they'll lock him up and throw away the key without any questions asked just to have somebody's head on that chopping block. Yeah, and so Daniel Penny. I mean, here's the thing. I think that the main concern for me is how much right did he have to put his hands on somebody, number one. But also, it's like the George Floyd situation where George is breaking the law and acting a fool, and he's high on substances, and it's one of those things as well. You know, it's like this kid was disturbing people. Shit. He was disturbing people and causing a scene. But apparently the judge dismissed all of the charges. So I mean, there were women and children that were terrified. And this guy is screaming that he's going to kill somebody, that he's ready to go to damn Sing Sing. It didn't help him. That's all I know. It didn't help him. It led to his death, ultimately, because everybody believed his fucking threats. They were terrified. Even Daniel said that he was scared to do anything about it initially. He was scared to get involved until he noticed that there was women and children literally hiding behind strollers. And that's when he stepped in. Now, I don't believe that, it's one of those things that's so life-changing when you go through the court system. He'll never get involved with shit again. I can promise you that. He'll mind his business from here on out. There could be probably a woman getting stabbed in the street, and he'll be like, I'm not, nope. Like, I'm sure he learned something from this experience. He is a young guy. He's only 24, and you know how hot-headed they get. So I'm just, you know, I feel bad for both of them. And I do think that the judge made the right decision by not continuing to charge Penny with these crimes. I think that the witness statements justify his actions, and it's unfortunate, but this is why we've got to do a lot better. We've got to have better programming, better systems, better hospitalization measures for people that are struggling with mental health. You know, when I get angry and frustrated and my life's falling apart, I usually take it out on myself, unless people are coming at me in the comments. Then you're going to get cussed out. But never have I ever been out in public threatening to murder people. You know what I mean? Like, on a subway that's packed full of people causing a scene intentionally. Like, no. My shit comes from motherfuckers fucking with me, okay? And me defending myself. So let's be clear. But he clearly had some severe mental health issues, and I have no doubt that they stemmed from his homelessness problem, drugs and alcohol, and then mental health issues. When you combine all of those things together and your basic needs are not being met as a human, you break down. You break down. He probably did want to go to a mental hospital just to have somewhere to sleep. He probably did want to go to fucking jail just to have somewhere to eat. It's sad. I see both sides. I do think that Daniel's first mistake was how long he held this boy in a chokehold. That's, it was a while, you know, it was a George Floyd number. It wasn't 30 seconds. A typical chokehold, you don't have to apply but 5 to 30 seconds of pressure before that person passes out, and probably 5 to 15 seconds. I remember when we were a kid, we used to play that chokehold game. Remember that shit from the 90s? God, we were stupid. Lucky I even have any brain cells. We used to make each other pass out. It was a whole game back in the day. I think it is still, but self-inflicted now in other ways. But it would only take 2 seconds of losing your breath, being choked, that you would pass out. So I do think that Daniel was simply trying to subdue him until law enforcement got there. I do think that he did not recognize the pressure, the force, and all of that. And listen, that's what happens when you get in some kind of physical altercation. You never know what's going to happen. I think that they made the right decision. I think that this whole case speaks volumes about our mental health crisis in America, the lack of resources for people who are seriously struggling. yeah, it highlights that. And, you know, maybe Daniel's charges getting dismissed is like a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel. I mean, maybe it'll come back to some normalcy in the damn court system, because the past few years, so many cases have been turned into a black and white issue when it's not a black and white issue. It's a human issue, and it's a resource and program issue. It's a government issue. It's a failure of policy issue. It's not a black and white issue. Black and white people are going through the same fucking shit, just on two different sides of town sometimes. I've been struggling my whole damn life, you know? Like, it's not a black and white issue. The media turns it into a black and white issue because they want us to be fucking divided. Because they're evil. It's profitable for them if we're at each other's throats, which is disgusting. And I'm so grateful in some small way that I grew up with a black family in many settings, because I don't know, I might see things differently. They've been trying to fucking divide us since I was born, you know what I mean? Schools, foster homes, social workers, teachers, they act like children, and they absolutely contribute to brainwashing and division, dividing us. Is division the right word? I'm surprised if it is. Proud of myself. On Big Words with Brooke today. Division. Can you use it in a sentence like that? I mean, I know what division is. Clearly math. But like, my brain's starting to hurt. I will say, when I was in Samarkand, the girls that were in there, I got closest to, I remember two white girls, a heavyset one and a skinny one, and they dated. We're like 14, y'all. Some of the girls were younger than me. And these girls are dating, passing love notes. Anyways, there was I remember I had one roommate, and her parents were deceased, and I don't know, me and her got really close. Really, really close. She was a little black girl. And she had been in there for like 6 months or something. And then everything was good when I was with her. But after she left, things went really south really fast. It's like when she was there and she accepted me, then everybody accepted me. But after she left, it wasn't none of that. And there was more white girls. It wasn't just two. But it was mainly black. I would say it was probably about 85-15 as far as white and black. You rarely saw any other ethnic groups in there, which is crazy when you really think about it. I'm sure there was probably Hispanics and stuff too, but I don't remember them at all, if there were. I distinctively remember the majority of African American social workers, therapists, whatever, you know, they had doctors and nurses in the infirmary, because this is like a college campus, so there's lots of hands at play. But I also remember the campus being a minority. And like I said, when that girl left, things changed. It got a lot rougher. But I remember, even as a child, staff trying to divide, you know, the whites and blacks, and like treat certain kids a certain way and other kids a different way. And, you know, I was a teenager then, but I had experienced that through my entire foster care, group home stay. It's kind of like when I went to prison and that officer tried to lay me on outside charges and lied to the whole prison system. If it was not for the fact that that attorney went out of her way to get the video, I would have been laying in prison for like 15 years for something I didn't even fucking do. Yet again, I completely forgot about that. Jesus, it's been 3 times. Bitch hit me. I kicked her down a flight of steps. They had to unload a bunch of mace. They throw me in a cell and they tell me that I'm going to be going to prison, staying in prison longer because I started this fight. And for like 2 or 3 months, there was an investigation going on, and I was in single cell by myself, solitary confinement, And finally, the lawyer, the prison lawyer, they assigned you, because it's an outside charge, they assign you an attorney because you have to go back through the court system while you're in prison. It's absolutely crazy. So there was a racist guard who had an inmate who she was playing mother to, even though she was a correctional, and she was a sergeant. Let me just add that. She was a white shirt sergeant. There was a woman named Brandy. We looked her up, you guys. I can't remember her name. She's a lifer. She murdered somebody. She blatantly shot somebody in an armed robbery. Cold-blooded killer. And this sergeant was really close to Brandy, who was an inmate, and tried to say that I started this fight. And she actually cut a video, because there was a video of this fight, of Brandy getting her ass whooped. There was a video of this fight, and she cut the video at the perfect moment that made it look like I started the fight. Like Brandy hit me, and then I drop kicked her ass down some stairs. They cut the video that only showed me drop kicking her. They didn't show the minutes prior to this altercation. It was crazy. But my attorney, through the prison system, got the whole case thrown out, because she went and got the original video and made sure that it showed that this girl hit me. It was crazy. But there was some, there was a lot of, I don't know, what's the word? Jealousy that stemmed from that whole incident. Like, that sergeant had been fucking with me for years while I was in prison. I mean, she was on my ass. I couldn't even damn breathe wrong, and she'd be down my throat. And half the time, she would pull me aside and berate me and make me do something stupid just to fucking have contact with me and bully me around. It was crazy. And it was racist. It was racist. It was absolutely race-based. It was race-based. It was weight-based. It was Little Miss Brooke knows who she is, and I'm a fucking 40-year-old woman who doesn't, but I got power and authority, and I'm gonna make her life a living hell while she's in prison. She was a racist piece of shit. People like that we don't have room for people like that in the prison system, in our education system. I ain't got no respect for people like that on earth in general. But, you know, all of the same racism that I went through in foster homes and group homes at 8, 9, 10 years old prepared me to have to deal with this woman, and I did it gracefully. Because this is prison. I mean, you can bitch slap a sergeant if you want to, but you're going to lay down for damn 10 years in prison for assault on a government official. I know my limits. I know my limits. Yeah. I wish I could remember her name. But, oh, y'all want to hear something even crazier? When I went to prison and I was on damn single cell, when they had me in isolation for that fight, I'm in single cell, and I see this officer, this tall, skinny officer walking towards me, and it was like a ghost. It was like a ghost. He's like, I know you, and I'm like, I know you. And it was an officer that was a really great officer. Since I always highlight the bad, let's highlight the good. There was an officer, Mr. Covington, who I knew when I was in Samarkand Youth Development Center. He used to throw the football with me. First of all, I was a tomboy, clearly. And so I always wanted to go outside when they let us have free time. That's the only time I was happy, was when I was running, kicking the soccer ball, or playing football or basketball or some kind of ball. I just want to play. So Mr. Covington and me used to throw the football and shit at Samarkand. He was one of the few officers that was good. Y'all, I'm in prison 20 years later and run into him. He was higher up in the prison. And I'll never forget that. He's a good man. He didn't abuse me. He didn't try to molest me like the other officer at damn Samarkand. He didn't try to damn throw me in jail for shit I didn't do like the damn officer in prison. And matter of fact, he had my back when I was there. If I'm not mistaken, he told them she wouldn't do that. He knew that I wouldn't start no shit like that. I'm not a starter. I'm a finisher. There's a huge difference. I don't get involved in petty bullshit. Try not to, unless it comes into my fucking life, and then I gotta finish it. But it's always been like that. I ain't never intentionally started a fight or anything like that in my life. I'm not even the type to really say some sideways shit to anybody about something. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not the one that's telling the family secrets. I just like to sit back and observe. I mean, I know I talk a lot of shit with you guys, but I actually, in a family, more, you know, community setting, I have a lot more professionalism and respect for others. I talk shit on here, but it's a whole different, you know, thing out here. Because if I told everybody how I felt every day, I'd be in jail. But Mr. Covington, I forgot about him. Great man. He worked in it, and it makes sense because I saw him in 2012, and Samarkand shut down in 2011. So he would have been, that's why he went to women's prison, because he worked with women's youth for damn 30-something years. Sure did. 30-something years. Had to have, because he's like 60s now. And this was 20 years ago, over 20 years ago. So he worked in at Samarkand Youth Development Center, and then went on to the Department of Corrections. Was a great officer, outstanding officer. Some of my fondest memories is throwing that football with him. Something my dad would never do with me, you know. He's too mean to even have a conversation, much less fucking play a sport with us. Yeah, I tried out for football in high school. Had a great time. And then I was sentenced to prison at 14. Play football and then go to jail. Boom. Oh, it's beautiful. We're at the beach. We're going to find somewhere safe because, you know, drug heads and stuff. Ooh, stay on the road. Stop looking at the ocean. Pay attention. Or you end up in this is a big ass fucking RV, Brooke. Damn, was that my ticket home? That was my ticket home. You know, the good thing about this area is there's like bathrooms and stuff right here, so that's good. My head hurts so bad. Well, I got another tire. At least I got a spot now, you know what I mean? I can roll over there and be like, hey, can I get 4 new ones for $200? I think I won't. I'll be like, come on, man. And give me 4 and switch out the spare for a 16 instead of a 17. Give me 5 for $250. Listen, that's that drug hustling right there. No, you gotta give me a deal. Nope. You said 60. Let's make it 50 if I get 4. Or how about let's make it 50 if I get 5. There we go. That's how you do it. Make it so good that they can't, you know, do they want $250 or do they just want 60 for 1 tire? You want 250 for 5 or do you want 60 for 1? You know what I mean? Because I won't go back until I need another tire. So you best believe it'll be another flat or something happens. Somebody gonna stab my damn tire. Yeah, he looked at that tire. I said, somebody stabbed it. He said, yeah, we won't be able to patch that. I said, that's what I figured. That's what I figured. All right, it's 75 and partly sunny. I'll be right back. Look at the view. I went to prison for a fist fight. I was 18 years old. My mother was dying. I had no parental guidance, and she might have already been dead, actually. I think my mother had already died at that point. But I had no parental guidance, and I got in a stupid fist fight with 2 girls. So it was a house party. They had slapped one of my best friends from high school. He came to my house, which was directly like an L shape, like literally they lived like right around the corner. He was like, these girls over here attacked me. And listen, I don't remember anything because I was on alcohol and Xanax trying to come off of heroin because I was stupid. Okay? I wanted to come off of drugs and I didn't know how to come off drugs.
And I was in a situation where I wasn't being allowed to come off of drugs as well. So I thought, somebody told me, if you take some Xanax, it'll help you through the withdrawals. I woke up a week later in the hospital. They told me they had to essentially bring me back to life. And I was arrested by the State Bureau of Investigation. They slapped me with attempted murder charges. Apparently, from what the girls said, now, I want to be clear. In my motion of discovery, I was never actually identified as the person that kicked in the front door and did the stabbing, but I believe that I did it. The girls swore that it was a man that attacked them, still in the motion of discovery till this day. They swear that it was a guy that attacked them. I don't believe that. I know my temper, and I know what I was on. And I know that what I saw from the motion of discovery, the evidence showed that I done it. Now, the girls might have been scared saying I didn't do it. That's what I was thinking. They might have been on drugs and drunk as well. They do know that this was a house party and that there was drugs and alcohol involved on their side as well. But from the best of my knowledge, they said, the State Bureau of Investigation said that I kicked in the front door and confronted the girls. It was 2 girls in there. They said at which time we started fighting and I stabbed them. I stabbed one girl in the forearm, and I stabbed her twice in the forearm. So that was the stabbing. I didn't stab them in the stomach. I didn't stab them in the fucking throat. I mean, it's bad enough that I stabbed them. But I do believe that in that state, I probably feared for my life because it was 2 against 1. And I know how I react in those type of situations. And I have no doubt that I was scared out of my mind while I was fighting them. He never told me that there was multiple people. And I don't remember, anything. I don't remember him even showing up and telling me, hey, this girl slapped me. That's just what I know from the motion of discovery. And I'm here to tell you that half of those court documents, my motion of discovery, there's probably half of it that's lies. Because that's how these things work. You should never take a court document as set in stone, baby. These are humans that are subject to mistakes. And yeah. I don't know. I just know what the girls said. I know that I saw one of the girls years later. I do believe it was in a Wendy's. She came up to me. She was crying. She grabbed my hands, asked if I was Brooke. I said yes. She apologized to me for me doing all of these years in prison. And I felt like I remember saying, it's okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What are you talking about? I'm sorry. Looking back on the experience, I'm glad that we had that experience. I wish that I would have took a bit more time in that experience. And, I think that I was still young at the time. I was probably 26, 27 when this happened, when I ran into this girl. Yeah, I wish that I would have took more time with that experience, but I was young and I was in a rush, and I don't know. I don't think that interaction, I don't think that I've thought much about that interaction until I started my channel, because of the fact that she apologized to me, and then because of the fact that I was under the impression that there was about a 50% chance that I actually never committed the crime. Now, once again, I do believe that I committed that crime. Absolutely. Absolutely. I do. I think I went over there with the intention of whooping her ass. And here's another thing. The girl said that it was not me. The only person that said that it was me was the person that I was defending. His name's Joel, and he's from Alamance County. And he's been a little shit his whole life. I look back on those experiences in middle school, high school, stuff like that. And it's no surprise from the people that I was mixed up with, the path that I was about to go down, because I was hanging around a bunch of phony, fake frauds that hung out with me because they knew that I'd whoop somebody's ass if my friends was done wrong. See, that's the problem. I've been too real my whole life. Like, if you offend my friend, you offended me, and so I would say something. Well, that causes a problem within itself. But Lord, don't be one out here defending other people willing to go to jail. And I thought that that's what, a real one was, because I'm a real one. Now, it'd be different if it was, my husband or something. Bitch, you touch my husband, I'm gonna mollywop your ass. You know what I mean? That's different. But, don't be out here fighting for your friends, because your friends ain't gonna have your back. And then when shit hits the fan, they gonna be writing statements on you, and then you're gonna be going to prison for something you might or may not have done. I definitely think that I done it.
just because of the state of mind that I was in at the time and how young I was still a child then. I've talked about this before, that I was still a child. You know, I did not have free will back then. There was a lot of other things going on in the background. At least I'm safe. They just went right by. Yeah, I don't know. I think that, this is why my parents used to say, like, you got to be careful because you can end up in prison. And then I end up in prison for fighting. But, you know, they're the ones that taught me to fight. I've talked about that before extensively. It's kind of their fault that I grew up fighting, because they taught me to fight. And matter of fact, I'd get punished if I didn't. So I just find it interesting that things kind of flipped around in the early 2000s from what they were when I was first born in the 80s. There was like this shift of corporal punishment to not corporal punishment. And I guess that was the start of gentle parenting, the early 2000s. It's like, you teach me to fight, but then when I start fighting and I end up in damn Samarkand Youth Development Center, then you got a problem with it. But you're the one that taught me to fight. You said to defend myself, and if I don't, then I'm going to be in more trouble. It's not a very smart thing to teach a child. I mean, I was still in diapers the first fight that I was in. I came in the house crying. We lived in an apartment. And my stepdad was like, what's wrong or whatever. Or no, he never said that. He'd say, stop fucking crying for I do something to cry about. I think I said, I don't remember. I was still in diapers. That's how little I was. But Mama said that he told me to go back out there and push that girl off the swing and don't come back in the house till I stopped crying and I got my swing back, because some girl had pushed me off the swing. And they said I went out there and knocked and dusted her ass off that swing into the damn sand and got on my swing. So when you're teaching a child that type of behavior that young, if they're still in diapers, I'm 2-3 years old, and you're teaching me to be physically violent to other children out the gate, and then you wonder by the time I get in kindergarten why I'm punching kids in the throat. I mean, I just feel like they kind of set me up. They set me up. My own parents kind of almost fucked me up completely, because what if I didn't have the awareness that I have now about these types of situations? I could be a really fucking crazy killer. Seriously. And then you topple on top all of the sexual abuse, drugs, and all of the horrible people. I've met some of the most elite horrible people that you could ever meet. It's a miracle. It's got to be God, and I don't know why he keeps me around, because sometimes it feels like misery. But my parents could have really fucked me up, and they did. They absolutely did. And they fucked up all my siblings too. My siblings probably won't ever admit that, but we're all fucked up. The whole family fell apart after my mom died. My siblings all moved away. I haven't seen them in years. And everybody's dead now. Everybody. So that's how the cookie crumbles. Mama was the glue that held the family together, so it kind of sucks that, you know, she had to die from cancer, but cancer's a bitch. And at least her medical treatments were paid for. You know, we didn't have to worry about, you know, her getting treatment. She got treatment. It didn't help. She was already stage 4 by the time she was diagnosed. But, you know, at least we didn't have to worry about her medical coverage and shit like that. I can't imagine families going through that, trying to pay for trying to pay for medical coverage. Y'all see where some insurance company said that they were gonna adjust their anesthesia policies because all of these women are coming out online talking about how they had surgery without anesthesia? See, this is why I have problems in society, because I'm here to tell you, if I was going in for a surgery and they're like, oh, but wait, we're out of anesthesia, or wait, your insurance doesn't cover this anesthesia, you think I'm going through with that surgery? No, I'm calling the Better Business Bureau and I'm reporting your ass. Like, somebody needs to be called. This is illegal. Y'all, there comes a point where common sense needs to come. You know, you got to put common sense before some things, okay? And like, it's not even logical in the slightest to have surgery without some form of anesthesia, okay? I don't even know if they have different forms, but you know what I mean. Without some form of going under. So it's just, again, it goes to show that women's health and women in general are shit on when it comes to maternity, when it comes to, this woman was talking about it was something for that area. So I'm assuming that it was her vagina. But there was multiple women that came out talking about this, how they had to go through severe procedures without anesthesia. So then this one insurance company says, oh, we're gonna fix that. We'll fix it. Don't worry, this won't happen anymore. We'll make sure all patients have the anesthesia they need. And then 2 days later, this morning, they backtrack. They say, whoa, we can't do this. I don't know why we agreed to this. We're sorry. We're not doing this. We're not going to extend this anesthesia to the patients. You know, y'all, it's crazy. I'll have to find that when I have internet. But does anybody know who that is? It wasn't United. It was another one. I don't remember, but it was crazy. I said, how are you going to give people hope that y'all are listening and paying attention to what has happened? And then 2 or 3 days later, you backtrack it and say, oh, wait a second, we can't. You know why they did that? They did it because they were embarrassed, the public finding out what they were doing, putting women and men into surgery without anesthesia. They were embarrassed. So they said, oh, let's make a statement. Some idiot made a statement saying, oh, we're going to fix this issue. We'll make sure everybody has anesthesia. This will no longer be a problem. Then they went and did some damn numbers. They went and figured out how much that was going to cost them every year. And then they come back and say, oh, wait a second, we can't do that. Now that's alleged. That's my opinion. And I'm allowed to have it. But you don't tell people that you're going to have their back, give them anesthesia for surgeries that they absolutely need. That's medical it's a medical necessity. And then backtrack and shit on the public. I mean, that's that shit I don't like. That's fake. That's two-faced. That's a fake-ass friend right there if I ever saw one. It don't get faker than that, does it? We got you. We got you, sis. You ain't gonna feel a thing. Y'all think I should get dressed today or just stay a bum? Should I stay a bum or get dressed? Yeah, it smells like ass out here. Well, this is where I'm staying. Should I stay a bum or John Q coming? Right? Oh, they caught another guy in New York that did a crime. He shot the freaking district attorney. Bro, was it New York? Y'all, I don't have Wi-Fi right now. I'll tell y'all in the morning. You'll have to remind me. We'll look it up. If anybody knows, please tell me. So there was another kid. He's acting like Vigilante. What do you call it? Vigilante. He shot, or he robbed. Y'all, did he rob the DA? He might have robbed and beat the district attorney of some town. And it was a young guy. It happened today. Like, they had his picture in the news today. I wonder if the guy that they got in Pennsylvania is actually the CEO shooter. When I heard that, I said, God, I hope that's not him. I know what, though, when he goes to prison, honey, he got notoriety out the ass. Inmates are going to be high-fiving him. People going to be throwing him free snacks. Like, the prison guards are probably going to love him because they got shitty benefits, probably. The kid will have it made in prison. Everybody's going to love and respect him. I mean, it's honestly probably one of the first times that I've heard about a death and I don't feel too guilty about the person dying. I mean, I feel horrible for Brian's children. But could you imagine how crooked they might end up being if he grew up with them as their being their father? I don't know. It's a crazy case. Throwing him free. No! Not the D. Yeah, I don't know. Can y'all see them palm trees? Yeah. I don't know. I know he's got a story to tell for the rest of his damn life. I mean, capital murder, what he did on this mission, he's looking at the death penalty. I don't think he deserves the death penalty. I don't know what his beef is with Brian. I don't know if there was a rumor that it could have been that this boy's mama's claim was denied or something. I don't know. There's no validity to that, but like, I don't know. He definitely deserves to spend time in prison. Maybe like 20 years. What y'all think? How many years? Waking up during surgery. See? And then you got these dumbass doctors. Y'all see that TikTok doctor? She done brutally maimed several patients. First of all, this dumb heifer was on TikTok dancing around with surgical utensils next to a patient who was completely comatose. If that's even a... Yes. She dancing around the practitioner's office with a scalpel playing on a TikTok video as this person is passed out. This was a typical thing on her page. She did, she was the booty doctor. You can go, Dr. Booty was her name. You can go look her up. So anyways, they yanked that license because the bitch didn't deserve it, okay? And she was not supposed to be practicing medicine in any office. She is not allowed to do that. No. And sure enough, here she is back on TikTok dancing in a different doctor's office with... It looks like she was doing injections of some sort at this point, which she's not legal to do. She looks like the type, though. When I looked at her picture, I said, oh, that's Oprah Jr. Seriously. She looks like... You ever see the cracks in somebody's, like, exterior? I don't know how to explain it. Like, I don't know how to explain it. You can sometimes just see the cracks in a person's facade. I can. And I see the cracks in her facade, but mainly because she's dancing around with surgical utensils next to a patient who is comatose. So it's not just about her look. It's about profiling her personality. There we go. That's what I need to start saying, because people think I mean literally the fucking looks, and I mean the person's character, their behavioral patterns, the psychology behind what they're doing, like who they are. Like, there's a lot that goes into profiling a person, multiple layers. And sometimes I can just look at somebody and watch a 30-second clip of them and be able to tell you, I don't think that's a good person. And lo and behold, she's done maimed several women. Like, their stomachs turned black, like from surgery gone wrong. Belly buttons rotting out of their body and shit. Like, I'm talking about, she is disfigured and disformed multiple patients. She lost her license because of this, and here she is back on TikTok shaking that ass like we don't know who she is. I mean, I didn't before the news article, but you know what I mean? Holding surgical needles, advertising for medical procedures. When they be on TikTok like that sex offender, do they think that nobody... I mean, that sex offender, the man, do y'all remember that? The guy that was on TikTok and YouTube, and he was talking about having... He was arrested and charged with messing with children. And then he gets out of jail for messing with a 12-year-old child who he said... First of all, this sorry sack of victim blames a child. He absolutely does. He victim blames. He says that his girlfriend's daughter came on to him. First of all, you sick weirdo, it never happened. It never happened. I'm here to tell you, it never happened. It's lies. Blatant lies. This is what perpetrators of sexual offenses towards children say 90% of the time. It never happened. So then he goes on YouTube, opens up a TikTok account, and starts talking about these crimes. Clearly fantasizing and reliving these moments. And he didn't, like, It wasn't like my channel where he'd have a mental breakdown and then do some news. It wasn't like that. Like, he wasn't trying to gear people towards, you know, like away from this, like I tried to do. I tell y'all, don't be doing this, don't be doing that, don't do nothing I wouldn't do. And I'm a good girl now, so that's why I say that, because I don't do shit. I'm boring. I think that's the most shocking part, right? But he was gearing towards these pedos themselves, other pedophiles. His channel, you know, had more numbers than mine, with more views than mine. Now, I'm sure there was quite a bit of folks that was watching that and just curiosity. I'm sure there was people watching it like me, completely baffled as to how this was even allowed to happen. This is a sex offender still talking about children. Still talking about children. Hashing this shit out years after he got out of prison. And he didn't do that much time, if I don't recall. But anyways, they finally took his channel down because of this. And then I see on the internet, this is what I don't agree with. Y'all, I'm going to get backlash for this. So apparently, where he was living, the town got wind of the fact that he was a sex offender talking about these things on the internet. They did not like that. But then the whole town joins in with the internet after his channel was taken down. Everybody that was on the internet that saw all of his content wanted to know where this man was at, where he was living at, where his home was, all of this personal information. They proceeded to dox him. And this is the part I don't agree with. There was people sneaking up on his private property to take pictures of him in his yard type of shit. Like, listen, I'm not having no sympathy for this guy. But what I am saying is there's a line. There's a line. You don't have the right. It's like this Brian Thompson thing. It's the same thing. There's like a line. I don't know how to put it into words. Yeah, he's a horrible person, so let him just sit out there and rot. You know? You don't have the right to be following this man around and taking pictures of his car and posting it on fucking websites. Like, at this point, he's completely isolated in the woods. He has nobody out there. It's like the fucking mountains or somewhere. It's a rural area. So he has no access to children. Let the man crawl up in the woods and die alone, okay? You don't have the right to be stalking people, because that's what it is, regardless of the fact that he's a sex offender. At this point, you're stalking him. There's a line there. And right is right and wrong is wrong. And regardless if he was a sex offender or a 12-year-old girl, you don't have right to follow this man around and stalk him. And listen, if anybody hates the son of a bitch, it's me. I mean, you know, clearly I have beef with pedophiles. So, you know, I'm glad that his website was taken down, his page, whatever. And I do think that it's imperative that parents, and they have the right to know that he's a sex offender. Absolutely. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that nobody has the right to intentionally follow him and harass him on his private property. There's a line. It's just not right. Call me crazy. I mean, I don't like the son of a bitch either, and he probably deserves to be in prison for the rest of his life. Hearing how he spoke about his crimes really got under my skin. How dare you blame an innocent child from an already broken home who potentially has already been through numerous abuse situations prior? You know, when you got a single mom out here raising kids, that raises the chances of childhood abuse in many forms, boys and girls. So I'm not trying to be cold-hearted and say all single moms don't know how to raise children. But what I am saying is that when you're a single mom raising a child, it adds to the problems. It's not in the benefit of the child to be in that situation. It's not good for the child. It's not good for their development. They need both parents. And I'm fucking preaching to the choir now, because half the fucking country. I was a single mom. Why do you think I talk about these things? There's so much that I wish I could have done different back in the day, but I didn't have the resources, nor the family, nor, you know, the village that it takes to raise a child. But this guy on the internet talking about these crimes. It's sick, and I'm sure you can go find it. You can probably look up ex-con who opened a channel talking about his 12-year-old stepdaughter. I mean, it's disgusting. It's disgusting. He's a creep. But let the man just die on his fucking land alone, okay? Like... And hell, if he would have never opened his big fucking mouth and started talking about this shit, he wouldn't be stalked right now, you know? Like, people are pissed. You mess with a child. Like, you actually messed with the child. You know, the crazy thing was it doesn't even seem like the mother of the child was even too bothered by the fact. That's even more concerning. Who did you date before him? And who did you date before him? Like, she didn't even seem surprised, if that's the word. And when is Jennifer Soto going to be arrested? Because I'm just saying, there's all this new footage out, her talking to investigators, Maddie Soto's mother. And she just, y'all, she clearly knew that something was going on, and I don't understand why they don't arrest her. I do. I think I know why. Mental health drugs. I think that Jennifer Soto has been on so many mental health drugs for so long that the cops genuinely believe that there was medication interference in her decision-making skills, and I do believe wholeheartedly that that's why she's not been charged, because we know that Jennifer Soto was on Maddie too, the whole house, everybody in the house was on crazy amounts of mental health drugs. Sickening. It's nice out here. These big old birds. Look at these birds. Oh my God, you woke up digging in your ovaries. Jesus freaking Christ. Why don't they give... Look at them big old birds. Yeah, me too. That sounds horrible. I had a rupture, something ruptured when I was in prison, and they didn't believe me until it collapsed. I'll never forget that. Oh, it was a cyst on my ovary. They said they thought it had been there for a while. It was a big one too. I was having that day, and then everything just went black, and I woke up on a gurney. Oh, and I had been to the officer, and I was like, I need to go to medical. I'm having horrible pains. And it almost was like contractions. And she's like, oh, there's no nurse or something. I do believe it might have been a holiday. I don't remember. I just know that I was in Troy prison. And then they rushed me to the hospital. They have to like chain you to the bed, chain your feet closed. Like they put a whole damn chain suit around you when they're transporting you to a medical appointment or anything like that. So I remember being chained to a gurney. And then we get to the hospital and they do like scans and shit. And they're like, oh, you had a rupture. A cyst ruptured on your ovaries. I was like, lovely. Love that for me. I ain't never had them to go like inside though like that. Like to do any kind of surgery. Yeah. Yes, it did. It felt like contractions. I guess the pain got so bad that I passed out. The girl in the room next to me ran to medical to get help. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. You literally got to drop dead to get any kind of help around there. Yeah, it was the worst pain. What did you have surgery on, though? Is what I'm wondering, Sensei. Sensei. Brooke, she's done told you. They done told you. I wonder if I have a migraine, because... Is that where they take everything? I don't know what that is. Abdul? Oh, a tubal, Brooke. A tubal. Pregnancy? That's so sad. I'm so sorry. Is that the same thing, y'all? I'm an idiot. A tubal pregnancy. Tubes tied. Mama had that done. She had them tied and burnt. I thought that they had to put you under for that. Apparently not, huh? All the dolphins are out there. I hate you went through that. It sounds like painful, man. That's what I'm saying. And that's another thing. I think because, don't it feel like because women give birth, we're just expected to put up with a lot more pain? It's like, oh, they're women, they can handle it. Like, no, I'm about to crumble. What are you talking about? It hurts. I just feel like they don't, well, we know that they don't research women's health like they should. Because it took me forever to get diagnosed with PMDD. They acted like I was crazy. They wanted to diagnose me with bipolar disorder and all kinds of shit. I'm not bipolar. The only time I get depressed is the week I'm ovulating and the week I'm having my period. And then it goes away overnight. As soon as my period starts, I'm happy as shit. I only go through these moods when I'm ovulating and right before my period. I've got it down to a science. Y'all saw my period app. I've been mapping this shit for like 3-4 years. So listen, sometimes you have to be your doctor, because these doctors out here nowadays are bought and paid for, and they don't care. They don't care. They don't care. I'm looking for this dolphin. I saw the fin. That bird. I ain't never tried to get over there, but I'm sure we could. It's beautiful. It wasn't sunny today at all. No, no, there's no gators, but there is lots of wildlife. The birds specifically are my favorite. I love to watch them, man. Y'all know I love me some bird watching. I'm gonna be that old lady in 20 years out in the middle of the damn safari with damn binoculars on the back of a damn Jeep with an elephant running after it. That's gonna be me. I do. I want to go to Africa so bad. There's so many beautiful places I want to see. Australia. I want to go to the damn deep bushlands of Australia. I don't know an Australia voice. I know British, though. Usually can nail that pretty well. It looks like they're building, don't it? Am I tripping, or does it look like they're building something right there? Oh my God. Surgery at 7:30. Put you in. Had my son at 6 p.m. and they put me in surgery. They can do that? Is that what it's called, a tubal, when you get your tubes tied? I mean, it makes sense. I just didn't know that. I thought it was called tubes tied because that's what Mama called it. It's a tubal. Good to know. How long are they supposed to wait after you give birth? I mean, they can just go right up in there? Look at all this trash, y'all. What do y'all think? I should open. So listen, I was thinking. I was like, I could spend all day in the sun picking up trash. Absolutely. But who do I go to hire me to clean up this place? This is Navy land. They're not going to fucking hire me. You know what I mean? Like, I would love... Oh, hello to South Africa. I'm coming one day. Hold on. I don't know about South Africa. Listen, all I know is you can F around and find out in some of them territories, honey. I don't know if it's South Africa that I'll visit, but I'm going to visit Africa one day. I don't know the terrain and the turf wars, or I don't know who's reigning over there, or the president. I don't even know. Do y'all have a prime minister? Do you have a president? I don't know. I just know that some of Africa's territory is maybe not so safe, so you got to be careful. And that's any country. I mean, honey, if you ever come to America, don't go to California. Be safe. South Africa is safe. Okay. Okay, see. Sounds like medical malpractice to me. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. Y'all know everything is a medical malpractice case, right? I mean, seriously, nowadays it's not hard to do. But 11 hours later, and you know you're sore from pushing out a kid, and then they don't give you nothing. Or do they give you laughing gas? Do they give you laughing gas? Oh, see? That's what I'm saying. I heard that certain parts are dangerous as hell. You can get robbed, you can get killed, R-worded. Y'all, what about the boy that freaking died in the Philippines this weekend? First of all, backstory. This American, super young guy, decided that he was a creator. He had, I think, YouTube and or TikTok, and he was making a little bit of money off of it, not much, like me, around $1,000 a month. And he decided to move to the Philippines. Well, where he moved to the Philippines, the house that he rented was in a very sketchy area. It was a high crime rate, high drug rate, all of these bad things happening. And for like, I do believe it was like a week or two prior to his death, he was posting on TikTok or YouTube or wherever that he didn't feel safe. He said that it was a sketchy area and blah, 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 blah. And then he goes missing. Then they find out that he was kidnapped, assumably for rent. His parents ain't got no money. Like, they think he's dead. And it was in the Philippines, which is crazy. Crazy. But he was an American that moved there, and he's dead. I do believe that they confirmed he's dead, but I could be wrong. They could still be in the process of looking for him, but I'm like 90% sure they said he was kidnapped as part of a hostage negotiation plan for finances. I wonder how much one of them houses over there on the damn island is. You know it's got to be $1 million. And the properties here are so big. Like, it's just like, Jesus, what a waste. Like, for instance, this house right here. This could be turned into a damn luxury condominium. Look how big that damn house is. You could fit 200 people in there. Not really, but you know what I mean. I just don't see how you own something that big in good conscience. I guess you don't have a conscience if you own something that big, right? Oh, the ferry. Not the ferry. They put me back out when they saw my eyes open. Paralyzed. God. See, and if you say anything, if you're like, oh my God, y'all scared me, then you're problematic. You're just not supposed to speak of the fact that you even woke up. How stupid. That's the medical field we have now. Oh, there's a dolphin. He's probably waiting for the boat to go by, which is why. I don't know, I just saw him go this way. There he is. Oh, come on, buddy. I missed it. He came up like 2 or 3 times, his little fins. That sucks. There's dolphins everywhere out here. That's another thing. You don't even see dolphins on the damn Carolina coast anymore. Like, the pollution, I guess, done ran them off or killed them. But out here, you do see dolphins. It's crazy because, you know, up north, we plant these kind of palm trees. They're quite expensive, actually. Some mature palms can go for like 30 grand a tree. And like here, they naturally just grow everywhere. It's crazy. Damn, he was a big one too. I hate I missed it. Oh, there's lizards. Damn, I miss all the wildlife. They are. I want to squeeze them. You know what I was thinking about that's really kind of sad is those two boys of Brian Thompson's. They're going to grow up and look into their father's murder. And it's sad because they're going to see that a lot of people were celebrating this man's death. I just think that, I don't know. I just think about the kids more than I think about, I don't know. It just breaks my heart. Because you know they're going to look into that and be like, oh, wow, our dad was hated. Oh. You never know how death, especially that young, those boys are young. You know, I don't think that they're teenagers. I think I read one was like 8 and 10, but I could be wrong. I might have read wrong numbers. Regardless, that has a profound impact on a child, regardless of the age. I was still a child when my mother died. Mentally, you know what I mean? So I just hope that those kids don't get a bad taste in their mouth for their own father, given the circumstances. You know, I hope they don't grow up hating him or anything like that, because it's just sad. Children are easily manipulated. And I can't imagine if, like, I thought the whole world hated my parents. You'd be like, oh, the whole world hates them. They had to have been bad. So you just fit in with society and hate your own father. I don't know. I mean, clearly he wasn't a great guy. I also read that their denial process went from like 12% to like 20-something% with Brian over the company. So he wasn't just making moves. He was making financial moves, and that company was doing really well financially. I wonder why he sold those shares, though. That was stupid. That's what led to his DOJ investigation. I figured maybe the company was not doing well, and that's why he sold those shares. I wonder if they really got the guy. Has anybody seen the news? They said that they got the CEO assassin in... Where'd they say they got him? Pennsylvania, Brooke. Pennsylvania. Damn, I think I bruised my forearm or something. I can feel it on the outside. Pennsylvania. I wonder if they got him. I mean, if they did, I'm not mad. But if they didn't, I'm not mad either. You know what I mean? Like, come on, let's give Robin Hood, let's give him a fair shot to escape first. Hell, he's had 4 or 5 days. That's why I'll be surprised if it's him. Because they told us that he was in Atlanta. That he got on a bus to go to Atlanta. And then they're like, oh, we've got a guy in custody who owns the same firearm. Which doesn't even make sense, but whatever. Could you imagine if they pulled every gun owner out of their home and pulled them in for questioning if they owned a 38 just because somebody was killed with a 38? You know what I mean? It's kind of preposterous. But also, Eric Adams was caught lying on camera. So he said that they knew the suspect. And then he's like, oh, well, we're not going to release his name. And then the media's like, oh, so you know who it is? And he's like, no, well, I'm not saying that. Like, it's like, first of all, like, you're the damn mayor, dude. You don't know how to, you've been a mayor for how long? And you still don't know how to damn give a press conference? What an idiot. He looks like horrible, too. He looks... Eric... What's his name? Adams? Did they get him? when I saw that other kid, Antana, and no, Atna, Ona. You really see I'm trying to sound this shit out, right? All right. At Ona, Pennsylvania. He's from a wealthy family. Shut the front door. I don't care. Hell, he's out here. Shut up, bro. I mean, I wonder why though. I wonder why. I'm gonna have to look into that in the morning. Oh wow, look, we got scenery. We got scenery. It'll be forgotten in it. Yeah. Well, that's what I was saying, Laura. They called another kid today. He robbed, and I do believe maybe potentially shot the district attorney. Now that's doing the Lord's work. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. Seriously. I've met some good district attorneys, and I've met some shitty ones. It's any line of work, any occupation, every person, you know. I forget that sometimes, though, because there's just so many bad ones nowadays. What the freak is that? Is that like a little submarine? You got all them people on board, and this is what happened to the Titanic, honey. They didn't have enough boats. That's why they all died. Remember, they was killing each other over boats. That's really all y'all got. Y'all, that's a submergible. It's like a little boat. Like a little... Is that their flotation device to get off of there? Am I tripping? Does anybody know? I think that's what they're supposed to escape in if they need to. It just looks a little, given the size of the ship. I'm concerned on what the occupancy is in that thing. No, it's actually like a flotation device. It does look like a submarine, but it doesn't at the same time. It's weird. I've never seen anything like that. I wonder what they carrying, honey. Cars? Because that's a drop gate right there for like stuff to ride off. Cyrus Highway. God, it's massive. I wonder if the Titanic was that big. Country is that? It's blue with a red stripe and a little, it's blue with a red stripe or a white red stripe and then like a little family crest looking thing. Oh yeah, there's people on the back, y'all. I think that's like a big ass ferry. I don't know. Interesting. Lifeboat. That's what, thank you, David. Yeah, I'm actually surprised, or I wasn't, when I saw that kid had robbed that district attorney and like tried to harm her or him. I wasn't surprised. I said, oh Lord, I hope this is not kicking off a chain reaction of vigilantism across the United States. 'Cause people are fed up. People are killing their own families and then killing themselves because they're so financially distraught over everything. Like, I know if they're living the life I'm living, how they feel. That's all I know. All the way to the bottom. We about to be in the poorhouse, or we already in the poorhouse, about to be on the street. People are desperate. And I don't think enough people actually talk about it. Like, I think people are like, I'm struggling, but they don't want to really go into how bad it is. And I get that. But I grew up in a house with a lot of secrets, and I don't like secrets. If you wondering why I'm a bitch today, I'm going to tell you. You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to explain to you why I'm going through what I'm going through. I don't want you to think that I'm some cold-hearted, I mean, I am a little bit. But I don't want you to think that I'm completely crazy and senseless. I want you to know that there's a rhyme and reason as to why I'm feeling and why I'm behaving the type of way that I am. And it's 99.9% of the time, it's because of financial insecurities. So I know what that does to a person. I watched multiple families turn on each other during this Thanksgiving. I really hope that this isn't this kid doing this DA attack. I hope that it wasn't anything like the CEO attack, because I don't want people, that's when innocent people start dying. And Brian was an innocent, listen, in God's eyes, in God's eyes, you know, he's innocent until he stands before his maker. It ain't our business to be out here making moves for Jesus, honey. It's wrong that he was shot and killed. It took a father away from their children. That is my main concern. That's why I don't agree with the publicity of this. I feel like this is going to affect his kids later on in their opinion of their father. And that's concerning for me, because I'm going to be going through that someday too, and might already be. So I just feel like the media and, you know, stuff like that, they've spun it, and they're not thinking about the consequences. Did they ever, Brooke, they don't give a shit about who they're affecting. It's not right at the end of the day. Brian was not a good guy. He fucked a lot of people over. He made millions off the backs of harming others. But unfortunately, we don't get to be the Grim Reaper. It's wrong. You know, like I said, if they caught the guy, I ain't too upset. If they don't catch the guy, I won't be too upset. It would probably be one of the only cases where I'm like, okay, well, they never caught him, so maybe this was God's way. Like, you know, 30 years from now, I would have been like rationalizing, you know, why he was never caught. Kind of like D.B. Cooper. I'm like, damn, he took the money and ran. Who cares? You know? But he didn't harm anybody. He didn't shoot anybody, kill anybody. So that's a little different. And they think that they have D.B. Cooper. They're still waiting on DNA analysis. Y'all know when that DNA comes through, I will let you know if it was him. I mean, the damn sketch artist picture and the supposed perpetrator, D.B. Cooper, who they allege is him, they look identical. Y'all saw the picture. Do they not look the same? If that ain't him, he don't exist no more. You know what I mean? If that ain't him, we just give up the search at this point, because that was his twin. That was his doppelganger from another mother. I think the D.B. Cooper case, if you didn't hear, there's a couple of kids from North Carolina. Their mother died back in 2020, and they found this old parachute. Ironically, there's people, specialists, investigators, that think that this backpack is a 1 in a million, if not a 1 in a trillion, identical backpack to the same chutes that D.B. Cooper used when he jumped out of this airplane. This man actually boarded an airplane with the intention of robbing it. He did so. He made all of these terroristic threats to the FBI and CIA. I don't know which division, but he pretty much it was a hostage situation. He boarded an airplane. He took all of these people hostage. He made demands to the FBI, CIA, everybody. And he said, I want millions of dollars. I need I need parachutes so I can jump out of this plane. Like, he had a list of demands, and he said, I'll let all these hostages off. When I let these hostages off, we gonna land this bitch, let these hostages off, and y'all better have my shit. And they did. The FBI, I do believe it was, and I might be getting some stuff wrong, but listen, I've only read the case once. I know the case from when I was a child, because, I mean, it's legendary. I mean, how badass to board a plane, negotiate with the FBI for millions of dollars, take a parachute, let all the passengers off, take a parachute, your money, and jump out of a plane. And here's the crazy thing that I never knew. This is what's wild. After they let all the hostages off, and before he jumped, there was still a pilot flying the plane. But where they took off from and the point where he jumped, they never knew. So, all right. So when you're in an airplane, I just cut off the Wi-Fi. Let's say hypothetically, I don't remember the route, but let's say flying for a pit stop in North Carolina to let all of these hostages off. He boards the plane, and then he takes the money, and somewhere between North Carolina and Miami, he jumped out of the plane. So where do you start looking between North Carolina and Miami? God, is this going to do this? Because I'm literally, like, everything was fine, and then all of a sudden, I don't know. I think it's him. It looks like him. The picture, the side by side, is uncanny. The big ears, the floppy ears, the facial structure. He's got like this dome head with like a jaw like mine. Like he's got the circle, but like his face. Now this was a police sketch artist that they worked with back in the day when he committed this bank robbery. But get this, it gets better. So these two children find this parachute after their mother dies. And the parachute is a one-of-a-kind parachute. The FBI has the parachute now, and they're testing the parachute for DNA. They're also testing they're doing genealogy. So they're going to test the children's genetics to the DNA that they have from the scene back then to see if it was actually him. But also, the eerie part is that the suspect that they think, these kids who think that their father was D.B. Cooper, he was actually arrested a year prior for a different hijacking on a plane. Listen, the book bag, the parachute is one piece of evidence. That's like, okay, you got my ears perked up. Then the mugshot that looks exactly like the composite sketch, the picture of this father who they think is D.B. Cooper, his composite, there's a composite sketch from the 60s or 70s when this happened. It looks identical to this father. Identical. You can go find this online. Just Google D.B. Cooper, we found him, and it'll come up. But not only that, this is what leads me to believe that this is in fact D.B. Cooper. The father of these children, who they think is D.B. Cooper, he was arrested previously for a failed attempted armed robbery type of situation. It was a hostage negotiation situation on an airplane. What are the chances that three pieces of evidence could prove that this is D.B. Cooper? It's just, one coincidence. Okay, you got the damn parachute from 1970, whatever. It matches the original parachute of D.B. Cooper. Okay. The mugshot or the composite sketch that matches this father's picture. Okay. It was the prior conviction for the same damn thing that he did again that's got me like, oh, wait a second. And so these children said that they didn't want to bring this news to the media. They never mentioned it because their mother was still alive, and they assumed that she was complicit in this, that she knew that he was robbing planes, that he was hijacking planes with the intention of having a hostage situation to get money. I don't know. I think that it's too many coincidences, but once again, we thought that we knew who D.B. Cooper was before, and it never works out. I mean, I think that they've probably had a dozen people that they've looked into over the years, probably hundreds. It's been one of the most unsolved, notorious cases in America. And if it is him, both of them are dead now. What happened was, and this, no. D.B. Cooper took the plane and jumped out of the plane. Then, a year later, he tried, supposedly, this man who they think is him, that's when he did it. He did it after the original hijacking. So, was he trying to do it again? If it's him, he was trying to do it again. What happened was the whoever robbed that second, well, this was this guy, Brooke. This guy that tried to rob the second plane, he was busted. He was sentenced to prison. He ultimately escaped from prison. I don't know how I'm remembering all of this today. He escaped from prison and had a shootout with the cops and died in a blaze of glory fighting the police. And then 30 years later, the mother passes away during 2020. And that's when these kids found the parachute that probably is. I mean, listen, it's a one of a kind parachute from that era. One of a kind. It matches the ones that he was given to jump. So it's just crazy. And then the picture, the mugshot, or the composite sketch, Brooke. I don't know. It'll be ironic if it is him. Be like, what? He was living right down the road from me my whole life. They did a press conference on the, it's him. Oh, God. They got him in Pennsylvania? They said he was in Atlanta. Were they saying that to throw him off because they knew that he was playing a game? The Monopoly money, the bullets. Like, this has been a game of, like, cat and mouse, which, in my opinion, is super unprofessional on the FBI's part. But I understand that they have to do certain things like that sometime to get the perpetrator. He went to college in Pennsylvania. Did they say why the motive? Have they said, like, y'all, normally I drive, but I don't feel like driving right now. Normally I drive to damn McDonald's or somewhere to go look into this, but I'm just, my head's hurting and I don't want to be on the road. He had a manifesto. Okay, Ted Kaczynski. Listen, one of these days, if y'all find me out in the middle of the street without Betty and I'm not even coherent anymore, just know that there's a manifesto somewhere. Because I'm headed there, you know what I mean? Like, I'm about to lose my mind. I heard that they got him at a McDonald's, but they had only said, thank you so much, Rebecca. They had only said that they had got some guy. They weren't even admitting that it was this guy. They were just like, oh, we have a suspect of interest. You know, like y'all know they using bullshit, some 3-page of writing and why. This is getting interesting. Listen. I wonder if he was a current. He went to college. How old was he? How old? Was I any close? I know it's absolutely crazy. It's heartbreaking. I feel bad for the kids. He had the same 26. So I was right. I said 25 to 35 until I saw the bottom half of his face. And I said, he might be younger than damn 25. So I was right. His life is done. They're going to burn him at the stake. Do you not know? Like, the insurance company is bought and paid for. There's people out for blood right now. There's people pissed. These are millionaires. This is the top shelf of society that he's done pissed off. You know, it's like, this is a rich and poor problem. This ain't no black and white problem. This is a rich and a poor problem. Yeah, for real. Thank you. He done pissed off the top layer of society, the elites. They might give him the death penalty. I don't agree with that, but because of the premeditation, because of the evidence that they have, he's subject to be killed. And it's New York. Do they even execute in New York? That's a liberal city. He might get spared. Let's hope that he does. I mean, they said that he had 2 accomplices. They've been saying that for days. That there was 2 men that stayed in the hostel with him. So once again, is that the cops lying to the public? Just to, like, throw him off? You know, because they said that they knew he went to Atlanta. Clearly, he did not. He's from Pennsylvania. Were they just saying that to throw him off? Probably. I've had them do that to me before. I told y'all they used to set up roadblocks waiting for me to go by. The same ID on him. He checked in the hotel 2 days ago. So it was the same ID, the fake ID that he used to check into the hostel. Poor Robin Hood. I mean, honestly, it's kind of sad that it took them 5 days to get him. Or was it 4? Regardless, that's kind of scary. What if he was a serial killer that was ready to murder us all and he was on a killing spree, honey? Like, it's kind of sad. I mean, it shows where we're at. He had multiple fake IDs. I kind of figured that. Didn't know his name before this morning. I wonder how they got his name. Somebody must have called in a tip. That's the only way. He hasn't left any evidence. They don't have the gun. All they had was the book bag. They did have his DNA, but didn't they say that it didn't get a hit in CODIS? So how did he get his name? Somebody done traded him in for that $60,000 reward. I wonder how they got him. You know, they'll probably keep half of that. They won't tell us shit. Little details will come out, but we won't know the ins and outs until he goes to court. How he planned it. How he knew Brian's schedule. Most of which apparently was on LinkedIn and the company's website, it was clearly posted that Brian was going to be giving these conferences, seminars, lectures, all of these things. It was public knowledge. Since a lot of the large corporations, CEOs, all of this public information that used to be on certain large corporations' websites, they have started pulling that stuff down. And I thought that that would happen. I said, I bet there's a lot of CEOs looking over their shoulder right now, wondering, like, a McDonald's worker. Oh my God, that is going to be the most hated person in America tomorrow, first of all. I bet it's a white lady, middle-aged. How much you want to bet? I'm sorry, I love y'all, but like, you know, it's always some Karen peeking out the blinds and with her nose up in something. Oh man, that is going to be the most hated freaking person on earth. Everybody wanted Robin Hood. I think everybody but me. I don't feel like he deserves to be free. He's a threat to society. He gunned down a man, not an innocent man, but a man. He gunned down a man. And wrong is wrong and right is right. And regardless, you never have the right to take someone's life or harm another person. So he's going to potentially face the death penalty. I hope not. New York is a liberal city. He deserves to be in jail for the next 20 at least. Maybe 20. Maybe just 20. I mean, there's no denying that his actions have led to widespread awareness over the health industry that we have and the insurance companies that are denying us access to health care, you know? And I don't have insurance. I don't know the struggle. But I do know that when my mom got sick with cancer, her biggest concern was how she was going to pay for her treatment. I'll never forget that. And we were already struggling financially, so. We were already struggling financially, so she was really concerned when she went to Duke how she was going to pay for all of that. And Duke University or Duke Hospital actually paid for the majority of it, as I remember. But I also think that she did have some insurance through the company that she was working for previously, a lawyer, but I don't remember. Yeah, there's a difference. There's a difference. Yeah, I can't imagine. I know that I've had family members who were on fixed incomes and they struggled to get their medications, their insulin, their diabetes medications, and that pissed me off. That was during COVID. And also, they had a back surgery, and it was really difficult for them to get the coverage and figure out everything. I do remember these things. That was during COVID. Me personally, the only time I've ever really need to see a doctor is when I've cut myself open, I've broken a bone, and I usually pay out of pocket. Or if I get sick, I'll just go to the urgent care and get an antibiotic or whatever I need. I'll be like, listen, I got bronchitis. They're like, how you know? I'm like, well, I got this, and then they'll do a little swab, and then they'll send it off, and then they'll come back. They'll be like, yeah, you got bronchitis. And it's gotten to the point that I got one urgent care back home. I can walk in and be like, I got this, and they hook me up immediately. They know that I can. I love you. They know that I can self-diagnose, and it is what I'm saying it is. And that's crazy that they'll like listen to me, but they do. Like sinus infections and stuff, you don't need anything. But what was that one thing that I used to get a lot? Tonsillitis. Growing up as a kid, I lived with tonsillitis. It was to the point they were going to remove them, but we couldn't afford it, so they never did. They never did. So I still have my tonsils. And because of that, honestly, since I started living out of my car, I haven't gotten sick like that. I might get a little stuffy sinus infection when the season change, but I don't get sick like that. And I do believe it's because I'm out in society, you know, rolling around in society with germs all the time. I went into a ladies' restroom today, used the bathroom, stood up, and realized that there was a puddle of piss in the floor. So you got to pay attention when you're living out of your car, because you can carry germs back in here. If I would have walked back in here and stepped on my floor mat with them wet shoes, That would have just been me contaminating my car with somebody's urine. I'm sorry, TMI, I know. But I want to be clear that I have these types of situations happen, and that's probably why my immune system is strong as fuck. Okay, I don't get sick. I don't get sick. They are. They are. You know, it'd be killing me damn squatting over them toilets. That's another thing. The luxury of being able to sit on a toilet. I miss that. I miss that. I miss the luxury of being able to take a shower without shoes. I constantly have to wear Crocs every time I shower. There was little things. I miss lounging on a sofa. I miss cooking. I miss a refrigerator. I miss sitting on a toilet, taking a bath. I ain't had a fucking bath in years. Years. I need a good deep soak, you know? But there's certain things. But, you know, I mean, I guess the added bonus is I never get sick. So, I never get sick. Sometimes. TP. Yes, TP the seat. That's smart too. They are. They are. People are so gross. I've seen some nasty ass bathrooms, y'all. You know, I was thinking, y'all remember I told you I stopped at that gas station down there and I asked that guy to use the bathroom and he seemed hesitant to let me in. And I told you I thought that it was because they had a drug problem in the area and he was scared I was going to go in there and do drugs. Looking back on that experience now, I don't think it was that. Because he reiterated 2 or 3 times. He said, it's gross, it's gross. And I said, it's fine. I use public restrooms because I'm a van lifer. And he's like, oh, okay. I think it was because it's nasty and he hadn't cleaned it now. Like, when I was thinking back on that interaction, I take things personal a lot because I'm so used to people mistreating me because I live out of my car. So when he said, it's gross, I now see that he was actually feeling bad about the fact that he hadn't cleaned it. You see what I'm saying? It was more of an internal defensive thing. Like, oh, it's gross. Like, I haven't cleaned it. I'm, you know, yeah. I wonder how many people's died in that bathroom, though, because it's one of the closer ones for people to go into to do drugs. They don't even leave it unlocked anymore. They don't let people use it because so many people have died in there. Or at least OD'd. Public bathrooms is all that I have to use. Like, I don't have Planet Fitness anymore. I don't want to support them, even though they are begging me. You guys, I've started compiling a list. I have like 200 emails from Planet Fitness. I will never use that gym again after what they did to me. But I use public restrooms and I also use Parks and Recreation. Is that his name? Luigi Managon? Hold on. Oh, Lord. Y'all know I ain't never going to be able to nail this one. So I'm going to have to hear y'all say it 50 times before I can say it 50 times. Oh, my God. This is hitting too close to home. Oh, this is hitting too close to home, John. Oh, don't get me started. Y'all know how I feel about Ted. Y'all know how I feel about Ted. He was absolutely crazy. But just like the CEO murderer. Where was the lie, though? Where was the lie? Ted Kaczynski was crazy, but where was the lie? Because in my eyes, he's right next to Nostradamus. See, everything he said in his manifesto has happened in this country. I'm crazy, I know. But where was the lie? That's all I'm going to say. Where was the lie? You know, this kid, absolutely wrong. Ted Kaczynski, absolutely wrong. But I just have to point out that everything Ted predicted is absolutely happened in this country. So, it's one of those situations where I think you way too smart and you done drove yourself insane and now you out here doing some stupid shit. Like, there has to be a correlation between genius and evil. There's a correlation there. We've seen this time and time again. A lot of killers were very smart. We're talking IQs over 140. So, what both of these people did was wrong. But I see both sides. And I will never believe that Ted Kaczynski was schizophrenic. I think that was an attempt to save his life in court. And it worked. In some way, he'd still end up dying. But, like, you know, I'll never believe that he was schizophrenic. You can't plan and build bombs with schizophrenia, honey. Not the form that they were saying he has. They said that he was severe schizophrenic. You don't write no damn, how many page? 35,000 page manifesto in full-blown schizophrenia. Like, whatever. That's that damn new age medical bullshit. That's probably where it started from. Ted Kaczynski case. We'll just say he has schizophrenia. Like, oh, Lord. It doesn't make sense. We've analyzed that case. That's why it's so crazy that this kid supposedly... That's crazy if that's true. Oh, thanks, Matthew. Be safe out there. I just know that technology is not good for this world, and that's why Ted Kaczynski was the Unabomber. He was absolutely terrified of technology. He said it was going to ruin us all. It was going to pollute our souls and ruin the world. Look at what we have going on. We have young girls as young as 15 getting fucking Botox. We have little boys that don't even know how to have conversations. Kids that don't know how to read. Ted talked about all of that in his manifesto. I think he was so smart, he drove himself fucking insane, and he didn't know what else to do. And he thought that killing these people were going to make a difference. I really think he was that smart and stupid at the same time. I think that he had some layer of mental health issues, clearly both of them, but Ted Kaczynski was right in a lot of his predictions of what technology would do to this world, and that's where I empathize. It's like Elon. You know, Elon is as brilliant. Him and Ted Kaczynski have just about the same IQ. Elon is hyper fixated on getting us to Mars, building, you know, energy companies with cars and, you know, electric vehicles. And, you know, he started PayPal. And you can be smart, but are you going to use that smartness for evil or good? And I feel like Ted went off the deep end when he started isolating himself. I feel like he had underlying mental health issues, not schizophrenia, but severe social issues, anxiety, probably depression. When he moved out into the woods and started writing his manifesto, that's when he really went off the rails. That isolation compounded with the mental health issues. Boom, a manifesto and a bunch of bombs, bitch. In my personal opinion. In my personal opinion. That's why they tell you not to isolate, because then you fall more into your fantasies. You fall more into that, your mind. And then imagine being brilliant and being able to predict the future, because you can predict human behavior and not being able to do anything about it, knowing that society is headed in the wrong direction. He drove himself fucking insane. He drove himself insane, and he became an evil person, and he killed people. And just think, if he would have went the whole other direction, he could have actually steered us away from putting instant gratification in children's fingertips and iPads and iPhones. He could have done great things because he was brilliant. He was absolutely brilliant. I wish that I had an IQ that high. The amount of people that I could help, the type of things I could change if I had an IQ like that. Like, it's definitely something to be envious of, people that are brilliantly smart. But then you notice these people, just like Elon, they're not capable of normal human emotion either. That's something that I have been concerned about. I like Elon and all. He has a sketchy past, just like Trump, just like a lot of people. But what type of father is he, and who is he raising? Because he got children from like 3-4 different baby mamas. He over here, he just bought a compound, you guys. He's going to move all of these women on the same compound. First of all, let me tell you something. I'm a monogamous woman. If you ever come to me and tell me you done got some other girl pregnant, we done. And I'm taking the kids. You know what I mean? And these women, first of all, one of them is his ex-wife. They have 3 children, 3 or 5 children together. Then he married another girl. She didn't want children, so they got a divorce. Then he got with this singer. What's her damn name, y'all? She's a beautiful girl. She's in music. She's a DJ. She writes stuff. She's kind of out there. She's like extraterrestrial rave girl. I can't think of her damn name. Oh, Grimes. Grimes is her name. Grimes. Grimes. Not my type of music. I see the allure behind it. I understand the art form. I would have loved it 20 years ago. Loved Prodigy. So it's like Prodigy from the 90s. So anyways, he gets with Grimes. They have 2 or 3 children. They've been in a custody battle for a year now. Apparently, she sued him saying that he was alienating her from her children and that one of her kids she ain't even seen for like months. Elon then countersued. It was a big thing. They actually dropped that suit at the beginning of this month. I read that Grimes pulled her suit, which caused Elon to pull his suit, which has me feeling like maybe they're mediating for the better of the kids and they're going to stop killing each other. She's made all kinds of claims that she would have never got with him if she knew how far his reach was. I have no doubt that it has to be hell to have kids with the richest man in the world, honey. You think you ain't got no rights now? Marry the richest man in the world and see how many rights you have then. You can't even defend yourself. That amount of money, you'll never see your kids again. Bravo to her for keeping her composure and dealing with him, because I can only imagine, honey. I can only imagine. And I'm not saying he's a bad guy, but y'all know that these custody battles, my mother worked for a divorce attorney. These things get ugly. People get mean. People get ruthless. These parents don't care about the kids. They care about killing each other. And that's the reality of divorce. And that's the reality of child custody cases. A lot of parents see those children as their treasured jewels, and they're willing to damn cut their ex-spouse's throat over just being able to say, oh yeah, I got the kids, which is pathetic. But you get what I'm saying. But they were in this custody battle. Looks like her lawyer pulled suit, then his lawyer pulled suit, if that even makes sense. I'm making up my own words. It looks like they're trying to reconcile for the kids, not like get back together, but it looks like Elon built, he bought this compound, huge acreage of land, and it looks like they're going to build multiple houses. Okay, hello, sister wives. Hello, Cody. Is it Elon or Cody? I don't know about that. So Elon is going to build these compounds so that all of his baby mamas, all of his child's mothers, can come and live at the compound, and all of his 11 children can have access together. I don't know how many each he's got. I just know he's got 11 altogether, honey. That's a football team, right? How many you need? 12? He ain't far off. He can play the 12th. He can play the 12th spot. So it's crazy how smart he is. But at the same time, when it comes to attachment, there is a detachment there. But this is also one of the reasons I like Elon. Even though it's fucked up, I can relate to that. I have huge attachment. It's not easy for me to get attached to people. And it comes from bouncing around my whole life. I think for Elon, he's talked about his childhood, his abusive childhood, how his father beat the hell out of his mother, how he witnessed it, how it was, he's spoken about his father. He said that his father is evil. He said that his father perpetrated evil on the family for fun. I understand that without him explaining to me what he means. I understand every word of that. And he went through a lot. His father, still to this day, his father was, they lived in South Africa. Elon grew up in South Africa, if I'm not mistaken. His mother and father had Elon, another boy, and his sister. So Elon was one of 3. By all accounts, it was a normal upbringing other than the abuse in the home and the lack of affection, care, and guidance from the father. The father, I do believe, was some type of engineer. I could be wrong. But he was, by all accounts, he was a smart man in himself, And then they have Elon and these 3 children. And the father was physically abusive, would beat the hell out of the mother, would treat her like crap, call her names. I mean, it was just a daily war in the house. And by the time, I do believe Elon was 8 years old, the mother decided to leave him, and she did. Now, Elon would spend time with his father, but it was never a happy time with his father. He talks about his father. And hearing his father talk, you can tell that this man is incredibly immature. His father, still to this day, acts like Elon hasn't done amazing things. His father still, in interviews, his father will give like a compliment, but then a backhanded comment with it. And it's in that I can see exactly why Elon has, I can see how it affected him psychologically, because nothing is ever good enough. And then you get this smart ass baby that grows up to be this smart ass man, and it's just work, work, work nonstop. I do think that, unfortunately, the abuse he went through was beneficial for him, if that makes any sense, because it's made him the man that he is. I don't think that he needed it. I think that it's harmful, but it helped him strive to be great, because nothing was ever good enough. Does that make any sense in a fucked up way? I have a lot of respect for him. They said that he used to read 2 to 3 books a day. That reminds me of when I was in prison. I told y'all when I was in jail, I was reading like 2 books a day because there's nothing else to do. But I love to read anyways. Apparently, he used to like to go to his father's house because his dad had money, and so his father would. She is kind of weird, but listen, she's young. I was weird when I was her age, so you know. But yeah, he dated Amber. Speaking of Amber, they said that when Elon dated Amber, that all of his friends absolutely hated her. They said that she was, oh, what did they say? Oh, they called her the queen of drama. They absolutely hated Amber. That's another thing that, psychologically speaking, that I was, listen, I've done my search on Elon. He's a very interesting person. He's one of the smartest people that we will have in this generation, and he will go on in the history books, just like Einstein, just like Nikola Tesla. And it took 30 years to even, 40, 50 years to even start appreciating poor old Nikola. Is it Nikola? Be careful, Brooke. They'll think you said something else. So he'll go down in the history books as a pioneer of spacecraft, and potentially, if he gets us to Mars, you guys, who knows? Who knows? You know, they've been sending people up into space for just to look at the stars for 30 seconds and bring them back down. I mean, we've made it. You can take trips to the moon now, you know, like that's the crazy part. If you want to go to space, it's going to cost you a pretty penny, but they'll put your name on a list and you can go to space, boo. So we've made huge steps when it comes to our, what is that, aerospace? Lord have mercy. Out there. And Elon, so his father said that he used to like to come over because he had this whole wall of encyclopedias. And I told y'all that that's all I read when I was a kid. I used to love the encyclopedia. I'd pick a book and then I'd literally start from the beginning and just read the encyclopedia, which is kind of crazy that I don't know a lot of big words because I love the encyclopedia. But yeah, I do think that, you know, given the fact that his eldest son, who is now a girl, has disowned Elon. Elon said that he lost his son to the woke mind virus. Elon was told a little over, I want to say 8 to 10 years ago, his oldest son, his firstborn, who was with his first wife, I can't remember her damn name. He met her in college. She said that Elon was persistent. He would not take no for an answer. When he got his gaze set on something, he was going to do whatever it took to get it. That's kind of creepy in a little way, but I get what she's saying. I don't think she meant like he didn't know what no was, but she meant like she wasn't trying to date and he was. And Elon would call. He was persistent. Anyway, she would marry him. Their firstborn, who is now of age, I do believe 18 to 20. Elon sat down with Jordan Peterson on Peterson's podcast, and he talked about how he had lost his son to the woke mind virus because his son is now a woman. And Elon talks about how these doctors told him that if he didn't allow his son to have female hormones, that his son was going to off himself. So Elon reluctantly agreed to let his son be put on female hormones, estrogen, and go through parts of a sex change. He highly regrets that now. He says that he thought at the time, because of what the doctors told him, that he was making the right decision for his son long term. His daughter at that point. And I saw on some social media site where this child, who is a girl now, disowned Elon and said that she'll never have any contact with him, which breaks my heart because she's really a pawn in a game. And I just wonder how many more of his children, given the lack, you know, when he's running all of these companies, let's be logical about this. When he's running all of these countries, he doesn't have the time to spend with these children. Now, he has a son that he spends a lot of time with, and he keeps at one of the offices with him quite a bit. But it's not an everyday thing. These children are primarily with their mother, and they get, in my opinion, sparse interactions with their father. I don't know how beneficial that is for the development for a child, but you have to think about where Elon come from. That strained relationship with his father can cause a strained relationship with his own children. Yeah, he says that he procreates because the population of Earth is dwindling. Like, people have got to, procreate so that we can go on existing. Clearly, birth rates are down. But I wonder, psychologically speaking, if he even, I mean, surely, I don't know. Sometimes I wonder about people. It's like, how are you that smart, but you don't see that this is kind of a bad idea? You don't think that your son becoming a girl has anything to do with the lack of affection, attention, and guidance that you've given them? Like, he was building PayPal at the time. He was super stressed out. He sold PayPal and, started working on Tesla and SpaceX. So the man is busy. And I do think that, I don't know. I wonder if he thinks about that, like, he needs to spend more time with his kids. It's not normal to have 3 children's mothers on a compound living like sister wives. Like, or maybe it is in the best interest. I don't know. I mean, you kind of need to know who your brothers and sisters are. We don't want to get 20 years down the road and you over here kissing your sister. With that many kids, I guess it might be good to have them all in one place. At least he'll get to see them all at one time, right? Yeah. I was saying, yeah, Grimes is a little weird, but I think Amber was weirder. Yeah, that's it. So are they 20? So she's 20. 20-year-old girl. Yeah, and that she said that he's dead to him. Yeah. He said on Jordan's podcast, he said, I lost my son to the woke mind virus. Poor Elon. So apparently he was pushed through school. And I don't remember why I heard his mama talk. Oh, he was a genius. By the time he was like, I think she said 3, he was like reading. They said that, when he started to talk, he would ask, like, well, where is the world? Where is the world? Where is the world in the sky? He's like a toddler asking these questions. He'd be like, where are we? And they're like, oh, we're on Earth. And he's like, well, where in the world? Well, where is Earth? And they're like, oh, it's suspended in space. And he's like, well, where's space? At 3. And so, I remember his mother telling his teacher, like, you don't understand. He is so advanced. And something happened socially. His social skills did not, because of the way he went through school, his social skills were not what they should have been. I literally, why is this motherfucker in my mouth? There's always some weird person in my mouth. I was out here by myself and now I'm not. I done broke almost every nail off this week. This one. I've been rough. Well, that's different. That's completely different. I don't even talk about that. Like, if you're an adult and you want to do that, that's not my concern. That's not ever what I'm talking about when I talk about that. I'm talking about children specifically, always. If you're an adult, whatever. But that ain't my business. But when it comes down to children, it is. Absolutely. Absolutely. Top of the list. That and children's education. And I feel like I've known some trans people. I met a gay guy out here the other night. He was funny as shit. Funny as hell. And that was at a gas station. He just rolled up trying to talk. Oh, he was going in the store. I don't remember. Somehow we sparked up a conversation. He was nice. He was funny, though. That's what got me. Is like, gay guys are some of the funniest guys you'll ever meet, man. They are just no filter, no shame, funny. Like the old school gays. This guy was probably 35, 40, maybe even 45. He was older, like my age. And that's the difference between then and now. See, nowadays, a lot of these gays walk around hating the world. Back in the day, they was happy, honey. They was flamboyant, and they had personality, and they talked to everybody, and they was peacekeepers, unless you fuck with them, and then they stomp your ass out and put their wig back on. It was a different generation of gays. That's all I'm saying. I miss those days. I miss those days. Going into the club and seeing a cute guy, and you're like, Well, usually back then you could tell. Back then you could usually tell if they're gay. Nowadays, you don't never know. I mean, usually the blue hair and the damn bull ring tells you that it's like a warning in the wild. I know, me too. Yeah, that's what I was just saying. Like, I think that, see, and that's the problem. I need to be specific more, because people take things out of context and then they get butthurt because they're defensive, because they're not happy with themselves and they don't know how to admit when they're wrong. So they get defensive. But I thought I made that perfectly clear like last year, but it's the children that I'm concerned about, and it's absolutely happening. And see, that's the problem with mainstream that now, because they all get offended. They can't, what's the word, differentiate between children and adults, you know, like two different groups of people. And I'm sure the LGBTQ plus doesn't want to admit that teachers and educators are grooming. It looks bad on the whole community. I'm dying. It looks bad on the whole community. I can't see. Yeah, for real. Oh, I'm crying. Jeez Louise. Y'all, I'm about to get out and see who this is right beside me, because I'm nosy. It's probably some old lady or something, but I'm just going just to be safe. The plane's coming back. Y'all see what I'm talking about? There's nobody else out here, and then they come right here. They got their trunk open too. How creepy. You about to kidnap me, you weirdo? Am I tripping? But you gotta pay attention to like this. Creeps. See, when you pull up and do weird shit like that, I think that you're fucking watching me. You know what I mean? There's nobody else out here. Big ass park, and you park right there beside me. With your windows open and your trunk popped? What are you preparing for? I want to see
see what they look like. Yeah, it's some old man. Some old fucking man. Of course it is. Always a fucking Honda. What did I tell y'all? It's always something. Creep. All this fucking park and you gotta come park right beside me? That's not a coincidence. Stop saying that it is. It's not a coincidence. It's somebody being creepy. He probably just wanted to see what this pretty girl in this black truck. I've been out here for, on and off for a few weeks. There ain't no girls in this area. There's like one girl to every 10 to 20 men. They see my truck in certain locations in this area. They know who I am and they come to creep. Don't be naive, babe. That shit, this big ass park, and you gonna park right beside me? Nobody even does that around here. Everybody spreads out because it's the beach. There's plenty of room. Take a hint. And then you got the fucking trunk popped. What you need that for? What you need that for? Creep. Like, I genuinely think a lot of people just don't think about how they should spread out. I think people, did we learn nothing from COVID? Like, spread out. Like, especially if you're in a big ass park where there's lots of parking and stuff. Why are you creeping on some girl? Oh, to be in her mouth because you're bored and you ain't got nothing to do at home? Like, seriously. Listen, y'all can be naive and think that that shit's a coincidence, but I'm out here every single day. I deal with this shit every day. There are no coincidences. Something that I want to do is take the diamond tailgate off my damn truck. I got diamonds on my tailgate. First of all, that draws attention. Guys see that, and they're like, oh, a pretty girl in a truck. It causes problems. I know I sound crazy, but I'm not. And I'm here to tell y'all that any woman that's ever been stalked and creeped on like that, I'm so sorry for you. These things are not talked about enough. I was watching some fucking dude, who is it? Joey Swole makes content of girls. And listen, I agree with half of his stuff. Half of the stuff that he posts on there, if you don't know who Joey Swole is, I think that's his name. He's a gym bro, and he gets all of these clips off of the internet. He makes these compilation clips where it's clip after clip of girls flipping out on gym bros because they said that gym bros were being invasive, staring at them. Some of those clips I wholeheartedly agree with Joey on. But there's one or two that I'm like, wait a second, you don't know the backstory. That girl has since come out stating that this guy was following her around the gym multiple times a fucking week. And he come and didn't even work out. You got to pay attention to people's behavior, their patterns. For instance, I had some kid in a Planet Fitness try to take a picture of my vagina as I was going to do glute bridges, weighted at a Smith machine. He had the camera out. He zoomed it into the mirror in front of my crotch. And I am down on the Smith machine doing glute bridges. And I look over and this kid, I'm about to get started. And this kid has his camera phone out pointed at my crotch through the mirror. I guess he was hoping that I'd get a camel toe. I don't freaking know. I caught him twice doing this. Twice. And can I just add that he wasn't even old enough to drive because his mama or daddy had to pick him up from the gym? It's shit like that. There's certain things you just know as a woman and you can feel as a man and a woman. You're supposed to trust your intuition. But a lot of times, us girls use our intuition and then society wants to say, oh, you're tripping. Nobody would ever do that. Fuck that. You would do that. What are you talking about? Be fucking for real right now. Stop listening to these fucking people that don't live through your situation. The shit that I've been through this past fucking year, it's a miracle I'm not insane because of all the gaslighting from the situations that I've been through. And then y'all wonder why people don't want to come and talk about shit. Oh, because when we do, then y'all say that we lying. Even though there's more than factual evidence to support anything I ever talk about. And matter of fact, when I'm wrong, I come back and I say, hey, you guys, I was wrong. Every time. That's more than what you're going to get out of most creators. I can tell you that. I can promise you that.
But yeah, you know, I've had some weird gym situations. I got gang bullied by like multiple people in a Planet Fitness one day. Probably because I talk about immigration problems, and this city was nothing but immigrants. Winston-Salem, North Carolina. It's the Planet Fitness on Peters Creek Parkway. If you know, you know. Whites are not allowed. At least not after damn 6 p.m., honey. That shit was crazy. And the whole time, I'm like, these motherfuckers, like, at first, the first, like, 5 people that were bothering me, I was like, this is kind of a coincidence. And then when that last guy come up to me as I was sitting in a chair, and he backed his ass up on me, essentially, I said, oh, God, this motherfucker, these people are really trying to bully me in here to get me to leave. And y'all know me, so I stayed another hour, and then I got out of there. But, it's just crazy to see, like, the gang mentality of adults. Like, nobody prepared me for that. I guess that's what my parents were so scared of in the world, stuff like that. They didn't know how to probably articulate the bullshit of society. But I know that my parents were terrified of the fucking world. And they show that through the way that they raised us. They raised us with fear, isolation, and threats. Some of my first memories of the news are a news article of my friend being slain by 3 high schoolers. And I remember my parents sat me down and saying, look what happened to Tiffany. It's like, wait a second, I'm only like 10. Are you sure you should be showing me this? I think I was 10. I might have been 11 or 12. I think I was maybe a year older than her. I feel like she was born in 86 and I was born in 87. Tiffany Long was her name. She was from Alamance, North Carolina. She used to go to the skating ring. Used to see her at the skating ring. Great skater. But she was pulled out into the woods by 3 of her neighborhood friends who were significantly older. She was brutalized sexually and killed. And that happened in my hometown. So it was a pretty big fucking deal back in the day. So it's shit like that my parents were terrified of. But also they used to be like, you don't have friends in this world. Like, I'd be like, oh, that's my friend. And they're like, no, you don't have friends. You have yourself. You have the family. But you ain't got nobody else. Just remember that. Shit like that. Like, as young as I can remember, they were just brutally honest about certain things. But now, looking back, I also realized that they weren't able to articulate certain things because psychologically they didn't understand why things were the way that they were. Do you see what I'm saying? Like the mentality of human nature, the mentality of people. It's sad. Always trust your instincts. I'm telling you, if it don't make sense, honey, it's probably not true. Joey's good. Yeah, Joey's all right. And you know, a lot of those clips, I see the overreaction from women. They're in there with their ass cheeks hanging out. See, that's the difference between me and those women, though. Y'all know, look at you, girl. I go to the gym just like this. I look like Adam Sandler's little sister. I look like Sam Solik's baby sister, you know? Like, I don't go in there with my ass cheeks hanging out and my tits hanging out and all of this shit. I just don't do it. And I still have these instances, though, where people will follow you around to different gym equipment. That's the weirdest thing. Oh, what I really hate is when there's like 20 different, what are those things called? Treadmills in a line. And you'll be all the way at the end at one. And then a guy will come over right next to you. Like, what? There's 20 fucking treadmills. You can't space the fuck out, bro. That's that shit I'm talking about. I have that happen so much. The elliptical, weight machines. It's like, they got to be right up on you. That's creepy to me, especially when there's ample room for everybody to spread out. Do you not want a little privacy? Because I do. Do you get what I'm saying? And it's always some creep. Always some creep. Like, so creepy. So creepy. Yeah, Joey Swole, I do like some of his stuff, but then I've seen some of them where other creators come out and they were like, wait a minute, this guy actually followed me home from the fucking gym, and he actually followed me around the gym for 6 months before I made a video. And like, I've seen certain instances where it's like, wait a second, I get what you're saying, but not every case is the same. Y'all see that girl that damn had to fight off that attacker in New York? Thank God she weightlifted, because if she didn't, she would have got R-worded and murdered. So she's in the gym. It's 10 o'clock at night. She's working out. She noticed that there's a guy from the surveillance that she made. When she opens the door for him, the first thing I realize is that he is in sweatpants or shorts and flip-flops and socks. His beard is extremely unkept. He looks like he hasn't had a shower in weeks, and he looks rough. He looks like he'd been up on a 2-week bender of damn methamphetamine, honey. That was the first thing I noticed when she opens the door to the gym. He comes in, he acts a little natural for a minute, and then he goes towards her. And it looks like from surveillance footage that he was going to like bear hug her or something, and she pushes him. And then that's when he grabs her. He brings her to the ground. She actually gets this son of a bitch in a headlock. She got one hand headlocking his ass up. First of all, I just got to say that this is how you behave, ladies, when you're under attack. Once they have come at you or put their hands on you, if they're walking towards you trying to grab you like this surveillance footage, you absolutely just steal that son of a bitch in the face. You don't negotiate with terrorists. This is your life. All they need is 5 seconds to choke you out and kill you, ma. So he grabs her. He gets her on the ground. She rolls over somehow, gets him in the headlock. And then she has her phone in her hand and she starts dialing 911. When she puts the phone down, she starts two-piecing him in the face. It's epic. And Inside Edition you can go find it on Inside Edition. She starts two-piecing him in the face. She going to town. And then finally, somehow, they break up. Like, I don't know if she got up or what happened. I do believe she held him down until the cops got there. Does anybody remember? I think she held him down until the cops got there. But she was two-piecing him and everything. Are you joking right now? I feel like that lady has done said like 2 or 3 things that was just crazy. So I can't. If you're flooding the chat, if you're saying shit that you shouldn't be saying, or if you're just, yeah, some of y'all. Was that for real? Oh, I can't. So anyways, the cops show up, they arrest this guy. Come to find out, he was definitely going to assault her. I mean, from the surveillance footage, we can see that he was definitely, the way that he slammed her on the ground initially was he grabbed her by the legs and slammed her back on the ground like he was going to fall on top of her. And it was only because of her quick thinking that she was able to somehow kick his ass to the ground, get him in the headlock, and then hold him down until the cops got there. There's no telling what would have happened to her if she wouldn't have had, and she was young too. I want to say she's under 25, beautiful girl. There's no telling what would have happened to her. He probably would have left her damn dead in a damn back something, a locker room, if she wouldn't have had the quick mind to pay attention to what was going on. I can't believe she let him in. She said that it looked like he was buzzing the door. I don't let people in. You know what I mean? I'm not letting people in nowhere. I don't care if it's a gym. I don't care if it's a hotel. I don't care where. I don't do that shit. You want me to open the door? You need to go ask the lady at the front desk, honey. Quick. Run around back. You got this. I ain't opening up doors for nobody. Unless it's like a gas station. Yeah, of course. But if it's a locked facility, you better go ask for a key. You got to go over my head and go ask somebody for a key, because I ain't doing it. But, you know, that's not her fault. She was trying to be nice, first of all. So let's not victim blame. But his appearance in the surveillance footage would have tipped me off before I ever opened that door. That's all I'm saying. His unkept look, I would have been like, he doesn't live here. And why is he wearing flip-flops and socks into a gym to work out? Because that's not even allowed where I'm from. So, it's weird. It's weird. But it was only because of her quick thinking that she survived. I still can't believe they freaking called me saying, you got to come up here and do this. I ain't doing nothing. Y'all fuck up. Y'all fuck up so bad. And then you want me to damn drive to fix your mistake. How about no? I mean, she told me, she's like, no, you don't have anything on the docket. I'm like, how do y'all make that kind of mistake? I don't know. Times are bad, but they always been bad. That's something that I think really hit me heavy today, that I realized is like, when I was reading that Samarkand stuff, is that they've harmed children for centuries. This country has harmed children. They're still harming children. These facilities are not good. I want you to think about the worst of conditions for adults being dropped on children. That's what you have. And it's even worse because these are adults and these are children. I'm not saying that we don't need some kind of, reform or some kind of programs for youth that are committing crimes. Absolutely. But what I am saying is these places are not regulated like they should be. And a lot of people have been harmed, sterilized, killed. These are the type of places that was doing lobotomies and shit. I should have looked into that. I bet they was doing that shit too. 1930s. When did the lobotomy come about? I can't remember. We've learned about it, but y'all know my memory. Trying to remember all these numbers. Oh my God. All these dates. I'm surprised I remember Titanic the other day. Yeah, it's sickening. And I think that it'll only get worse. I think that the world's gotten worse. I mean, if they started a whole program on the back of religion and prostitution in the 1920s, that's crazy. And then fast forward exactly almost 100 years. That's the crazy fucking part. So the first time they harmed children was in 1920 that I can find. And then almost 100 years later, they start this transgender thing, mutilating children. Jazz Jennings, oh my God, y'all. Oh God, there's this Jazz Jennings come out in a statement stating that essentially she was duped by her parents. She is not a girl, and she doesn't feel like herself, and she's extremely confused, and she feels like she's been misguided and misled. All while tens of millions of Americans watched her get mutilated and cheered her on national TV as her parents brainwashed her for money. I'm glad, if anything good came out of Jazz's situation, it's because of the record of what happened to her. Here we have a demented family whose mother puts her own selfish needs above her children so that she can make money off of TLC. We have a father who has lost his balls. His wife has them in her purse, apparently, because he doesn't have the backbone to step up and speak up for his son, who was only 7 years old at the time that TLC started broadcasting this family on national TV. We have a record. If anything came out of Jazz's struggle and upcoming suffering, keyword, it's that it's all on file. We can see the type of people, the type of demented people that would harm children. I mean, they're the prototypes. A pushover and a control freak for fame and money. That's a narcissist. It's a complete narcissist. As a matter of fact, I know she's a narcissist because when Jazz tries to talk to her mother about the fact that she doesn't feel like a woman, her mother tells her to shut up. You don't want to talk about that. You don't want to get in your own head, Jazzy. It's sickening. It's abuse. It's absolute blatant abuse. It's crazy. That poor boy will never be able to produce because he no longer has a penis. He has a hole, a gaping hole that will never heal or be a vagina. Let's be clear. TMI, I'm sorry. I just want y'all to know the details. You know, this poor child has put on so much weight from the depression of being trapped in a woman's body, being attracted to girls now. He's openly said he's not attracted to women. I'm sorry, men now. He's biologically a boy, which means that he would be attracted to women. You get what I'm saying? Vice versa. She's not attracted to men. He's attracted to women. He'll never have a normal life. It's sad. I mean, he took hormones for so long. He was the prototype for transitioning kids. There was people that grew up watching this shit with their family. It's sick. It's absolutely sick. And I think that most of America embraced it because it was what was on TV at the time. And it seemed so progressive. And it seemed like what this little boy wanted. Psychologically, looking at it from afar, from 20 years ago, I can tell you that it was the mother that wanted it. It was the mother that wanted the notoriety from having the first, I guess, publicly trans kid. You know, these surgeries they made money off of. They were paid for. They got contracts. All kinds of stuff. Like through TLC they made money, but also they were getting other contracts for Jazz, you know, what is that called? Brand deals and shit. Like this family become rich over this. Over the mutilation of their 7-year-old son who they turned into a girl. They were featured on the Oprah show. They were featured on every daytime talk show. It was revolutionary for the time. Fast forward, what, almost 20 years? And now Jazz feels like Jason again. And she put on so much weight. That doesn't come from being happy. That comes from depression. That comes from isolation. That comes from mental health drugs. That comes from a multitude of things. But clearly, Jazz, it comes from feeling like she's trapped in the wrong body. I'm just glad that there's a record of it. So in 100 years, they can't say, oh, we got this revolutionary idea. No, we already tried that. Look at all the lives it ruined. Look at all the children that were sterilized yet again. Yet again. If he doesn't have a penis, he can't reproduce. That is sterilization. I'm sick of people saying, oh, the hormones don't sterilize. Yes, they do. So does the sex operations. Yes, they do. And then at Congress this week, I see that there's all these specialists coming out saying that this transgender, these hormones cause irreversible damage and that they do more harm than good before a child is 18 years of age. So what, y'all need a Trump in office to make a move to help kids? I guess so, because the medical industry is bought and paid for by the left, so it makes sense. The LGBTQ plus, in my opinion, runs the fucking whole medical industry. Yeah, that's exactly what they needed. They needed Trump in office to come out and publicly state that this was not medically necessary, that it causes more detrimental, more harm than help, and that it's detrimental to children's early childhood development. But that's essentially what was said at Congress this past week. So y'all knew this, but y'all just let hundreds of thousands of children become pawns in a fucking political game. Horrible. Absolutely horrible. I am grateful that, I will admit that I'm grateful that I don't have to worry about my children getting caught up in that. I am grateful for that. At least they have people that are taking care of them that would never allow them to get mixed up in shit like that. That is a fact, Jack. That is a fact. Now, whether or not they end up believing the same things I do is irrelevant to me. I just know that no child should ever be harmed like all of these children have been harmed. Psychologically speaking, that's one thing, but physically, their lives will never be the same. There's no going back from that. That's the most important part. It's one thing if you want to do that at 18, 20, 25. It's a whole nother thing to do that to somebody who is not an adult. and legally shouldn't even be able to consent to that upon themselves. It's the same thing as some 16-year-old girl wanting to go marry some 45-year-old man. We would say absolutely not. So why do we say, yeah, sure, here's some hormones, here's a double mastectomy, if that's how you even say that. Why is that okay? It's just not even logical. The only reason that it would be in the benefit of anybody is financially. Financially. She actually did. She said several times, and there's new audio recording videos of her talking to her mother. She did. She said that she doesn't feel like she doesn't want to be in her body. And her mother tells her to shut up. Her mother says, shh, don't get in your head. Don't start talking about that. Like, her mother won't even let her talk about how she feels. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. She's absolutely said that she regrets transitioning. She's even admitted that she's not attracted to the opposite sex that she's supposed to be attracted to. She's actually attracted to women now. So what? She's a transitioning lesbian? Sad. Super sad. I have a feeling that after, and you know, Jazz is really close to her family, so it's one of those things where she can't publicly state but so much, because that would be throwing her family under the bus. I understand that, but I can rest assured, 50 years from now, when that narcissist mother and that no backbone father dies, Jazz is going to be the poster child for what can go wrong, and I think that she'll publicly step into that role. You can look at her and tell that she has been suffering for a while, and it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking to see what her parents did to her for financial gain. They made millions off of a 7-year-old. I mean, she was featured on Oprah at 7. You think they didn't make millions off that deal? They would follow Jazz to all of her doctor's appointments with cameras. Imagine being an 8-year-old girl going to the doctor with cameras following you. And I think that for a long time, this seemed normal to Jazz until recently. You can look at her. When the weight gain started, that's when I knew it was getting to her. She went on a few dates with like random guys trying to be normal. And they all fell through. And you could see her depression skyrocket, the weight gain start, and her not taking care of herself. Something else I noticed, which is ironic, she has to be on mental health drugs. In my opinion, she's on mental health drugs. Her hair is falling out. And we usually see that from either A, methamphetamine use would be the number one culprit. But also, I notice that a lot with people that are on heavy amounts of mental health drugs. It's the medicine telling you to stop. I just want to be clear. If you are having your hair fall out like that and you got holes where the hair is missing, it almost looks like you got alopecia, ho. I don't think that the medication is working, you know? Like, maybe that's why you're a little depressed, because you ain't got no hair. You got to go outside with a damn ball cap on, girl. Like, I see it a lot in mental health patients. And you know, that podcast, I told you guys, I saw this podcast the other day, and there was a woman that was like 350 pounds. I need to show you guys stuff. I'm going to start making a list from now on when I talk about stuff, and the next day, I'll show you the videos. There was a woman on a mental health podcast, and this girl was talking about how her mother pointed out to the doctor that she ate macaroni and cheese, even though she said that her favorite food was tomatoes. Bitch, you don't get that big from eating tomatoes. I'm sorry. You just don't. And this is when she was a child. So she was going into a doctor. The doctor noticed that this child was obese, and he asked the mother, what is she eating? And the daughter said, I eat tomatoes. That's my favorite food. And the mother chimed in and said, yeah, but you like macaroni and cheese too, clearly. What is tomato? Like 10 fucking calories a slice? 45 a slice? Come on, man. Macaroni and cheese, 100 calories a fucking spoonful. I'm joking. I don't know what the calorie intake is. But this girl is on a podcast 30 years later crying, My mom pointed out to the doctor that I like macaroni and cheese. Well, she was trying to save you, ho. You ain't even gonna make it till 35. Look at you. I mean, y'all, I'm gonna have to show you the video because you're gonna think I'm exaggerating. You're gonna think she's like 150 pounds. I'm talking about a woman that's 350 to 400 pounds on a podcast crying that her mama brought up to her doctor in 92 that she liked macaroni and cheese. And then, as I'm in gall of this woman, I'm just like, they pan the camera over to another woman. Bald spots. I'm talking about a 20 to 25-year-old woman. Not a wrinkle on the face, honey. Bald fucking patches all through her head. I just find it interesting that y'all have a mental health podcast and y'all are over here giving not only horrible health advice, but both of y'all are in the worst condition than any other podcasters I've ever seen. To be honest, both of them, from all outward appearances, were not doing well at all. And they're over here. I'm going to find this. It's on the Conservative Twins podcast. It's on the Conservative Twins channel if you want to go see it. They posted it this week. You can't miss it. The freaking thumbnail has that big old girl in that chair. If you go see that and see her hair falling out, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about thinning. I'm talking about literal whole patches of hair missing. Mental health drugs contribute to this. It calls it. I've seen this in younger people too. Hey, Andrea. Long time no see. I feel like I know I heard you got sick from the grandkids. Don't you love that? Hey, Grandma. Give me a kiss, Grandma. I hope you're feeling better. She's going through it. I think Jazz is going to have a comeback. That's the thing. She either going to fall worse into depression and die by 40 of a damn heart attack because of the weight gain and let the mental health drugs completely ravage her life and keep listening to these fucking mental health professionals that don't know shit. Or, by the grace of God, she'll cut off contact with her family. Absolutely, it's necessary. Absolutely. We're dealing with a narcissistic mother and a father who does not care about her well-being. He didn't have enough backbone to protect his own family. She needs to cut off contact with both of them. She needs intense talk therapy. Maybe 2-3 times a week. Like, she needs to be seeing a psychologist, honey, like Jordan Peterson. You know, Jordan, ironically, has had another girl who used to be a boy on his channel who highly regrets her transition. You can find that on Jordan's page. She's also been on Candace Owens' channel. She's been on several of my favorite people's channel. This girl, Candace, has had like 5 or 6 detransitioners on that were stuck in female form that can't detransition. They're too far gone. They got fake tits, BBLs, Botox, lips. You can't go back to a man after you're so feminized. Is that a word? I'm telling you, Jazz, I hope she has the greatest comeback of her life. I hope she cuts her parents off. I hope she gets therapy. I hope she stops the mental health drugs that are poisoning her system. And I hope she has the biggest comeback of her life. Now, she'll never be able to completely detransition. But she could. I'm literally getting chill bumps because it makes me so upset. Because I'm just so glad I didn't live through this time, because I would not have tits. I would be a boy. I would have been brainwashed. 100%. I hope she has the biggest comeback of her life and she lives to tell her story. To help others. I really do. But given the circumstances, it's not looking good, babe. It's not looking good. The weight gain, the confusion, the mother not letting her talk. Her own mother tells her, shut up, get out of your head. You know you make it worse when you think about these things. No, that's exactly what she needs to be doing. She needs to be assessing her childhood. She needs to be assessing you fucking weird freaks. She needs to be assessing why this happened to her. Absolutely. She's early 20s. This is when this starts to happen. For some of them. I didn't start till maybe like 30. when you start to reflect on your life, how you were raised, why you were raised a certain way, why you behave a certain way, why your family behaves a certain way, that's around that age where we start assessing. That's all I'm saying. And I think that Jazz should sue TLC. I think she should absolutely sue TLC. That would be her freedom out. She wouldn't have to rely on her parents for anything. It's not like she works, you know. So she lives at home, and they're millionaires now. And Jazz has fell into this depression, and all she does is eat DoorDash and eat food and go back up to her room and watch TV and sulk. And it's not healthy. I wish that there was an attorney that would go out there and contact her and say, hey, you wanna sue TLC? You want your freedom back? You wanna have some normalcy to life? Let me help you do that. What happened to you was wrong. That's what she really needs, is an advocate. Somebody to step in and say, listen, we got it all on camera, baby. The whole 15 years of abuse, we got it all on camera. It's just crazy how people watched that and thought that it was normal. I remember watching it in awe. I was like, what? Like, I remember, because my strict upbringing, my country-ass religious upbringing, I remember watching that thinking, what? Thank God my parents weren't weird. I mean, they were assholes and abusive, but they weren't weird, you know? They wasn't trying to damn... You know what's crazy, though, is I think the reason I feel for Jazz is because of the medication I was on as a child. Now that I'm thinking about it, there's so many correlations between her story and mine. I was a guinea pig for the state. My parents, the UNC hospital used to offer me free stay for being a guinea pig. They hospitalized me for the first time when I was 6 because I was having behavioral problems, because I was getting molested by my biological father. Not to mention, I grew up in a home where he would drink and beat the hell out of my mom. And so it's not a good environment for early childhood development. You broadcast that for a small child, and they are going to broadcast that for the school when they start going to school. But UNC Chapel Hill, I went into their children's unit at 6. I might have been 5 the first time. I've tried to get these records. There are some that exist, but I would have to drive out, pay per page. I would love to do that someday. I would love to assess everything that happened to me when I was little. But just like Jazz, I was a guinea pig for the pharmaceutical industry. They had me on everything from Depakote, Prozac, Xanax, like Ativan, you name it. I remember so many times that they would just come up behind me, stick a needle in my arm, and I'd be out. That was policy and procedure at UNC Chapel Hill. They could just, bye, see you in a few hours, or maybe tomorrow. I never thought about it like that. Not only was she a guinea pig, but I was a guinea pig for the medical industry when it comes to pharmaceuticals. And I was on medications, I told you guys, probably 150, maybe more. There's no telling. That's why I want these records. They said some of them was lost, and they said they have some of them. And it's just like, how you lose something? It ain't even been that long, Karen. I can understand if it was 50 years. It's been 25, 26 years. But it just so happens that when I would have been there would have been the way early 90s. It would have been like 92 or something. 93 to like 94 when I first went into UNC Chapel Hill for behavioral issues. They immediately start medication. They put you on like 3, 4, 5 fucking things at one time. You don't even know. You can't even hold your head up. They wanting you to learn shit, and they done stuffed you full of all these fucking medications, and they get mad at you when you're fucking asleep, and it's like, whoa, bro, you just gave me fucking Seroquel. I'm 6. It's crazy. I never really thought about how I was a guinea pig for them, but I was. And then when something didn't work, or, you know, there'd be an argument at school, then they got to pull you in and switch your medication and switch set up. That went on for years. That went on until I ran away from home. So from 5 or 6 years old until I ran away from home at 16. So for 10 years, over 10 years. They used to do that, though. They used to stuff. Y'all think it's bad now. It was even bad. I truly believe. So here's the difference back in the day, nobody was on board with all of these medications. But the hospitals and mental institutions and jails, they was just shoving them down everybody's throat. Nowadays, the general public is in on these medication things, and they use them just as much. Does that make any sense? Back in the day, the general public was like, no, that's weird. We don't want meds. This is horrible. The difference is nowadays, everybody's like, yes, mental health drugs. Give me more mental health drugs. And I went to several hospitals. I went to Buckner, which was also an abusive hospital. They did lobotomies, shock therapy, ICE treatments, the worst of the worst. Buckner, North Carolina, had I think it was a state hospital. I don't know. I just remember being there. I remember getting tied to the bed. I remember a lot. It was a very abusive facility. If you didn't listen to a staff, they would immediately come, put a needle in your arm, knock you out. You would wake up strapped to a bed in your own urine. It was that type of facility. And then when the nurses come in and they found out that you done wet the bed because they gave you a fucking tranquilizer, a literal tranquilizer, then they'd beat the hell out of you while you was strapped to the bed with a fucking bedpan, or dump water on you, or throw food on you, or whatever, because you had pissed yourself tranked. It was this type of facility. I remember as a child the screaming that I would hear down the hallway from the adult ward. Terrifying. Through the night, they would be beating and banging and screaming, and I had to have been 8, maybe 8. I don't know. These are records that I want, but I can't afford them. You got to pay for this shit. Imagine public record. This is not a free country anymore. 20 years ago, I could go pull them fucking records and it was no problem. You know how I know? Because I used to pull records. So, yeah. Well, maybe it was because it was the courthouse and Mama worked for the lawyers, so I don't know. But I do know that I needed medical records at one point when I feel like I was going to school or something, and they needed like a tuberculosis record or I don't know. When I joined college, they needed some kind of medical record, and I went right down to Chapel Hill and picked that up. And that would have been 2004. So things was different 20 years ago. That's all I know. I definitely want to analyze all of that, the way that I was treated as a kid and the treatment that I got. I mean, it definitely contributed to my violent tendencies in teenhood and my defensiveness, but also it is a miracle that I'm not a psychopath. Miracle. When I look back on all of that, it's a miracle I'm not a psychopath. But it's also probably what led to my high level of empathy. So I guess it's a catch-22. I just feel really bad for Jazz. And like I said, I hope that somebody becomes an advocate for her and gets her the fuck away from her family. Maybe not forever. But she don't need to be in the same house with the woman that caused her this damage. Her mother, in my opinion, as the adult, when Jazz was 4, 5, 6, the mother absolutely perpetrated this in an attempt to get a TV fucking show. And she did. She did. She did. I mean, I will admit that it's pretty smart. It was during the beginning of the transgender movement where people could, transgender people have actually been around for decades, centuries, okay? Even in, like, certain countries. Listen, we can Google it. But I do believe that, like, ancient Egypt, they practiced some sort of Flandering. I could be wrong about that country. But back in the day, if I'm not mistaken, the ancient Egyptians was wheeling and dealing and banging, honey. It might not be the ancient Egyptians, but I do know that other cultures had gay people. They, especially is it Greece or the Italians? They're very open and sexual and like, y'all, I don't know. I just know that the transgender movement did not start in fucking 2019. I know that there's been transgender people all over this country, all over the world. There's been gay people for centuries. Other religions and cultures, they practice, fornicating with the same sex. That's not the problem. The problem is children being the target of this. Gay people, trans people, they've been around for a long time. I don't know who thought in the slightest that it would be okay to allow children to take medications that we don't know if they're even fucking safe. They ain't been on the market long enough. For example, what is it? What was it? What was the ancient Rome? Yeah, I believe that. Native Americans, probably. What was... Damn. It's right on the tip of my tongue. I get brain fart. Damn, I completely forgot my train of thought. I was about to say something about... Y'all hear the planes in the sky? That's why I feel safe. I forgot. They up and at 'em today. Did y'all see it go by? No. I can't remember. Oh, I got a headache. It was right on the tip of my tongue. My ADHD. That's why I don't look at the comments. Because if I look at the comments, then I forget my train of thought. I had to use the bathroom bad. Like I'm about to pee my britches. Bad. Sorry. It's the season. 'Tis the season to be snotty. Okay? It's not my fault. Is that a boat docked right there? It is. It's a cruise ship docked. I didn't even know they could do that. It's a cruise ship. I didn't even know they could do that. Sunset looks pretty, don't it? It always looks pretty here. You can't really see it, but it looks gorgeous. Maybe that's what I was thinking of. Oh, thank you, Adam. How are you doing? Morgan. Thank you. Appreciate it. I think that they realized that it could be lucrative. Oh, that's what I was about to say. Who thought that it was okay for a child's developing brain after all of the research for decades we have? We know what is good psychologically for children and their development. Who thought that it would be a good idea to implement medications that haven't been tried and true? It's like the COVID vaccine. For those that don't know, as soon as they made that vaccine, I said, I will never. I was one of the first ones that said, oh, hell no, this ain't been on the market long enough. It's going to cause birth defects and everything else. I was wrong. It causes heart attacks. What do they call that? It'll send you into cardiac arrest at fucking 12 years old while you're playing volleyball. That's not a conspiracy anymore. I just want to be clear. They know that COVID came out of the Wuhan lab, and they also know that it causes heart problems. They put him on antidepressants. That's rough, man. And maybe he needs the antidepressants. I don't know. Listen, I'm not saying that nobody don't need mental health drugs. I'm just saying that a lot of us don't. They're doing it for money. I had to go in here and use this bathroom. The plane in the sky? In the boat?
So, y'all, that was that man I met the other day. He just come in here and he's like, I need to talk to you. And I'm like, oh, God, this is why I don't make friends. Like, this is what I was talking about. He doesn't seem like a bad guy, but, like, y'all know I got anxiety from dealing with people and, like, hold on. I wish I wouldn't have had the damn voice got off because it sounded like he asked me for money. Now, I could have been wrong, but I could have swore he said, do you have some money? Like, sir, I am literally living out of a car. No, absolutely not. I just had to buy 4 tires, pay 3 truck payments, and 3 insurance payments. I don't even know how I'm gonna fucking eat tonight. What are you talking about right now? I could be tripping. He might not have said that, but it sounded like. So we gonna go out here because we'll see what's going on. Oh, Lord. Just a girl pushing on a pool door. Where'd he go? Hey, babe.
I'm here, baby.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. I don't know if you're okay, because the guy that was here is not here now.
Yeah, he's an asshole.
He's a bitch.
Ain't he? He's such an asshole.
And I'm telling you this. I'm being honest with you. I don't give a fuck about you. I don't give a fuck about you at all. Man, I like you as a person. You're going to tell me. My wife's here, so what am I going to do about her?
Oh, so he was married.
Okay?
Oh, he was.
I'm just telling you.
I
You said
love
my-
you.
No, girl, you're fine. I'm just telling you. Don't fuck with him.
No, I wasn't. I
He's
was
a
down here for
cheap-ass
some. Hold on.
motherfucker,
I don't want to.
Because I'm going to tell you about her ass. Put it back on live.
Okay, I'm back on live.
Put it back on live.
I'm on live.
And
I got it on my face. I won't show
put it
you.
on my face.
Okay.
Because I'm going to tell you, quit fucking with these motherfuckers down here. Look at my hair all pretty and stuff.
You look good.
I do look good, don't I? Oh, bitch. Hey, y'all. My name's Frankie Dale. I'm
Frankie's
on YouTube
awesome.
and I'm on Twitter and everything else. Pornhub and all the rest of them.
Y'all having a
Don't-
good old time out here,
I'm
huh?
having a good, always have a good time, bitch. But let me tell you something. Don't fuck with him no
No,
more.
I'm not.
Don't fuck with
So
him
this
no
is the only bathroom right here, but he knows
He's
somebody
not
I
the-
know.
It's not the only bathroom here.
It is. Where's the other one?
Doesn't matter. Don't fuck with him no more because he gonna talk shit about. He gonna talk shit about. Sorry, I didn't touch your titty. He gonna talk shit about you.
Well, that's because I sniffed his bullshit out. He be
You
on drugs
sniffed-
and stuff, and he's
Ah!
married.
Talking about the guy in the store be on drugs and shit. Okay?
I can smell shit from a mile away.
Man, I went to the store the other day. It smelled like fucking Molly. Molly's what it smelled like. I don't give a fuck. My point is, don't fuck with him no more.
No.
Look how sexy. Look how sexy his ass is. Look at that.
Stop.
Look how sexy.
Stop. You're going to embarrass him.
Embarrass who? Fuck.
He was fine, though.
He's fine. His ass is big as. Okay.
Stop.
I got him. Wow.
Lord, that's funny.
Stop fucking with him, Dad.
No, this is the only bathroom.
Stop.
And this
fucking
is
with-
such a small town,
Stop
too,
fucking-
you know?
Stop fucking with this
I'm
guy.
not fucking with him. I
Stop
ain't even
fucking
talked to
with
him. I'm not. I swear to God. He ain't even my cup of tea. I promise.
Do you hear what I'm saying?
But I do like to sniff some shit out. You know, I like to figure people out.
Don't trust him. Don't trust him. Don't trust him.
I won't. But I'm going to run. I got to go.
Where you going to, baby?
Oh, I got to go find some food and stuff.
Girl. You're sexy as fuck, bitch.
You too. Y'all be safe. Love y'all. Y'all be safe. So I was right about everything. I got to tell y'all too. He's leaving. Lord. So first of all, there's only, oh my God, I was right. That man, y'all remember I told you, I said, I think that guy is married and with a drug problem. How about that guy? And that guy just told me it all. He said that guy was here with his wife. I said, do what? I said, hold on, let me turn this. Y'all, I be right about everything. Y'all don't understand how psychic I am. And then when I said drug problem, he lost his shit. You see him? He's like, oh God.
I don't think it's Molly, though. I think that dude's on coke. And listen, this is the other owner. I come over here when it's the other guy because I don't want to deal with that other guy. First of all, this is the only bathroom on this island. He said, no, it's not. Yes, it is. For a female, if you want to go pee in the bushes as a man, you can go pee in the bushes, but I can't do that. You know what I mean? I'll go to jail for popping a squat. Then he's talking about this fine-ass boy, this cowboy that was in the store. Cowboy boots, tight-ass jeans, Wranglers with a fucking belt buckle and a t-shirt tucked in. I was like, hello, Mr. 90s. Where did you come from? First of all. But second of all, he was tall. And that's that gay guy I told y'all about that's so sweet. He's fucking hilarious. They be sitting out here getting tore up, y'all. Listen, I guess when life is this depressing, you can't really be judging folk. They like literally living on the streets. So, you know. Look at this boat. That's wild. I was right. I knew he was I know his fucking energy is like. That's what I'm saying. I meet friends no matter where I go. They might be like, hey, C. I told y'all. I can't believe he thought I was fucking with him, though. First of all, dude looks, no, way too old for me. First of all. Second of all, I knew it. I knew it. I call shit. I'm just glad that people are honest with me sometimes. They pull me aside and they're like, you know, that hunch you had, you was right. They usually don't like to do that because they don't like to give you your props. But I knew something was not right. I told y'all, I said, he's got a marriage ring on the opposite finger. And then he was grouchy all the time. Like, even when I come into the store to fucking pee, he'll have a fucking attitude. I'm like, hey, can I use your bathroom? Because I'm her friend, so it doesn't matter. Like, and it's the only bathroom. And it's a small town, too. There's not many places to go. So unless I want to drive 10 minutes in the opposite direction, I'm going to have to use that bathroom. I knew it. I fucking knew it. What happened to Holly? I'm sorry. I missed something. My daughter, hold on. Yeah, it hasn't. You know, another drug, that's what I was going to talk about earlier. Another drug that they put on the market back in the day, Formaldehyde. It was causing birth defects in pregnant women. Their children were coming out with no fucking arms. They come out like dolphin babies with a fucking fin tail and no limbs. Formaldehyde. And so I wish I could remember stuff. I need to get better at like writing shit down. There was a drug that came out that was used across the world, and it caused severe birth defects in women and children being born. And these babies came out in full disability mode. They might have legs, but they ain't got no arms, and they just got little flippers. Saddest shit you ever saw in your life. First of all, they knew for years that, thank you, that one that John said, thalidomide. They knew for years that this was happening. But, you know, the Food and Drug Administration and the medical professionals said, no, it's not this drug. It can't be this drug. It absolutely was that fucking drug. You know, the craziest part, the silver lining in this story, there was thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of children that were born with birth defects because of this medication. But they would later find out that this medication that caused birth defects, if it's given to people that are not pregnant, then it's actually very beneficial for certain things like leprosy. So there was a group of disfigured children that come together and decided to allow the government, the medical professionals, to use this drug again, despite the fact that they were born with severe disabilities because of the drug. They recognized that the drug could be beneficial for patients that had leprosy, and so they agreed to let this happen. And I'm kind of surprised that the medical industry even asked them, to be honest. Like, do you mind if we use this? We know that you were born with no arms because of this, but do you mind if we still use it? I mean, that's kind of like rare in itself, but yeah, absolutely wild. And that's what I mean. Like, the vaccine was not out long enough. And who's to say, here, let me throw you for a double loop. Who's to say that they didn't let COVID out of Wuhan just to make millions, billions? Who's to say they didn't already have the COVID vaccine sitting on the back burner as they let COVID out of a fucking lab that we own in China to infect us all and make them look guilty like they was fucking eating bats and shit? That's what they tried to say, right? Who's to say that they didn't do that intentionally to kill a good portion of the United States, the world, and make money off of the vaccines? I'm not thoroughly convinced that they didn't have this shit planned out. I wholeheartedly believe that it was intentional. I really do. I think it was intentional. Now, that's a conspiracy theory, but I do. I feel like it was intentional in some manner. For money. I just don't understand the lies. But that's little white lie. That's little truths that we're seeing come true. These reports that are coming through Congress, these statistics, people finally coming out and being like, well, I wanted to say something at the time, but I was scared I'd lose my job. You know, we're starting to see, it's definitely been a year of truth, but I think that 2025 is going to be the real year of truth. Oh, wow. Salvador Mung. Thank you. Thank you. I think, you know what the saddest part of that whole COVID situation? They caused so much animosity towards groups of people, just like they did when 9/11 happened. Do y'all remember that? Thank you again, Salvador. Do y'all remember when Muslims were scared to be Muslims in America? People were scared to wear their turbans and stuff, or what are they called? I said that I need to wear one. Maybe people will leave me alone. Hijab. You know, it was the same thing with COVID. There was a lot of hate crime that was committed because a lot of dumb Americans believe that China had released this on us. You know, and we knew that it came from China. We didn't know where. But it's one of the most heartbreaking things because mass groups of people hate crimes were committed against them. And it was all lies. That's what makes it so evil, is that it was American lies. It was politicians and people in positions of power lying to us the entire time. And then a whole population of people are being hate crimed over lies. Evil. Tell me that shit ain't evil. Yeah, I remember 9/11. Yeah, I'm probably going to cook something because I don't feel like driving. I might have to drive. I don't know if I want to go back to that bathroom. It's just a lot going on. I'm more of a recluse, you know. Like, I like people, but, like, I'm still a recluse. Like, too much interaction, I'm just like, eh. I mean, they're not bothering me or anything. I'm not a people person, y'all. Which is crazy because I love to talk. But not to people. Not very many. Boy, that plane is active today. Usually it's like you see it once every hour. They must have been doing some serious training seminars. I mean, this is, you know, it's right outside of a military base, so they patrol the area. When I got stuck on the beach with those meth heads that night, I said, Lord, I said, oh, good, here comes the plane. At least if I get my throat slit right here, they'll see it and damn send the cops out here eventually. I got stuck on the beach and these two guys come down to try to pull me out. And I said, don't come down here, you'll get stuck. The passenger told the driver to go down there. So he did. And he got stuck right behind me. Then they hop out the car talking about they like methamphetamines and all they do is hang out on the beach and fucking eat or snort, smoke. I don't even know how you do that shit. They do drugs all day long. So here I am. Sun's going down. High tide coming in. I'm stuck on the beach with two meth heads. And I said, Lord have mercy, I'm going to get killed out here. Then 4 more people show up. Before you know it, it's me, little old me, and like 6 dudes on the beach. And it's dark. I'm terrified. I want to leave so bad and I can't because I'm stuck in the sand. Worst case scenario, honey. Thank God the 4 guys that showed up were super nice. They weren't creeps. They'd been out there fishing all day. They had some nice Hemis, honey. They pulled me up out the sand. I made sure them 2 meth heads got out the sand. Then I said, see ya. nice to meet you. Thank you so much. Here's a joint and this and that. Somebody gave me a joint from a head shop or something. Some guy just come out and was like, here, try this. That never happens. Can I just mention that's the first time somebody's gave me weed in like years. I used to have it happen a lot in my 20s, but it was usually drugs. I'd be like walking out of a gas station. Somebody'd come up and be like, ooh, try this. My number's on the back. It'd be like a sample of heroin or a sample of cocaine. So it's been a long time since somebody's just handed me a joint or a gummy or anything like that. So I was actually surprised. But I don't smoke that stuff. So I said, do you want this? Thank you for pulling me out. That's all I had. I had a $5 bill, a joint, and a gummy. Said, here, take everything I have. I don't need to be smoking this shit anyways. It's the devil's work. Not really, but I knew it. I knew I'm going to fucking text her. Y'all, I knew it. You know, something else I've been paying attention to is like this person's mood every day at different times. Like when I have to come over here, like use the bathroom and stuff, I've literally opened the door and been like, how grouchy are we today? How grouchy are we today? And stop dealing with people like that. First of all, this is the only bathroom, so I'm still going to have to deal with his ass. But he is not a good person. He's definitely married. That's what that guy was telling me. He said, you know, that dude was in here the other night, and you walked in, and he got scared. I guess he was scared that I was going to say something about old girl. Yeah. Because I do be talking like, hey, you talk to so-and-so? You know, you just shoot the shit with people. Oh, she won't text you back. I don't know why. Me in her ear. Girl, he's married with a drug problem. And y'all just heard it go down. I told you, I am so fucking good. I should have been a fucking PI. I don't know what it is. I can look in people's eyes and tell when they're bullshitting me. I've been able to do that my whole life. Even since, you know, I told you guys I could tell when I was a kid that my father was still drinking when I had to have been 4, 5, 6 years old when he picked me up in that garage that one night. Because it was probably a year or two prior to me. Or no, it was probably about 3 or 4 years prior to me never seeing him again. I think the last time I saw my bio father, I was 9. And he built a tree house for me and my brother and the new kids. Because he had a bunch of kids with my stepmom. And he made good money. He owned his own painting company. He had bucket trucks. He had a damn 3, 4, 5 car garage. It was huge. And he ruined it all by drinking and being an abuser. But I remember him picking me up as a child. And I remember that he wasn't supposed to be drinking. And I remember my mother and my stepfather at my other house talking about how he ain't supposed to be drinking and da-da-da-da-da-da. And then I remember I woke up one night and everybody in the house was asleep. And I could hear something outside and I could see the lights from the garage because I was on the top floor. And I remember going down the spiral staircase, going outside, finding my dad. And I remember when I walked into the garage, he picked me up and the smell of beer hit me in the face. When you grow up in childhoods like that and you see the inconsistencies in adults, you learn real quick that people lie. And I wholeheartedly believe because of those things it caused me a lot of problems in life, because then I would go on to school and point out inconsistencies in teachers, point out inconsistencies in adult behavior. And it's caused me problems my whole life. It's crazy. It's super crazy. I can't wait to text that bitch and be like, bitch, I told you. He said he ain't talked to her though, so that's good. Hey, at least somebody takes my advice, right? Thank you again, Salvador. I really appreciate that. And Adam.
I wish y'all's pictures, I could click on y'all's pictures and see, like, you know, it's just like a little head and you can't. Hey, Gino. I think everybody got vaccinated at the time, most people. You shouldn't feel bad about that. Hopefully it doesn't affect them. I think it's only a small percentage that it actually affects them. Children are just dropping like flies. I mean, we had Rodney James. He went into cardiac arrest. He was like damn 19, who is Rodney James' son. Y'all know who I'm talking about. Then there was that 12-year-old volleyball player that just dropped during a tournament. She goes up to spike the ball or hit the ball, and she just damn collapsed. And thank God the school had paddles. You know, they got to shock them back to life. I don't know if she lived. I can't remember. I think she lived because they had those paddles. If they wouldn't have had that paddle kit, she would have died. And she was like 12, 14 maybe. I don't know. Somewhere in between there. 12 to 14. And she dropped into cardiac arrest. And if it would have not been for those paddles, she would have died. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. But also, y'all remember how people were dying from natural causes and they were still putting on the birth certificate that they were dying from COVID? That's a money racket. That's what I'm talking about. They made millions off of us dying. They made millions off of these pharmaceutical companies. They made millions. Pfizer, all of Johnson & Johnson, I can't remember. But this was a very lucrative pandemic for everyone but the people. I'll put it that way. Defibrillator, thank you. Yes, that thing. An AED. You know, the ironic thing when I saw that report of the girl dropping during the volleyball game, they said that high schools typically don't carry these. So it was a one-shot chance. Do you have one? Yes or no? And it was a miracle that they did. But most of them don't. They don't carry the defibrillators in the high schools. So it's kind of crazy that they were on the scene. They realized that her heart wasn't working. They grabbed it. They paddled her. Shocked her back to life. So terrifying. Yeah, you know, I was in full drug addiction when COVID started, I think. I think so. I think I was still working in the clubs. I was. And so I didn't get clean till like a few months after COVID. But I remembered the push for a vaccine, and I didn't need it. I wasn't going nowhere but to meet my dope dealer at home. So, yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure, Adam. Me too. I wonder if anybody's ever analyzed those vaccines in a private lab. Probably not. I don't know. Maybe. Well, that's probably how they found out that they were bad for the heart. I don't know. Yeah, when the push for the vaccine came, I didn't have to get it because the only people I was meeting was the dope dealer. And back home. I go home, go to get my dope, go home, go get my dope. So I didn't have to get the vaccine. It wasn't like it was mandated for work, mandated for me to travel, mandated for any of that bullshit is what I'm saying, you know. I think a lot of people, it was mandated, which, going back to the whole pharmaceutical industry, you know, I just feel like it's a violation of your civil rights to tell people what they can and cannot put or do with their body. Now, I'm not saying we should legalize fucking fentanyl, but what I am saying is if that son of a bitch wants to go do fentanyl and die, that's his damn choice. You know? To tell somebody that they have to get a vaccine or face punishment is crazy. And that's essentially what they were trying to do. And a lot of people did face punishment. They lost their jobs. They couldn't travel. A lot of people suffered and fell on hard times because of the way that they regulated that medication and was trying to force people to fucking take it. I just feel like anybody that's lost a loved one to cardiac arrest should be able to damn sue Pfizer. And I think that there are lawsuits in the works, but I could be wrong. So pretty out here.
Oh, so you couldn't even go to concerts? See, that's what I'm saying. I don't know, because I never went anywhere. But, see, that's just past normal. That's I don't know. That's when you start controlling the population of people. You tell them, oh, well, if you don't have this, then we can't work with you. You can't get medical care. You can't rent a house. You can't buy a car unless you get the jab. I'm just saying we was one step away from it. It might have not been that bad. But telling people that they can't go to a damn concert unless they get a damn vaccine that hasn't even been properly tested, in my opinion, that's borderline infringing on your freaking rights, in my opinion. That's like preventing people from living a life. That's a communist country. I'm sorry. I'm crazy, I know. But that's a communist country. You can't have a fulfilling career unless you put our drugs in your body and risk fucking having a heart attack at damn 13. It's crazy. I mean, you know, there's so many layers to this administration. And y'all agree with me because I saw the polls online. Everybody is in agreement that Joe Biden is the worst president we've had in over 50 years. And I think that these dark truths of what they tried to do and what they did are going to come out next year. A lot of them. I mean, we have certain things that are coming out now, like the truth about Wuhan, the truth about the vaccine, the truth about these medications for children, the truth about transitioning and these sex changes. And a lot of it's coming forth now. But I do think that once Trump gets in office, we're going to find out shit that we didn't even have a clue of. Shit that is going to blow our minds. This administration, in my opinion, was the most morally dilapidated administration that we've ever had. Yeah, we've had some bad presidents. We had presidents that owned slaves. It's horrible. But did they kill as many people as Joe Biden and Kamala Harris? I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying that this administration is, in my opinion, the most evil administration. You know, like when North Carolina opened up a school for all white girls so they could act like these white girls were prostitutes and make money off of a system by trying to reform girls as young as 10 years old who were not even sexually active and had no prior convictions. It's the same shit. I mean, it was absolutely for financial gain. It's the same shit. It's just evil. It's just so evil. They've been doing it since the beginning of time. You know, they did it when we got here to the natives, then they did it to the African American people, and then, you know, there's been generation after generation that have done it to whites. I mean, all people have suffered in America in some way, shape, or form, is my point. We have all been through it. It just, different generations, different centuries. No, yes, that's 100 years. Yes, sorry. I get shit mixed up, decades and centuries. Like ounces and pounds. I forget that there's 16 ounces in a pound. I mean, I don't need that information now, but back in the day, it used to really fuck me up. I'd be like, yeah, I got 3. He's like, 3 pounds or 3 ounces? I'm like, oh, shit. Which one makes the other one? How many of those do I need to make one of those? Yeah, I'm probably not going to stay here tonight because the block is blown up. I can't believe I was right. Look at this boat. Y'all want to get out? Let's go. What is it called? Captain Anchor? Look at this pink-ass sunset. Listen, I already know where I'm going to get married here one day. There's a little church. Not here. It's actually about an hour and a half north of here. It's on a little island that nobody knows about that I'll never speak names of. Because I'm going to get married there one day. And there's this little white church with a red door and all of this beautiful stained glass. Captain Andrew. Look like an old fishing ship. He going out for the evening. Can I be your assistant captain? And I do think that those are flotation devices, you guys, because he's got one too. I didn't know they had caps on them like that nowadays. Trump Vance, hell yeah, I just saw his, hell yeah, he's got a Trump Vance thing, hell yeah, dude, hell yeah. Thank you so much for damn voting, sir. He's got a Trump flag, says Trump Vance on it. Fuck yeah, bro. And then y'all like, why are you in Florida? That's why I'm in Florida, that's why. That dude right there. Look at the birds going crazy, y'all. Y'all see all these birds? Lieutenant Dan, you ain't got no legs. That's where Lieutenant Dan lives, because it never moves. So I'm assuming he's in a depression. He doesn't want to go out to the ocean. Look at all these birds. Can y'all see these? Jennifer Ann. I was looking for dolphins. So pretty. In the UK, there was a lot of places you couldn't go unless you showed your vaccine card. John, they were doing that here too. I think Americans revolted, or is that the word? Yeah, revolted against that a little bit. Ow, there's sticky shit. Ow, I'm getting stabbed. It's got briars on it. Yeah, you know what, Candy? That is a good point. Listen to this shit. So me and my girlfriend, she said, hey, girl. She didn't have no license. Listen. She didn't have no license. She didn't have no car. She was a bartender at a club that I was working at. And she said, hey, girl, do you want to go to Tennessee? She says, I have a friend in Tennessee that'll let us stay for free. She's got a big, beautiful house, and we'll go to Nashville and da-da-da-da. I said, all right, bitch, I'll drive. First of all, I'm on felony, or no, I was on misdemeanor probation, so I wasn't even supposed to be leaving the state. Anyways, we drive up to Nashville. She don't tell me till we get there that she was carrying about, I don't know, 20, 30, 40 years worth of gummies. At the time, they charged you a felony per package. I do believe that in some states, they still charge you a felony per vape and or package for marijuana. First of all, I was pissed because this bitch has done put me in a horrible position. You got me trapped. I mean, I know that it was just weed, but I didn't even know it was in the car until we got to this girl's house. And this bitch pulls out this bag. And I said, oh, Lord, I'm going to jail. We didn't go to jail. It was just gummies. This was decades ago, okay? So, whatever. But it was not decades. I'm talking about PP loans. I tried, okay? I tried. This was during COVID. I tried. But once again, I did not know that this girl had this many gummies in a book bag, okay? No clue. I would have never been like, sure, let's go to Nashville. Fuck no. I ain't this is why I don't give rides now. It's shit like that I don't allow people in my home. I ain't gave a damn ride. Well, I did give that one lady from Court a ride, but I'm just, that's the first person that I've even had in this truck as a passenger, I do believe, in years. So anyways, she tells me that she applied for a PPP loan. And she tells me that I can apply for a PPP loan. Y'all, this girl's PPP loan came through when we was driving back from Tennessee. And I look over in the passenger seat and she crying. I'm like, why are you crying? What's wrong? She says, my PP loan just come through. I can get my face done. This bitch spent every single penny on getting Botox, filler, and lip injections. And she did this religiously. Like, she's the type to go 2, 3, 5 times a year. And she looks crazy, y'all. She looks so crazy. Like, she looks like the crazy cat lady. Do y'all remember the crazy cat lady that did all the filler and Botox? If you just Google crazy cat lady with the Botox face, she'll come up. She looks like that. But she was crying because she was so happy that she got this PPP loan, so she could get Botox and filler put in her face. And then people are like, why don't you have friends? Well, every time I get friends, that's the type of people I run into. So This is why I don't have friends, because I don't want friends that are hung up on materialistic bullshit, making themselves look crazy because they're suffering from drug addiction and mental health issues. Because she absolutely does and is and still is. It's crazy. Crazy. So yeah, I don't know how she didn't go to jail. How did she not go to jail? For taking out a false PPP loan. Because she didn't have no business. She was a fucking strip club bartender. I'm trying to turn away from the sun so you can see me. I'm also going to cook something. Maybe. How did she damn... Look at the boat. Yeah, for real. No, thank you. And I do believe that I tried to get a PPP loan because I didn't know what it was. I didn't know it was for small business, but they denied me, thank God. And it might have not been a PPP loan. It might have been that stimulus. I don't remember. It's been too long ago. I know two that got caught. They should. It's wrong. And as Candy said, it makes it harder for actual business owners to be able to get what they need to fulfill their business needs. They got employees to pay, stock to buy, you know. I'm sure that it made it extremely hard for actual business owners to coordinate business and pay their employees. A lot of people had to lay people off, and it was a scary time. No, they do. They do look the same, John. They do. They're all going for that Kim Kardashian. It's like this oblong face with this perfect nose and these big old lips and these crazy up scooped eyes. They all look the same. You're exactly right. It's not an unpopular opinion. And not only that, hey, Metalhead, they make them look older quicker. You know, is my camera dirty or something? Because I don't understand why I'm not getting light in here. Oh, it's because it's because my light was all the way down, so I couldn't even see myself. And I'm thinking that that's what you guys see, but no, I see the light now. My Apple be messing me up. See, Android, it does it naturally. It boosts that light when you need it, and then it takes it back down when you don't. Damn Apple phones, you got to set it yourself, the damn lighting. No, they do. They all want to look the same, which is crazy to me. I've had a bunch of girls from the strip club that look like that, and like I literally would make so much money off the fact that they look crazy, because guys would be like, I want a normal face. Like, there comes a point where it's too much. I'll never forget, there was this girl that was an immigrant. She was from Russia, and she was 22, and she probably looked 32 to 35. And it was from all of the Botox and filler that she had in her face. Like, they look older. But also, this upcoming generation is aging differently than my generation. Like, I'm 37. And I see some 25-year-olds that I swear are 40. I met one girl at a Virginia strip club. That was drugs, though. That was drugs and a hard life that made her look 40-something. At, what was she? 22? 24? I can't remember. We'd have to go back and find the video from where I worked there. I got hired at some place. It was a strip club. It was horrible. I mean, the club wasn't bad. It was just the environment. I can't deal with that shit. So, anyways, it was in Virginia. That's right. Not West Virginia. Virginia. She looked like a damn 40-something-year-old woman in a 24-year-old girl's body. It was not because of Botox. It was the opposite. She ain't never seen a needle in her life in her face. Yeah, she never seen a needle in her life in her face, but she definitely, what a bunch of weirdos. She never seen a needle in her life in her life, but she definitely just had that drug look, you know, like she definitely, had been on drugs, doing drugs. Sorry, I got these two weird ass people like in my face. She definitely had been on drugs, using drugs, and addicted to drugs for a long time. Like probably most of her life. Like she was probably doing drugs with her family when she was young, because baby girl was pushing on like 45 in a 24-year-old's body. Look at that. Carded for cigarettes, I wish. So something that I notice, see this shit? So a lot of people, like in the neighborhood, when they see van lifers, they have to come be nosy, you know. I guess they're just trying to. So first of all, it's usually the woman. It's usually the woman. Her husband, she'll rope him in. The woman is nosy. Who's this girl that keeps parking in this park and hanging out all day and living her best life out here in her bikini? And, you know, I wear workout gear, and sometimes I'll wear sports bras. But, like, usually it's the women. Like, if I'm in one area for too long, the women in the neighborhood start to be nosy. And then they got to come see who I am, try to look through the fucking car, you know, creep. It's so weird to me because I'm such an opposite type of person. When I see people minding their business, I go the opposite way. But as a van lifer, women, middle-aged women like this woman, middle-aged white women, I just have to point this out. As you can see, there's nobody else in here. They just walked out of that neighborhood over there. They definitely have seen my truck here 2 days last week. And they're probably like, who's that staying over there? Are they gonna rob us? Bitch, first of all, you ain't got nothing I want. Nothing. Not a house, not a car, not a husband. Do you hear me? Because I already know who you are, because you're stalking me. And then they walk off. You got a fishing pole. I thought you was going to fish. Look. Pay attention to people's behavior. Now they're walking off. They just come over here to see who I was. She's probably like, oh, that's some homeless girl. I know her from YouTube. Let's go see what she's doing. Like, pay attention. So they walk over here under the premise that they're going to fish. He's got a fishing pole. They walk back to the fence line. He walks off from her. He literally leaves her. He leaves her. He walks all the way to the fucking fence line over there. You know what that tells me? He's not trying to be involved in this shit. It's always the woman, and then she brings her fucking man. And I have this happen quite a bit. Depending on the area, the more northern states I'm in, it'll happen once, twice, 3, 4, 5 fucking times a week. This area, everybody pretty much leaves me alone, but I can't help but notice people's behavior. You come in here under the guise that you're going to fish. You go to the fucking fishing place. You don't fish. You leave your girlfriend, wife laying behind to stand right behind me. And then when your husband, boyfriend, fuck buddy walks off and calls your name, he was literally standing over there calling her. Then you want to walk off. But I thought that you were coming to fish. No, you came to try to look through my car because I had the lights on, and you wonder who's been parking over here by the port, which is legal for me to do. I've had no police interaction. You know, if they don't want me here, then I'll leave. But this is the van life, you know, place for people. I just find it humorous that it's always a middle-aged white woman that is heavier set. And I know y'all probably can't see from the picture, but she was all gut, baby. She had 2 fucking Michelin tires around that fucking stomach. So, you know, I find it interesting. I'm not trying to talk about her. I'm just trying to explain to you why people behave this way. I find it interesting that it's always the usual suspects in some neighborhood where I'm minding my business. They wives got to rope the husband in to go be fucking nosy. He didn't want no part of it. As soon as I had the camera out and I fucking panned it around or whatever, and I was trying to act like I was talking to myself and show you guys them walking up on me. Because once again, where the people? Where the people? They walked out of this neighborhood right over here. There's a cut. Usual suspects. Different day, same shit. At this point, I've gotten so used to this behavioral pattern that I can see it coming from a mile away. That's why I already turned the camera around when they started walking up on me. I said, yeah, they being fucking nosy. She probably saw me on YouTube and knows she's the exact type of bitch that I talk about every day, and she feels some type of way. Listen, bitch, if you weren't out here in my business, I wouldn't be talking about your Michelin man looking ass. You know what I mean? Keep your Michelin man looking ass elsewhere. Maybe if you worried about that husband like you was worrying about me, he wouldn't have been looking at me like a snack. Oh, you better love your man, girl. Love your man. You better love your man. Because if I get a hold of him, I will. And I'll never let him go. You know, that's the problem, though. These women out here married and shit, and they worried about what I'm doing. I have that happen so much. Y'all know I was cooking dinner at that other park in South Carolina, and that fucking married couple or whatever, she kept... First of all, big park. There's a couple walking down the sidewalk. As soon as this woman saw me, she made a pivot on her feet to stop and look at what I was doing. That's that shit I'm talking about. Hold up, Karen. You was on your merry way walking down the sidewalk before you saw me. So why does my presence make you stop and evaluate the situation? I'm on my tailgate cooking myself dinner. Why you gotta stop and be fucking nosy? It don't make sense, y'all. People are just, they don't know how to mind their business. Somebody said today when they out in public, they keep their eyes like, they don't even lock eyes with people. That's the way I am. I might glance, but I'm not standing there assessing what somebody's doing. I'm definitely not standing for 30 minutes to a damn hour to damn stalk people, but it happens to me every day. It happens to me every day. Now, it's a free country. They can come over here and go fishing if they want to, but I'm just here to tell you, psychologically speaking, that was not their motive. The fishing rod was a guy's. I can tell by the man's behavior that he didn't even want to come over here. He was dragging behind her. She kept grabbing his hand to pull him closer over here. You have to pay attention to people's behavior. He didn't even want to come over here. That tells me a lot. And then the fact that he's got a fishing pole, but when it's time to use that fishing pole, he walks off and leaves her standing behind my truck at the fence line. She was standing right back, right here. He walked the fuck off. He said, I'm not dealing with this. He said, you're crazy. That girl's crazy. That girl in that truck is crazy. What are you doing? No, they're not serial killers. It's just a nosy bitch that stays at home all day, has never worked a day in her fucking life. Tell me how I know. How much you want to bet? I'm like, she probably does work. She maybe works. She don't look like she works. Brooke, listen, I just find it humorous. I was somewhere else the other day, and there was this big girl walking down the sidewalk with her big ass man, and as soon as she saw me, I've talked about this before, it happens, y'all, I have this happen 2-3 times a week. She's walking down the sidewalk with her man, she sees me, and she grabs his fucking hand as they're walking and like pulls him closer. Like, tell me your relationship is failing without telling me. I always say if you can take him, then he wasn't meant for me. Absolutely. And you can have him too, because I don't want him now. He's a philanderer. He's a cheater. Who wants to deal with that? So it's probably some woman that saw me on YouTube, was being nosy, trying to see what I was doing. They done seen me park over here a few days this past week, sleeping over here. And she probably was just being nosy. Like, I mean, imagine, like, let me tell y'all something. I remember when I went to California, I ran into a lot of stars. The last thing I did was go bother these people. I'm not saying I'm a star, but I'm the next best thing, bitch. I'm better than the stars. I'm better than the stars. At least I have, you know, morals, values, the good shit that we need in stars. Yeah, no. I just don't bother people like that. And I can't help but notice, it's always the usual suspects that live in damn very luxury houses that bitch slap their men around. I'm telling you right now, man or woman, if you want to damn rope me into your bullshit, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm not going. I just went to Tennessee and could have been damn put in prison for some bullshit, unbeknownst to me. I'll be damned if my husband or girlfriend or whoever, I'm not a lesbian, but you know what I mean. I'll be damned if you roping me into some shit, bitch, because you're not happy with you. If my wife come to me and said, oh, we need to go creep on this girl across the street because I know her from YouTube, I'd be like, bitch, go creep by your damn dumb self. You know what I mean? Like, what is wrong with people? These men out here letting these women carry their balls around in their purse. What is medical soliciting? No, Candy, if you're a girl, that's fine. But not with you and your husband, because that's going to creep me out. Now I'm thinking y'all here to kidnap me. It wouldn't be the first time. Y'all remember the truck murderer? He had a whole sex box on wheels. Yeah, he was using his girlfriend to kidnap and rape and murder victims. I don't do couples. I said, if you're a woman, hey, how you doing? But like, if it's the whole family, hell no. Like the laundromat, that's why. Remember the laundromat? When I was in the laundromat by myself and the whole family pulled up trying to get me to date the son, and then the father got fucking mad and screamed at me and cussed me out because I didn't talk to strangers? That's why I don't do couples. That's why I don't do families. That's why I don't do multiple people. If it's a female, hey, how you doing? You know, I've had cash register, some lady at the store be like, oh, I know you from YouTube. I'm like, oh, thank you for watching. You know, that's different. But like, when it's a man and a woman, because I know how evil the world is. Sure do. Sure do. I had a whole family, what appeared to be the healed have damn eyes, try to kidnap me in a damn laundry. No, they didn't. They were mad, though, and cussed me out because I wouldn't talk to the fucking guys. And first of all, they were creepy. They walked up on me. First of all, a young guy, probably 20, walks up on me, trying to have a conversation with me. I refused to speak to him. I said, I don't talk to strangers. I went back to doing my laundry. Fast forward, I see an older guy walking up, and the young guy that tried to talk to me, and I told him I didn't talk to strangers, he's sitting outside on a bench with this older guy that walks up to the laundromat. I see the younger guy look over at the older guy, and he says, she said she doesn't talk to strangers. Ironically, growing up in middle school, my best friend was deaf, so I read lips very well, and I also know American Sign Language. So when I saw him say that, I said, these motherfuckers, this is a setup. They come here. They didn't have no laundry, no money to put in the machines, no laundry detergent. This is a laundromat. What do you think they're there for? When you're the only one there, they ain't got no laundry. They ain't got shit, bitch. Why do you think they're there? And they're trying to talk to you. And then they get butthurt when you tell them that you don't talk to strangers. This ain't rocket science, y'all. This ain't, I mean, and if you need a rocket science degree to figure this out, you already ain't the sharpest damn tool in the shed. You know what I mean? So then, fast forward, a girl pulls up in a truck. I'm like, oh God. She knew these two guys, and she actually had a laundry basket. She takes it into the laundromat. They never put it in the washing machine. She drives off, and I'm still stuck there with these two men. And my clothes are in the dryer, so I have to dry them. I can't just grab my shit and go. It came down to the point to where this man, who I assume was the father, it looked like a whole family. He tried to talk to me, asked me the time. I told him the time out of the kindness of my heart. I should have fucking told him I don't talk to strangers. I already told your fucking son, but I didn't. Next time I will. Next time I'm going to come out the gate swinging, bitch. I'm going to be like, I already told your son I don't speak to strangers. Are y'all just slow or inconsiderate? That's what I should have done. I should have fucking went ham from the start and let the father know like I let the son know. My mistake. So then the father starts berating me. All of this is on camera on my channel. You can go hear it all. You can go see it all. All of this was recorded. Then the father starts berating me, and I might have some things backwards, but trauma. At this point, I'm like, oh my God, they're going to rape and murder me and leave my body in a fucking dryer. Absolutely. That's where I was at. I'm terrified. I didn't have a car. It was horrible. It was absolutely horrible. It was one of the scariest things I've ever been through in public on camera. Like, then I see this truck go driving by as I'm getting my wet laundry out of the fucking dryer. I do believe it was a pair of pants that were not dry, and I was just like, fuck it. I threw them on the back of my book bag and fucking booked it. Then the truck comes back with what appeared to be a mother and the girl that showed up earlier. Y'all, That father cussed me out, called me stuck up, said that I'm this and that. No, sir, you're a fucking creep. What part of I have CPTSD do you not understand? That means when strangers talk to me, sometimes if they're weird like you and won't take no for an answer, I get triggered. You know, that's what's wrong with the world. Everybody thinks that everybody's just like everybody else. Fucking weirdo. He was a weirdo. On a scale of 1 to 10, he was a 10. He was a whole red flag. Whole red flag. That's exactly what it sounded like to me, John. The whole scenario felt like they were wanting me to date their son. First of all, can I just say that I date older? I don't date younger. And by older, I mean 45, 48. My last boyfriend, I do believe, was 48. He was a very handsome guy. He was fit. He was in shape. He worked out. Didn't drug or drink like that. He didn't drug at all. We drank occasionally. Saturday nights when he didn't have the kids or something, we didn't have the kids. But, you know, I date older. I don't date children. We're trying to, these failed relationships are supposed to be stepping stones towards self-growth and maturing. You're not supposed to continue the same bullshit that you did in the last relationship in the next relationship. You're supposed to actually learn what you did wrong, take some responsibility for your actions, and be mature enough to change those things that you know were faults in yourself, your personality, your actions, your behavior. But then there's a whole group of people that don't realize this, and that's where it gets dangerous. That's where it gets dangerous. That's where you start handing your heart to somebody that doesn't have the intellectual capacity to realize what a relationship should and should not be. You got to be careful with that shit. And that's why I've been single for this long. Because everybody I meet is fucking not only surface level, but they're fake. They're fake. They can't have a real conversation. They're incapable of... Oh, I got a bug in my eye. I got a bug. It's a gnat. It's a gnat. They're incapable of rationalizing. Look at that. Life is a learning curve. Absolutely. I got a gnat in my eye, y'all. I need to take my makeup off. It's so pretty out here. I love it. Do I want to cook or I ain't got no light to cook. I guess I do. I got that lamp. Probably need to cook something. I'm hungry. Damn it. I can't find what I'm looking for. I got my hands in tinfoil. Oh my God. I'm about to get aggravated. Imagine having a beautiful house. Hold on. Imagine having a beautiful house on this island, beautiful property, a beautiful husband, a nice career, and you're over here creeping on some girl who minds her fucking business. Like, you know, I wish that I had enough money to be that fucking nosy. Seriously. Look at the moon. Why does my phone... Y'all, I think I cracked the back camera. I think I cracked it. Because it... Oh, no, it was just dirty as fuck. It was dirty as fuck. You hear the helicopter? It does make me feel so safe. Listen, everybody up in that sky has seen me out here for fucking years, okay? If something ever happened to me, Lord forbid, and they find my truck, they know it was somebody in this area. They know I don't fuck with nobody. They know I stay to myself. I mind my business. That night that I got stuck on the beach, bro, call me crazy. See, this is why I'm going to have to do that. Call me crazy, but the night that I got stuck on the beach, they went flying by like they could see me. I mean, they could. They went right overhead. Like, if that was my car, if that tree was my car, they went right overhead looking down. And I had a keychain with a flashlight and a can of mace. And when they went by, I was like showing that can of mace, like, I'm fine. I don't know if they see down here. And they were close too. Like, he swooped in. He wasn't just above the car. He swooped in to see what was going on the beach. And I was like, thank God. But that's their job. That's what they're over there for. They're you know, they're securing the scene. This is a military base. So there's several restaurants here. There's a gas station, which is like the only place to use the bathroom unless you're a man. So it's very secure. You ain't got to worry about nobody messing with you. Miss Anthrope? I don't know what that is. Miss Anthrop? C, what'd you say? My name means moon. You know, and another thing, the reason that I feel some type of way about them Karens messing with me like that, because them's the type of fucking Karens that work at McDonald's that want to call the police on you and have you fucking arrested in Pennsylvania. That's why. Y'all know how many times I've incidentally ran into the cops and just been like had small talk. I'm like, hey, how you doing tonight? Da 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 da. They're like, good. What you been up to? I'm like, nothing. They're like, oh, well, we got a few calls on you yesterday. Try not to park too close to that river down there because people get creeped out that your truck is black and that it has black windows. Huh? This is real shit. You know where it happened? Madison, Guilford County, Stokes County, Eden, North Carolina. The cops would roll up and be like, yeah, we got a call for you. The neighbors said that they saw a black truck at the river with blacked out windows. Bro, it's a fucking river. People gonna be out here. It's state property. It's a fucking Hanging Rock State Park. That's why I don't fucking like these white women that be rolling around, because they the ones that want to fucking call the police and be like, she's out there damn doing nothing. She's a bore. Sure am, Karen. As you walk around looking like the Michelin Man. You got a husband and a career and a beautiful job, and you worried about me. Exactly. Way too much time. I'm literally one of the nicest people in the world, but, you know, it kind of sucks because I'm not at the same time. Because of all the trauma, I don't. Many people have done me so fucking dirty, and so many people are always up in my business. I don't know how to be nice anymore. That's why I have attachment issues as well. I can't trust people because everybody I've ever trusted has fucked me over. You know? Like, am I crazy? I can't be the only one that has no one because they choose not to. Yeah, all my family's dead, but if I wanted to have, like, a boyfriend or, like, hell, I could have got married years ago. If I wanted to, like, you know, that's the thing, though. The people that proposed to me were fucking me over. That one, you know, like, yeah. They were fucking me over, and they weren't good people. They didn't have good character. They didn't want monogamy. They wanted, like, to have me at home cooking dinner while they went and fucked everybody else on the town. I ain't dealing with that shit. I'd rather be alone. Nobody knows what monogamy is anymore. Nobody knows what minding their business is anymore. I'd rather be alone than be with somebody I gotta worry about bringing me damn Gonosypha herpelides home. Looking for my light. Oh, the neighbors ain't gonna like this. Yeah, I would rather be alone than have to worry about who's stabbing me in the back. You know what I mean? I got a bug in my eye, and I don't have this light anymore. Can somebody fix this for me? It used to have a light up here, but it broke. It snapped off from years of use. The mirror. See it? Y'all hear that dog? I guess this is when it starts. I can do bad by myself. If I'm with somebody, I'm wanting to do better. You know what I mean? Not like I'm trying to live off of you, but I'm trying to grow together. Like, it doesn't make sense. Hold on. I can't see myself because my camera keeps turning the... What is it? Apple! I know you think you're helping me, but you're not. Like, that aggravates me so bad. Y'all know how, like, Apple settings, it just, like, dims your... Yo, is that Nat right there? It dims your light. We will go get food because I'm going to need to eat and I'm not parking here and I'll have to use the bathroom again. Like, I know that, like, this area probably doesn't like van lifers. Like, I get this, you know, and I'm assuming a lot. Let's be honest. I'm assuming a lot. But also, I know people and their behavior. And I deal with people in society every day because I live out of my car. So, the fact that they have a fishing pole acting like they're coming to fish, they walk over here, the husband leaves the girl, and it's just her taking pictures. And she probably took pictures of my truck. That was probably the whole reason she came over here. Listen, I feel bad for the husband because they won't be together long. And honey, you are fine as hell, and I can tell that you are nothing like the bitch you were with. So when you are done with her, hit me up. I'll be in the area. You deserve somebody with good moral character that wouldn't rope you in to harassing a van lifer who simply cannot afford rent. See, there's two types of people in the world, good and bad. And I could tell that he wanted no part of walking over here due to the fact that she kept grabbing his hand and forcing him to come behind her. I could also tell that when she got to this fence line behind me and pulled her camera phone out to take pictures, I could tell that he was not interested in standing behind my truck because he immediately took off. That tells me that either A, he knew that it was kind of creepy for them to be like right here beside me, or B, he knew exactly who I was and knew that I wouldn't like them that close to me. He walks off and then she flutters behind him after he starts calling her name. They never fished. But you have a fishing pole. Didn't you walk from your house over here to fish? Her camera phone was out. I forgot to mention that. You might be able to see it on the video because I showed y'all her. She had her camera phone in her hand. So she's probably, I mean, listen, you have to pay attention. I've had stalkers. I have people taking pictures of my car and posting them in certain areas. It's just creepy. I mean, it is. And what pisses me off about the whole situation is for the first year of this, I let the internet gaslight me into thinking that I was fucking crazy. You know why? Because I've been through relationship after relationship getting abused, getting gaslit by my abuser, and they make you feel crazy. That's part of the abuse. The manipulation that comes with thinking that you're the problem. Bruh. I need to figure out what I want to do about school. Seriously, I'm too fucking smart to just take no for an answer when it comes to the job market. It makes me so depressed. I've been looking for work since I've been here. Again. Everybody's going out of business. Fast food restaurants. I've been to so many and they tell me, oh, we're going to be closed this time next year. In this area. We're actually laying people off. I need to go back to school. That's what I need to be focused on, is school. I was thinking about that tire shop today, man. That could be profitable. You get the right area. You get people that are, you know, not upper class, but like middle class to lower class, and you offer a tire service where you sell reused tires, and you got a system where you're bringing in new tires for clients that have the money to buy new tires. You know, that guy charged me $60 for that tire today. While I was there was a truck beside me getting 4 used tires. The whole parking lot, y'all saw it. It was all full of used tires. Some new, some used. It could be lucrative, but maybe not in the tire business, but like something. Maybe if I just got a business degree, that would help me figure out like my channel or like how to, I don't know. I need to focus on school. I miss going to school. I went to school for a semester last year and I got all A's. After I was told my entire life that I was dumb and that I'd be nothing and that I was worthless. After teachers would get mad at me because I couldn't add math because they never, and actually I could add. It was the division and the fucking other shit. Hold on. I got a car going by. That car that was over there in the woods with its trunk open. Its trunk is still open. I still think he was trying to kidnap me. Y'all, I got CPTSD bad. It's probably just some idiot that doesn't even realize their trunk's open. Oh, God, they're getting out. Your trunk is open.
Yeah, I know. I saw it.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, it's just some little old man. Have a good one. Okay, it's just me. I just have PTSD. He stopped. He got out. He shut his trunk. And I realized it's a little old man. But listen, who else was a little old man that strangled and killed people? Because I'm sure Ed Gein, like, he wasn't a little old man like that little. He's probably just killing time. He's probably living out of his car. I feel so bad. See, and that's another thing. It's like, I have to be on guard and I have to be like Betty Badass all the time. We're going to call me Becky Badass. I got to be Becky Brookie Badass all the time. And then I realize, oh, they're no threat. They're just hitting the trunk button. You got to pay... Y'all, it saved me more than once, though. My quick thinking is fucking paranoid, but I'm alive. When statistically speaking, I should be dead. 100%. 100%. I'm going to take this makeup off. You ready to turn? Let me... Somebody commented and said... Who was that? One of y'all said... Do you turn into a pumpkin when you take your or no, they said, I said the sun goes down, Brooke goes down. And they're like, oh, you turn into a pumpkin. No, I turn into an ogre. I turn into a Fiona. I couldn't spell Fiona and I was so upset. I had to change my reply because I couldn't spell Fiona. I was gonna say, yes, I turned into Fiona. And since I dropped my phone, it won't do text to talk anymore since the Apple. What is it? Oh. Fiona. I'm in a better mood now. See, what happened is I started ovulating. And now I don't want to work out. I've got it down to a science after 1 month of being off the Suboxone. First of all, the Suboxone is going to take away your feelings. It's going to take away your emotions. I'm seeing things so differently. The longer I'm off of that medication, the more clear I see life. I got on Suboxone for the first time at like 19. When it first came out, it was a pill form. You had to take it in a pill. And then that was right after I had my son. I was on Suboxone. And even back then, I didn't like the drug. I didn't like the way that it made me feel. But anyways, fast forward. How many years? 10, 15 years? When I got clean off of heroin 4.5 years ago, I had a supply of Suboxone because that's like the drug that that the big farm they push. And matter of fact, they're giving this drug to prison inmates that are sober now. Prison inmates come in sober. Or they come in high. They get clean in prison. And then before they leave prison, they put these inmates back on Suboxone before they go back out on the street. It's called the MAP program through the Department of Corrections. It's one of the most fucked up pharmaceutical, medical malpractice violation of fucking rights that I've ever heard of. You're going to give sober people narcotics to keep them clean on the street when they were already clean before you gave them narcotics? Google it. You think I'm lying? Google it. I have no reason to lie to you. Ever. And if I fuck up and tell a white lie, I'll come back and say, oops, I was wrong. And I didn't even know that it was a white lie. I thought I was giving you the right information. But yeah, so when I got clean, I decided, since I had that Suboxone and they make it sound like it's a miracle drug, and I knew that it would take my withdrawals away. See, what it does is it pauses your sobriety, in my opinion. So when you're getting clean, you're going through heroin withdrawals, and then they say, oh, you got to go back to work on Monday. Take this Suboxone, it'll help you go back to work. So you do that because they're telling you to, and it's going to make you not feel bad anymore. What they don't tell you is it's going to disrupt. If you're under the age of 25, it's absolutely going to disrupt your developmental growth mentally, psychologically, in my opinion. I can find a study if you really want one. But the longer I'm off of it, the more I realize that I never needed the medication, number one, and also that the medication was holding me back, number two. I think that it's unnecessary, the medication in itself. I think that it helped me get clean and it did its job, but I think that I should have got clean without the help of Suboxone because it held me back. The longer I'm off of it, the more clearly I think, the more I can feel my physical like for instance, my period. All of a sudden, my period is 10 times worse than I ever expected. Also, the psychological components of my PMDD are 10 times worse on the medication, you know? Or, I'm sorry. Now I can notice that my PMDD is worse off of the medication, which means that, but you know, Suboxone it's half a narcotic. It's a, what's it called, y'all? It's a partial agonistic. Heroin is a full agonistic. That means that it sets on the receptors of your brain and your body knows that it's heroin. Suboxone is a partial agonistic. Sorry, I got the burps. That means that it sets on your brain and it plays like it's heroin, and it is a narcotic. It is. It's heroin, but the legal form. If they would have told me that back in like 2009, 11, when I first started taking Suboxone, it was the first time I tried it. It didn't work. But if they would have told me that in any doctor's office, the truth, I probably wouldn't have taken it. Because it's the same thing as heroin, just partially. Yeah, it doesn't get you high like heroin. There's a ceiling effect where you can take all the Suboxone in the world that you want, but if you're a true heroin addict, that Suboxone ain't gonna get you high. So it has that ceiling effect. I just wish that somebody would have sat me down and actually told me the realities of the medication, because they never did. And I feel like I was also a guinea pig for the industry, because they started putting that shit out in 2008 and 9, and I was on it by 2011, I do believe. 2011 or 10, actually. Because I committed my criminal charges in 09, so I would have been on Suboxone in 2010 or 11. That was like kind of the start of it. I guess I've just been a guinea pig for the whole damn pharmaceutical industry my whole life and never realized it. Now that I'm talking about this. But the longer I'm off of it, the more I realize that I'm having these health ailments, specifically geared towards my period and my mental health. Like now, I realize that my mood is unstable from my PMDD. But when I was on the Suboxone, it never clicked in my mind that, hey, you're feeling like this, you're feeling depressed, you're feeling low in life, you're feeling, bitchier and moodier because of your PMDD. Even though I've been diagnosed with PMDD, it never clicked in my mind that that's why I was feeling like that until after I got off the Suboxone recently. So now I'm like, oh, wow, this is my symptoms for my PMDD. I'm not crazy. It's just the symptoms from my PMDD. Sorry. That premenstrual dysphoric disorder, we need to start with studying that. I think that there are mass quantities. Let me think for a second, because I'd really have to I don't know. I bet you somewhere between 10 and 20% of the women population in the entire world suffers from PMDD. Seriously, 10 to 20%. That would be my best educated guess, and I'm not educated, so don't take my word for it. But I just know that every girl, most women, go through pretty not so pleasant PMS. But there's another subgroup of women that I personally know that get crazy as fuck like I do when they're about to have their period. That can't be a coincidence. And they only go that way for 2 or 3 days out of a month, right before they ovulate and right before they have their menstrual. And we know through science that this is a real concern. Premenstrual dysphoric disorder, it is what it says. It's a shame that they don't do more research on that shit. But it's not lucrative for them. You know what is lucrative for them? Birth control, contraceptives. They don't want to invest money into finding new disorders because it's just something else to treat that they don't have a medicine for now. They'd rather just keep shoving harmful birth control down everybody's fucking throat and ignoring the actual problems of women's health. PCOS, that's a horrible one. That's when your uterus grows extra uterus lining. Painful as hell, I can only imagine. Y'all hear these dogs? Can y'all hear these dogs? Yes, it is an emotional wrecking ball. It's like one day you're happy as hell, and then the next day you wake up. And I really think that a lot of mine comes from financial issues, like, because usually I'm good until I get, like, less than $100 in the bank account. And then I'm panicking. I'm like, what am I going to do? How am I going to eat? How am I going to pay for my park pass to wash my ass? And then if I'm going through PMDD, oh, it just intensifies, baby. I'm going to have a full-blown, y'all have seen me. I'll have a full-blown fucking meltdown. I want to die. That's not normal. I mean, it's manageable. The way that you manage it is have money in the bank. But, like, legitimately, it's gotten worse since I become homeless. Seriously, when I was living in a house and, had my shit together, had my life savings and my future figured out, I wasn't stressed about it. But now, every time of the month comes, the week before and then the week of, I'm just an emotional wreck. I mean, once again, I don't want to sound like it's unmanageable, but if you pull out in front of me before I have my morning coffee and then you want to go 25 miles under the speed limit, you're probably going to get cussed out. But am I in the wrong or were you in the wrong? Because I feel like you were in the wrong to start with. 2 wrongs don't make a right. But make a left before we in a fist fight, okay? Because I'm about to fuck you up. Oh, God, I got that shit in my eyes. It sticks to your eyelashes, and then you blink, and then... That's what they're made for. Your eyelashes, to keep water out of your face. Yeah, it definitely doesn't add happiness to your life when you suffer from something like premenstrual dysphoric disorder. And the great thing about Apple, I will say that it helps me timeline when I'm going to be not happy, it helps me timeline. I'm like, oh, I actually looked at it last night. I'm like, oh, of course, this is why I'm feeling like shit. This is why I want to die on my birthday. Yesterday was my birthday and I was so fucking depressed and angry. This is why. I looked at it and it's like, you are ovulating. I was like, bitch, you think I don't know? I was like, I know, you heifer. You couldn't have told me this 5 days ago that I was about to. You couldn't send me all this Apple quality equipment and you can't damn send me a text message that says, by the way, in 5 days, you're going to be losing your shit on everybody and ready to kill everybody. Can't tell me. Sorry, I got these people walking by being nosy. That is a beautiful house. That's the house. Did I show y'all this house? This house is for lease. It would be perfect for me. I feel like God's calling me to it, but the bank says it'll never happen, girl. I haven't checked the rent on it. This is a beautiful house. First of all, I'm not talking about the whole motherfucking house. I could never afford that. I'm talking about a room on the bottom, bitch. There's a bedroom right there. It's a, what do they call that? A duplex. The whole top story is a guy that lives up there. There's a garage around back. 2 or 3 car garage. The bottom apartments are 2 duplexes. So it's probably going to be a 1 bedroom, bath. I haven't even looked into it because number 1, I wouldn't qualify. Number 2, I couldn't afford that regardless. Listen, If it's $500, I can afford it. If it's $1,200, I will never be able to. I heard that Tennessee, they actually had some lapses in their damn lapses. They had some pullback in their rent prices in certain parts of Tennessee. Did y'all see that? Yesterday, rent dropped in some places up to $200 or $300 per place. I saw it in the news. I didn't read the whole article because it doesn't affect me. I should have done it for y'all. But yeah, parts of Tennessee are actually drawing back what they're asking for houses and stuff. Rent. Their rent dropped. And it might have been $600. It might have said rent dropped $600 in Nashville or Tennessee. But I could be wrong. Demons. I could be wrong. I mean, I know it was Tennessee, and I know that it dropped significantly, $200 to $600, somewhere between $200 and $600. The rent is dropping. When I saw that, I was actually surprised. I said, oh, wait a minute. This might be a step in the right direction. A bitch might have a house in 2 years. If that's the case, I might have a home before the end of the next millennia, you know? Like, seriously. If y'all are going to drop the rate from, you know, if we was talking 1,200 to 600, baby, I'll be in a house this time next year. This time next year. But if we're talking 1,200 to 800 or 1,000, bitch, y'all can hang that shit up. I'll stay in my truck and be comfortable as shit. That's my gas. Listen, it wouldn't even out. My gas bill, including regular maintenance, tires, oil, cleaning, laundry, it would even out to rent, power, and water, and parking, because that's a whole new fucking thing. They was talking about $200 you got to pay a month to park in some of these parking garages outside of apartment complexes now. What in the crack are y'all smoking? Y'all paying for parking in your own residential area now? Let me fucking find out. Y'all all fired. Anybody that's doing that dumb shit, you're fired. That's how we got here. That's how we got here. The progression of bullshit. Who said, yeah, sure, I'll pay $200 to park? And I do believe that's like annually, every year or some shit. But that's how we got here. That's how we got to $170 campsites and campgrounds. They said, oh, we going up on the campsite for the weekend. You just said, okay. No questions asked. See, when you start saying, that's weird, 170, a campsite should be $25 to $35 a night, boo. And you walk the fuck away. That's how we take back our society. We say, I know that you just duped the other 1,500 residents of this apartment complex. That's a no-do for me, dude. And you walk the fuck away. Like, seriously. We all need to damn go on strike. Walmart, everywhere. Target, rent companies, corporations, medical industry. We just need to go on strike. Y'all pick a day, and I'll be there with my pitchfork and my sign. Listen, if I know it's going towards a good cause, I'm coming out even if it don't damn help me. You know what I mean? This shit's getting ridiculous. $200 for parking. I just want to roll up in their damn company monthly meeting and be like, which one of you sons of bitches is smoking crack? Because one of y'all is smoking crack to be asking $200 for a residential parking space that comes with the fucking building. Call me crazy. But we headed straight towards a communist country, honey. That's how they do it. That's how they do it. That's how they do it. They implement bullshit policies to conform and make you conform. And before you know it, the next generation just thinks it's fucking normal. It's not normal. The COVID vaccine was not normal. What they done to us during COVID was not normal. None of this shit is normal. This economy is not normal. These people out here are not normal. Don't ever for a minute think that this shit is normal, because it's not. And if you feel like it's unnormal, baby, you got good intuition. You a smart person. It took me a long time to realize that this shit is crazy. It's going to continue to be crazy. I don't think it'll ever go back to damn 1987. And was it better back then? Because the same shit was going on. I think they always been evil. I think the world has always been evil. But, going back to that reverend that like made the Wayward School for girls, we need to look into him one day. Why did he have this belief that all women were perpetually whores out of the womb? What the hell happened to him? That's some Ed Gein shit. Was you raised by the same people Ed Gein was? This reverend, he said that young girls in the area of North Carolina were whores. They were promiscuous. And that God had called upon him to open a school for wayward girls who were going to end up being hookers. And he did it. And the state of North Carolina gave him federal funding to do this. And then fast forward 10 years, and it was actually like 3 or 4, the headmaster of this school says, yeah, we got to do this because they were running out of funding. They go to, I guess, the House. Where do you go to get funding through your state? That's a great question. Where do you go to get funding through your state? Like if you're a government agency and you need funding, who do you go to? Do you go to Congress or do you go to the state? That's a great question. I don't know. So they go to the state or whoever to ask for more funding. And they tell the government that they need this money because if they don't have this money, then all of the soldiers at Fort Bragg are going to end up with venereal diseases, STDs, from all of these children, some of which were as young as 10. I don't know. I definitely want to look into that pastor, see. Definitely. He's got to have some kind of history that's on record. A lot of this stuff has disappeared. That article I read y'all today, that was the only article that even spoke out against Samarkand Youth Development Center, when we know that they sterilized thousands of young girls in the state of North Carolina through eugenics. That's what I'm talking about when I say that history is being erased. Erased. 10 years from now, that article I read y'all today won't even be available on the internet. Mark my words. We'll go back in 10 years. I have screenshots of it that I'm going to keep for the rest of my life. But that's what I'm talking about when I say that history is disappearing. Now there's the book, Sexualization and Sterilization of Children at Samarkand Youth, Samarkand Minor. There's a book that is on Amazon you can buy, and I want that book so bad. I want to read that book so bad. I bet that book, the author of that book was highly against Samarkand Youth Development Center. I bet the author has notes on the reverend, the headmaster. You know, listen, I'm literally getting chill bumps. I bet that book has all of the questions that we need answered. It has the answers to it. I might get that book one day. I mean, honestly, that was really hard for me to even think about today. Anytime I try to relive past events like that, I just shut down. I don't know how to talk about stuff like that. I don't. I try my best, but I'm not good at it at all. Yeah, that reverend, to have that outlook is concerning in itself. To think that all women are promiscuous, that's a red flag, first of all. But to go out of your way to lie to the federal government, does anybody know who these people would ask for money? If you're running a government agency, who do you ask for money? If you need federal funding from the government, you go to Congress, right? The federal government? I don't know. Euros. I would love to move to Europe, but I think y'all have it a little worse than what we have it here. I don't know who you ask for funding for. Is that a federal? No, that's through the Department of Corrections. So that's a federal agency. So I guess you ask the fucking Department of Corrections. Duh, Brooke, you ask the DOJ. They would ask the DOJ, right? The Department of Justice, who handles corrections. Listen, we're learning one day at a time, okay? Damn it. Sometimes I feel so dumb, but then I think about the fact that if I was to ask my parents this, they wouldn't fucking know either. So then I'm like, okay, it's not my fault. It's not my fault. You fuckers did me wrong. Anyways, this lady, who was the headmaster of Samarkand Youth Development Center, she went to the federal government, I'm assuming, and asked for funding, stating that if they didn't continue this school of abuse, that all of the soldiers at Fort Bragg would end up with STDs. So they open this school and they get more funding and they start sterilizing young girls against their will. They were gutting them, just taking the whole uterus, baby. I don't know what, that's a great question. We should look into that. What was the sterilization process? Because it sounds like it was absolute torture. And for the state of North Carolina to come out and offer these victims 50 years after the fact, $50,000, tells me that it was pretty bad. How often do we see the state, the government, take responsibility for their actions? It had to have been pretty bad for them to offer the victims not very much money, in my opinion. 50 grand don't do shit. That's what I live on, like a fucking year and a half. 50 grand. That's what I live on, living out of a car. So about a year and a half, 18 months, 50 grand. That's just gas, maintenance, truck, tires, food, gym membership, storage shed, P.O. box. Yeah. So they offered these victims that got sterilized and never had a future 50 grand in the state of North Carolina. And they'll still honor that. I just want to be clear. And I don't think that you would be alive because they only did it for like 10, 13 years. They were sterilizing young children, girls as young as 10 years old. Yeah, so I'm sure, listen, I'm just saying that people that are brought up normally with normal beliefs and good morals and values are not out here as a preacher fighting to open up a school for children so that they can get mutilated. Something happens to you for you to have that deep-rooted belief that all women are whores by nature. And then come to find out it was all lies. It was all lies. Just like Emmett Till. Is that his name? The little boy that was killed in Mississippi? They said he whistled at somebody. It was all lies. All lies. None of the girls even had most of the girls did not have prior criminal records. Most of the girls had been abused by their family. Some of them were victims of incest by their own biological fathers. Most of them had never did drugs. They were caught for petty crimes. And they had no history of sex or prostitution in their history. So it was all lies. Y'all, when I read this stuff this morning, it literally, like, I almost had, like, a mental breakdown. I almost went live first thing. And I'm glad that I didn't because I was literally on the brink of a mental health breakdown when I read all of this stuff. It just kind of validated all of the gaslighting that I received when I was there. You know what I mean? Once again, when you're with it, whether it's a corporation, the government, or a spouse, when you're being gaslit by a group of people, you think you're in the wrong, that you're the bad guy. And then sometimes, like me today, it might take 20 years to realize that what you went through was pretty severe. And I still don't think that it's like clicking in my head that I was even there. I needed to talk about that today, and I really didn't dive into all of the abuse I went there because I can't talk about stuff like that. I don't know why. It's part of, I guess, this disattachment or this attachment issue that I have. But I'm truly scared that if I dive into, especially like, I don't know, if I dive into things, I might not come back out of it. That's what I'm terrified of. That if I dive in, that I won't come back out. And so I just don't touch certain things because I physically cannot. I mentally cannot. I mentally cannot. If that makes any sense at all. And I know I'm not the only one like that that's been through severe trauma that just can't even talk about it. when I saw Blair, so Blair did this like therapist thing, and when I saw Blair White talk to that therapist and like have a fucking breakdown, I was like, yeah, I can't do that. Like, good for her for being able to do that. And I think she did it to kind of expose herself a little bit to seem more human, because she is. If you don't know who Blair White is, she's one of the best trans people on this fucking earth. She's been out here fighting for years for trans rights, over a decade. And she's a beautiful woman. Beautiful woman. But she's been through a lot. And she went through a lot growing up. And she recently, a few months back, went to a therapist talking about her experience. And this therapist brought out things in Blair that I don't think that she even realized that was like kind of bubbling at the surface, dealing with her transgender issues. She doesn't regret being transgender. But the thing about Blair, the thing that we love about Blair, is that Blair recognizes that at the end of the day, she is a man. Biologically. That's the difference between people like Blair and these other people out here. See, these other people out here actually hate her because she's trying to help people. So, because they're brainwashed. It's not their fault. They're brainwashed. But yeah, I watched her go through therapy, and maybe in a controlled setting with like psychologists and like people that actually know what they're doing, people that I trusted. Not the current therapist I have now. The current therapist I have now, we don't see eye to eye. She's part of the LGBTQ plus. Essentially, we feel differently about things, and it makes it hard for us to connect. I'll leave it at that. She's not religious. She was not brought up in a religious home. She doesn't have morals and values. Listen, I'm not judging her. I'm just telling you why I don't trust her. We're two different people. Brought up in two different, upbringings. What is going on? This guy just coming here being nosy. I'm about to go, y'all. I'm about to go get some food. I don't know what I want. Y'all can ride with me, but you ain't going to be able to see me because I have to drive. So, housing crisis, babe. Babe, it's not a housing crisis. We are 4.9 million homes in debt. It's past a housing crisis. 4.9 million homes deficit. After the 2008 housing crash, they stopped building homes like they were building previously. So that added to it. But also, it does not help that we have approximately somewhere between 11 and 24 million illegal immigrants here. They've absolutely taken American spots to be housed in. So yeah, it's past a housing crisis. I think that I don't know what to call it. A housing recession, it's past a crisis. I saw that on a news report the other day, and I like to freaking pass out. I was like, 4.9? Like, I knew that they stopped building homes between 2008 and 2022 like they were. Like, they used to produce homes quick, baby. You drive by a street one week, they got three little houses they about to set up. You drive by the next week, them homes are built. That was 2008. That's how it was back in the day. They was popping up homes like damn, throwing trailers out the sky. They stopped developing after the 2008 recession. They weren't producing as many homes. And then you add in illegal immigration from all parts of the damn world. And then you add in the damn rent being so high, people can't afford that. And then you add in all the utilities, groceries, and amenities skyrocketing from inflation. People are spread so thin, they simply cannot afford houses. We don't have enough houses. And on top of it all, I saw another report where these people were living out of an extended stay hotel. That's become a whole issue across the country. These extended stay hotels, they've actually been getting busier and busier. An extended stay hotel is where you can rent it by the week, rent it by the month. And you can it's got a fridge, some of them have stoves. It has more amenities than a regular hotel room, but it's still a hotel room. They used to just call them extended stays hotels. So you knew that everybody was there was probably going to be staying more than 1 or 2 days. That's all it meant. Extended stay. You staying for a couple extra. these extended stay hotels have now been turned into mini condominiums. I don't know what to call it. Illegal condominiums. I'm sorry. I have a heartburn and I'm burping. I'm so sorry. This turns into a major problem when it comes to the eviction process. Anybody that stays over 28 days in a hotel actually has squatters' rights. Apparently, I mean, listen, it might not be squatters' rights, but you have to physically evict them. You're going to have to go through the court system. You're going to have to file an eviction paper on them, eviction papers. You're going to have to go in front of a judge to get them off the property. It's a whole freaking thing. And they said that these extended stay hotels, they're at max capacity, and also they're having a huge problem evicting people off the property. Now, laws are going to be changing around these extended stay places to ensure that property owners can get out, essentially squatters, people who haven't paid their rent, people who can't afford the rent. I mean, it's really sad that people had to go to spend, I mean, that's like $1,600 a month. Ain't that like $400 or $500 a week to stay in those places? I don't know. Mustard, let's do it. I got some. Great idea. Thank you. Because I literally ate all of those fucking Tums. You're not supposed to have 2 or 3 of those a day. I got mustard. Sauce bag. Yeah, it's really sad to see kids like playing on some makeshift damn. God, it feels so late. It's only 7 o'clock. I feel like it's like 9 o'clock, y'all. So it looks like I have a few packs. Eviction. Did I say infections? I do that a lot. When I'm like multitasking, have y'all never noticed that? When I'm multitasking, my mouth keeps talking, but my brain is focused on what I'm doing, and then I say crazy words. Stayed up late, 7 o'clock. It is kind of late. Ooh, it burns going down, but it does work. It does work. I used to do this when I was pregnant. I'd go to the fridge and just squirt the mustard. It was so bad. Feels better already. Is that not crazy? How does that work like that? Yeah, they do. I can't say your name. I wish I could. Veerskorsag. Listen, one of these days, my lack of the American language, I might start charging like a sideshow just to hear the words that come out of my dumbass mouth. Oh, God. I got some sauces. I've been stacking up on my sauces. Foreclosures. We talked about this like a few months ago. Foreclosures in California are up like 41%. Home foreclosures. And then new businesses were also up. I ate the cake and I threw half of it away because, thanks, James. God bless. Tuna? Tums, Brooke. I can't see the word. I think I need glasses, y'all. They told me that I had 10/10 vision, that I'd be able to see for the rest of my life. And then all of a sudden I hit my freaking late 30s and I can't see shit. If it's small words, sometimes the letters look like M's and N's. The N's look like M's, and then the O's sometimes look like S's. It's weird. Do they really? Hold on. No, they don't, do they? These don't. Adipic acid Yellow number 5 or number 6, which you don't need. It's horrible for you. We've learned about that on this channel. These dyes that they put in everything actually affect your brain and early childhood development. They can cause ADHD. That's good to know. Dyes. Sorbitol. Sorbitol? Starch. Sucralose. Ain't that sugar? I don't know. I just know that I've eaten the whole bottle and they never relieve my heartburn. Not all at once, but... Oh, I'm a Sagittarius. Are you a Sag? Or are you all three? Well, I guess you could be on the cusp of Scorpio and Sagittarius. Yeah, I'm a Sag. I'm a Sag. Clearly, I have the personality. You know who else is a Sagittarius? Britney Spears. Oh God, there's a whole list of like great people. Who else? She lost her mind. Look at everything she went through and she lost her fucking mind. She said she was in Mexico and they're like, no, she's not. She's in the States. She was on Instagram or somewhere this week saying that she moved to Mexico. She done lost her damn mind again. We're about to go get some food. Hold on. I'm Sagittarius. Hey. Oh, you're on the cusp. James, you got a little bit of Sagittarius and Scorpio in you. See, I'm a full fire. I'm the first week of December. That's in the thick of it. But you probably have, and I don't know if I believe in it. Well, that's the crazy thing. Call me a conspiracy theorist. That's the crazy thing. I absolutely believe that when you're born dictates your personality. Yeah. Absolutely. I've met so many different people throughout life that there's no other explanation. You meet people from different birth signs and they act the same. You meet a bunch of Sagittariuses, they act like Sagittariuses. You meet a bunch of Virgos, they act like Virgos. Specifically Tauruses and Libras, they act like Tauruses and Libras. If you really get into the science behind the personality traits, it actually fits. Now, I ain't carrying around no damn crystals, but I do believe that when we're born, hello, gold digger, dictates kind of, maybe not our full personality, but just traits of us, like qualities in us. It's crazy to look at, but, and I'm not a horoscope person. I used to be into the occult, but I'm not anymore. And that's one of the things that really trips me up is like God strictly forbids any kind of messing with the occult. Tarot cards, horoscopes, God, he doesn't, look at the different lighting. I look like a whole nother person. He strictly forbids horoscopes, tarot cards, the occult, witches, magic, all of that. He strictly forbids any other thing or God before him, and that includes these things. So it really confuses, it confuses me because I know that certain people with certain birthdays act a specific way. Their personality traits. Yeah, I probably should, but I can't afford that. And damn, look at what they did to Jordan. He had to move to America. I just found out that Jordan fled Canada to protect his license and his family. Jordan Peterson, if you don't know who that is. Yeah, I had a Ouija board when I was a kid. Mama bought it for me. And some guy called the house in the middle of the night. He says, your daughter has a Ouija board. You need to get that out of the house. No name, no number on the caller ID. Some random stranger called my mama in the middle of the night and said, you need to get that Ouija board out of your daughter's room. I just got it like days prior on Christmas. Is that not creepy? Now, she could have just been telling me that because she was in her own head. But I don't think she was, because she was freaked out. She was freaked out. Yeah, that stuff, yes, I think so too. I think the older I get, the more I'm coming into my Sagittarius qualities. Like when I was young, I really didn't give a shit what people thought or what they said, and I've kind of always been that way. But also, there was a part of me that did care because I felt like I needed to fit in with civilization. And then I went full Ted Kaczynski like 3-4 years ago, and I said, fuck society, I'd rather be alone than be around a bunch of fake people that's just gonna stab me in the back. And life has actually been happier. Now, is that better for my mental health? I don't know, but that's why I have you guys, and I can lie to myself and say I have friends. And I do have some friends on here, and I'm so grateful for y'all. But, like, I do feel like, but that could just be maturing, too. That could just be maturing. You get older, you realize that people are fake, you realize people ain't got you back, you realize that ain't nobody got you, and so you isolate away from the bullshit. That could just be maturing. But I do feel like the older I get, I come more in, like, my fire aesthetic. Like, I'm more driven, I'm more focused, and I'm more outspoken. I don't know if that's good things. All of that could lead me back to prison. We'll see. I just know I don't care about keeping up with the Joneses like I used to. That's what it is. See, I used to think that I needed that $1 million house. I used to think that I needed to have the nicest car on the block, and like that materialistic stuff. I dropped that around 30. I started not caring about that shit. I was like, why am I doing this? Like, it's not going to make me happy. It's not going to bring my kids back. It's not going to bring back, you know, the love of my life. It's not going to bring back people from the dead. So why am I trying so hard to keep up with the Joneses and accumulate all of this materialistic shit? That was around COVID, you know. I guess I was, 31, 32 when I got clean, something like that, 32. And, the older I get, the more the older I get, the more I realize I have to have patience in life, and that's something that I need to work on. Like, it's good to be fiery, but you have to have control of that. It's good to have a big mouth, but you have to have control of that. I literally lost a whole child off of running my mouth. So, you know, I've made mistakes in life, lots of mistakes. I think that part of growing up is maturing and realizing where you went wrong and trying to fix it. And maybe not being able to try to fix it, but preventing it from happening again. That's part of my sign, though. I'm persistent. I won't give up. And it's so crazy because I got an award when I was in school. And she's like, oh, the most persistent person. It's so funny because I am persistent. I might fall, but I'm going to get back up and try again. That's all that I can do. I wonder if this store, I had to stop by the store, throw some trash away. Y'all want to go back to Wawa and get another bowl? See, that's my problem. I eat lettuce and pico de gallo when I need to be eating a burger. That's literally the closest store. I don't want to damn be driving around and shit. I'm tired. I'm ready for bed. I'm an old lady. It's 7 o'clock on the dot. I'm in my black top, looking for Wi-Fi. So look at this house. They ain't gonna let me have a psychology firm. I got PMDD. They'll say, fuck no, she's crazy. Oh no, you know what they'll do? They'll pull up all of my shit off the internet, and they'll be like, oh, see all this shit she said? She's a racist. She's a transphobic. That'll never happen. I done said too much. You know what I mean? I don't give a fuck. All I know is one day they gonna be like, yeah, well, she was crazy, but she was at least out here preaching the good shit. At least she wasn't damn in on the mutilation of children. Woo! That's my fan. Excuse me. At least she wasn't in on the mutilation of children. At least she wasn't to harm everybody. They'll remember that. Oh, wow. Hey, Calvin. Kind. I like that name. Huh. We need more kindness in the world. Always. I mean, that bowl ain't bad, but it's got... Thank you. Does that mean that you become... Oh, it does. Okay, so I didn't know.
Thanks for becoming a member. Hello, hello. I knew a friend in school. Hold on. Hi, babe. You be safe tonight.
Let me tell you something about you.
Mm-hmm.
Let me tell you something about you and him.
There is no you and him. I don't know him like that. I was up here because of somebody else. There's another girl that I'm her friend. That's the only reason I was. And there's the bathroom. I ain't talking to that boy. He ain't even my type. I'm picky.
Me too. Me too. I've been thinking all my life. I waited for you to say what you're gonna say. He don't listen to me. If you can get what you can get from him, get it from him.
Yeah.
He ain't no good. You're no
Yeah,
bueno.
I knew that.
No bueno.
Yeah, he's an asshole. He's always grouchy and shit.
Always fucking nasty. Always.
Will you be safe, babe?
No. You're not leaving me. You're not leaving me.
No, I'm going to get food. I gotta go to bed. I gotta work in the morning.
Bitch, me too. What you doing for work? Him?
No, this
Fucking.
my phone.
I'm fucked up, bitch. I'm fucked up. I gotta go around the corner.
Well, be safe.
Listen to me. I love you. Listen to me. I respect you. I love you.
Love you too.
And when I tell you what I'm telling you, it's because I love you. He ain't no.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
What am I gonna do? He said, because this girl won't leave me alone.
Yeah, he doesn't want me running back and telling it.
That's what he doesn't want. Right. Don't want me to run back and tell it either.
Well,
Listen to me, baby. Find yourself something else. Oh, girl. Who's that? Who's that?
I think he's the seafood people.
He's the seafood people. What? He looked over.
I know.
It's Greg! Bitch, Greg! He's the whore. He's a whore just like me. He's getting out. He will get out.
No, he's backing up. He's backing up.
Say good night.
Oh. See ya.
He gonna tell me 2 days ago, I don't want that bitch hanging around with me. I said, that's your fault. That's your fault.
Oh, he said that about me?
Because his wife come in last night. His wife come in last night. I said, I don't give a fuck about
I don't
this.
hang out here. I come in to use the bathroom and I leave. I buy stuff.
I don't give a fuck. Suck his dick, get the money. That's
No,
all
I'm not sucking his dick. I don't know him.
My point is, suck his dick, get the money. And
No, I'm not getting no money for sucking his dick. I don't know that guy like that.
Do you understand what I'm saying? Suck
I
his
guess.
dick, get the money, and he's gonna talk about you going about your business. You know, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah. No, I was
I'm fucked
scoping
up.
him out for a friend of mine. And I told her that he was on
You were
drugs
scoping
and married.
He's
They-
on drugs.
I know that. And I told her
What
this.
drugs he's doing?
I think he's on coke half the time.
I do too.
Yeah.
And guess
So
what? I don't give a fuck what he's on.
nope.
Pay me my money, and I got you. Period.
No, he's trouble. He's disrespectful like towards
He's
women and stuff.
He's nasty. He's nasty. He's nasty.
Yeah.
Give a fuck about him.
Mm.
And now today he can't. The owner of the store coming in today. He's like, all proper and prim. I'm like, bitch. Yesterday you would have sucked some dick to get you $20, but today's all proper and prim. You know.
Yeah.
I don't trust people like that.
Yeah, no, he's shady.
He's shady as fuck.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't gonna tell me, well, what do I do about her? Who? You talking about the girl that come down and talk to me? Yeah, I don't know what to do. Guess what? Leave her alone. Unless you want to fuck up with, don't fuck up with him, hear me?
Mm-mm. I don't fuck with people like that.
I love you, I respect you. I'm fucked up, bitch.
Please be safe. I gotta go get food because I gotta get up. But be safe, promise.
Oh,
I
girl,
promise.
I'm just telling you to be. Quit
Oh,
fucking,
I'm not.
quit
Yeah.
fucking-
If you
quit-
see me up here, I'm
Quit
peeing.
fucking with him. Quit fucking with him.
If you see me here,
Period.
I'm peeing. Yeah.
If there's not gonna be again, quit fucking with him. Quit
Yeah.
fucking with him.
Yeah. I'm so done. Bye. Be safe.
I'm fucked up, bitch.
Oh my God. First of all, if y'all ain't paying attention, he just admitted to sucking his dick. What is going on right now? Hold on. Shut up. First of all, what did I tell y'all? There is a huge drug problem in this town. I can't see your comments, but I'll look when I get there. There is a huge drug problem in this area. First of all,
I can tell from this guy that he's a good soul. He got some demons, and that shit breaks my heart, and that's why I have to separate from people, because you can't save nobody. They got to save themselves. And that includes your children, your mama and daddy, everybody. You can't save nobody. They got to save themselves. They have to come to the realization that what they are doing is detrimental to themselves, and they are change. Wild. Okay, that's not my business. He's a grown damn man. If he wants to be wild, he can go be wild, honey. Sorry, my truck's giving me a notification. So for some reason, he's under the impression that I came here to try to talk to this guy. Everybody's on, when everybody's drunk, they all misinterpret shit, I guess. Misinterpret. Is that how you say that? Misinterpret shit. First of all, no. Second of all, no. Third of all, no. Listen, I knew immediately. I told you guys. I said that guy is not only disrespectful, but he's grouchy, and I think he has a coke problem. And then old boy shows up, and he's like, oh yeah, he's definitely on drugs, blah, 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 blah. And then he's like, his wife was here yesterday. I stopped in. God, it smells like ass through here. It smells like... Y'all ever been around some people that pee in the yard all the time, and then the whole yard has that pee smell? That's what it smells like through here. Like somebody's been peeing on the ground, and the ground got hot, and it's disgusting. And it's from the homeless problem, the drug problem. So anyways, he said that when I stopped in to use the bathroom yesterday, that old dude's wife was there. What did I fucking tell y'all? He's married with a drug problem. I should have been a drug sniffing dog. That's all I know. I should have been a fucking drug sniffing dog. I've been through so much in life, I can see this shit coming from a mile away. The guy that I was just talking to, I think he's a pretty good dude. I mean, this is the third time I've talked to him. Y'all talked to him with me today twice. And he is clearly fucked up beyond recognition, which is why I kept saying, are you going to be safe? Please be safe. Like, it worries me for people because he seems like a broken soul. You can tell that he's genuine, he's authentic, and he's getting fucked. Every time I've talked to him, he's been beyond, well, I think tonight was the worst. This, right now, he's beyond comprehension, and he's about to get on a bicycle and bike around the island. It breaks my heart. It breaks my heart. But, there comes a point where people get to a certain age, and you can just tell that they are happy, and they're happy being miserable, honey. I gotta turn this off or I go to jail. They're happy being miserable, and you have to let those people, you know what would make me so happy? To run into that guy 2 years from now and he got his shit together. I'm literally getting chill bumps. I would probably cry, because the reality is, he might end up dead. It breaks my heart to meet good people that have your back, people, that even in their damn drunken, altered state, still want to do the right things. I knew it. I told you fuckers. I said, this man is on drugs. He was acting weird. He was grouchy. And, I've seen him like 3 or 4 times. But it's crazy to me how shit can get misinterpreted and misconstrued. But I called it. I said, he's married with a drug problem. You want to know what's even weirder? Is when I stopped in there to use the bathroom before bed last night, I noticed that there was a car there without a person. It was his wife. That's what dude was talking about. He said, yeah, when you stopped in last night, dude was like freaking out that you were here, saying, I don't want that bitch here. I don't want you don't want this bitch because this bitch is going to run back and tell it all. You skeezy scoundrel. Imagine the audacity to be that big a piece of a shit and lie to multiple and go out and lie. You went out with a group of people and lied about your circumstances, your wife, your drug problem. You lied about everything. That shit's wild. That's how you know you're dealing with like the bottom of the bottom. Because rich people are too scared to do that shit. They got too much to lose. They don't want their wife finding out that y'all were fucking. Ah! I called it. Every time. I should have been a psychologist. You're right. I guess we're going to eat at Arby's. It didn't kill me the other day. I don't know if he is sensei. I don't know. It's weird because he's well kept. Kinda. I mean, he's got on clothes that doesn't have like stains on it. You never can tell. But he does ride around on a bicycle, and I'll only see him like when the sun's going down. Why do you think guys think I go to bed early? I ain't trying to be out here mixed in with this shit. Nothing good happens when the sun goes down. Nothing. And I'm pretty sure it probably doubles your chance of death in public going out after midnight. You know what I mean? I don't know, but there's probably a statistic out there that would confirm what I'm trying to say in a different manner. It can't be, I don't know. No, he seems cool. When I met him the other night, I met him outside the same gas station, and he seemed pretty awesome and genuine. He seemed like he was going through a lot, and he openly admits to, are you backing up right now? Y'all, this is the shit I'm talking about. He's backing up. Why are you backing up? God, some fucking dumb bitch. Look at that. What if she forgets that she's in fucking reverse and then slams into me? What are the chances? How much you want to bet? She didn't do it. God, girl. That tiny ass car and you don't know how to pull up to a motherfucking drive-thru. Imagine being that dumb. Y'all want to try chicken tonight? Because last time I tried that beef and it was actually pretty good.
What do you think of Arby's? I do want to let you know we're on a roast beef for right now.
No problem. I'm just going to do your crispy chicken sandwich, just the sandwich.
Okay.
And that'll be it.
Alright, I got you total at $6.44.
Thank you. $6.44. What am I buying? The whole damn chicken? I knew it. I call shit all the time. And then when it's revealed to me, I act so shocked. Like I didn't know I was already right. I guess it still surprises me that I can like peg people like that. I'll be like, yup. That's a married meth head trying to cheat on his wife. And then boom, 2 weeks later, they're like, oh my God, let me tell you about this guy. We found out he was a meth head trying to cheat on his wife. It's like, no way. It's crazy. That heartburn went away. The club. I'll have to try that. I need a damn. I'm like, damn. Sorry it was declined. Let me transfer some money. I don't know. He was like, he says, the guy that was at the window, he's like, if you're going to fuck with him, ask for money and then do this, this, and this. And I was like, whoa, dude. Like, what are you saying right now? Like, chill the fuck out. Like, if I wasn't about that life in a strip club, what makes you think I'm going to be about that life on the streets? In the strip club, I could have been charging $5,000, $10,000 per pop back in the day. I know these bitches suck dick for $20 now. That's the sad part. But if you was going to get laid back in the day, you could ask for some legitimate money, an actual bag. That's the problem. That's the one thing we went back on. How do we go from damn $1,000 hours to $20 minutes? Y'all so damn dumb. It don't make no sense. So anyways, he was telling me if I was going to fuck the guy, rob him, essentially, or ask him for money. I was like, whoa, no, absolutely not. Hell, at this point, I doubt I'm ever going to stop in here again. Like, I'm so freaked out from all of this knowledge. Oh, God, it's some old man, woman. No wonder she can't damn drive that damn Corolla. Bless her heart. She toting some old man around. It's probably his daughter driving him to get some damn Arby's. I feel bad for people after I cuss them out. But it's like, ma'am, I'm grateful. You know, I'd rather be poor my whole life and never have a career than be dumb. That dumb. You know what I mean? Like, at least I have common sense and I can survive if I need to. Some people couldn't do that if their life depended on it. They can't even drive. You got to look at the bright side. That's all I'm saying. You got to look at the bright side. Because it can always be worse. You could not know how to damn drive a Corolla. A fucking Prius with 4 doors. Hey. Do y'all have that 3 spice?
The spicy food pepper?
Yeah.
Do you need any other sauce?
No, that's fine.
Or less?
Thank you.
That's
Thank
good?
you. That's perfect. Thank y'all.
You're welcome.
Have a good one.
You too.
10 out of 10 experience. What a sweetheart. You ain't got to be beautiful. You just got to be nice. And then you're beautiful to me. 100%. You be nice to me and you'll be the most beautiful person on earth. But if you want to be a bitch to me, bitch, I'm going to break you down tooth by fucking tooth. I'm going to fucking analyze you till the cows come home. I just don't understand that mentality of being rude to people. Like, I never have I ever. And I'm a bitch. You know what I mean? But, like, not like that, honey. Not like that. I ain't taking my frustrations out on damn every Tom, Dick, and Harry that comes through the drive-thru because I'm mad that I work at Wendy's. I want to eat. God. I got a chicken Sammy. Oh, a big old chicken Sammy. I'm gonna go over here to find parking. I know I'm gonna have to run to the bathroom before I go to bed, though. I usually, like, stop drinking liquids and stuff by now. It's okay. That whole Samarkand thing today really depressed me, honestly. I was, like, crying coming down the fucking road. I was like, I can't go live right now. I'm a fucking mess. I was about to cry as soon as I went live. I guess that you go through so much when it comes to the trauma. I mean, that's why I was diagnosed with CPTSD. You go through so much that you start becoming able to just block out the abuse in a way. Like, not block it out, but you cope with it better. And then you don't really realize how bad the abuse was. A lot of people never realize and confront their abusive past. You know, like the way that they were mistreated. A lot of people never confront it. They fall into drug use. They fall into drug use and they just give up. But like me, the realization that that place was horrible from the start. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. All right, I want a sandwich. Oh. Yeah, she threw me some extra in here too. She said, "Is that enough?" I said, "Yeah, thank you." All I needed was a few extra for later. Let's see what it looks like. Yeah, I know. That's what I was saying. I didn't realize how it was going to affect me talking about that. Oh, God, I just dropped lettuce. Shh. And I washed that window yesterday. I don't know why it's doing that. It looks good. I mean, I saw the lady in there swinging chicken and bread. I said, hell yeah, I know it's going to be good. Mm. Mm. I think I like the burger better. I'm a burger gal. I ain't no... I mean, I like chicken. But I'm definitely a burger galley. Mm. I wish I had pickles. Honestly, I'm not in the mood. I don't know what it is. I go through these moods, man, right before my period. And that makes it suck, because if you're not eating, then you're malnourished. Like, you don't feel good. I don't know about that. I'm just not hungry right now, I guess. I'll probably wake up at damn 3 a.m. and eat it. No wonder I have heartburn. Put the leftover sauce. In the sauce bag. She getting thick. I got a little bit of everything in here. Mayonnaise, mustard, ketchup, hot sauce. I have sweet and sour. I'm actually surprised that that foil has not popped in here, because I just throw this shit around. Mustard, spicy mustard. So we'll throw some Arby's sauce in there too now. Yeah, I don't like the chicken as much, but I will eat it. It'll just be at like 2 a.m. when I wake up. Ow. I'm going to go in here and use the bathroom in a second. This was the bathroom that I was at earlier. Oh my God, I cut myself. I said ow, but I didn't realize that I like took the skin off of it. Jesus Christ, I get hurt like that all the time. I took the freaking skin off my finger. It slammed down in between the glove compartments. Ooh, it went pretty deep. It's not bleeding, but there's skin hanging off. Oh well, what's another cut? I still have one on my thumb from where we had to jump over that banister to get away from a bunch of creeps. I don't know what they were planning, but I ain't sticking around to find out. I said, I'll break my legs jumping off this fucking boardwalk before y'all fucking get your hands on me. And I didn't even think twice. I jumped. About 4.5, 5 feet down, I hit the sand and took off fucking running under the boardwalk. I don't know what they were playing, but they were being creeps. That's another thing. Being on the internet, you get like groups of people that want to try to bully you and shit. Grown-ass adults. That was 2 guys. They look like Syrian or maybe South American, or I don't know, man. But looking back on the situation, they probably knew exactly who I was and wanted to come fuck with me and try to get a rise out of me. Well, you got it. Now y'all look like creeps. Because I jumped off the damn bridge, the boardwalk. Alright. Poor guy, he was in here this morning. Jesus Christ, they got him working damn doubles. Y'all hiring? Ugh. Nasty ass public restrooms. At least they have soap in this bathroom. The last one didn't. Tell me why I look younger, not tanning. How is that even possible? I feel like I look better when I tan, but when I don't tan, God, broke. I look younger. So weird. No, I don't really use sanitizer. I probably should. But to carry that around in my pocket all the time would be annoying. And I have so much to keep up with currently, so. Some people would never taught manners. He goes to walk down that aisle, and there is a wet floor sign on the ground. And instead of letting me walk by, he just pushes his way down the fucking aisle. Whoa. Brooke, the car's this way. I can't think when fucking gunshots are going on. Do you hear that? I was about to run back in the store because I didn't know where they were coming from. Did y'all hear that? I think it was a car. Maybe. I hope so. It sounded like a shotgun. Lord have mercy. It's too late to die today. If you're gonna shoot me, it better be in broad fucking daylight. I have rules to dying. No drug overdoses. We kill all creeps on scene, so they can't kill us. Oh, okay, I'm starting to get sleepy. Shoobity boop 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 doo. Ooh, I think that was a little more than necessary. Gotta get that Tylenol PM in you. Yeah, I agree. The House of Kraus. Their chicken is not as good as their burgers. And you know, the crazy part is I just had one of their burgers yesterday. Or day before yesterday, we went and had one. I'd never had one of their burgers before. Never ate an Arby's burger in my life. I'm not a huge Arby's fan. I do like their fries. I like those little sliders they used to have. But their roast beef, honey, looks like something out of a freaking nude strip club. I can't fuck with it, okay? Why is it green? Call me crazy. I just don't think that the shades of meat that Arby's roast beef be is natural. Y'all ain't never looked at the roast beef from Arby's? It looks like gasoline on the ground. It'd be like metallics and shit in it. Like, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. But it's like green and gray. And some areas are pink. That ain't natural. That's like a warning. That's like colors in the wild. Come on. Come on. Ain't natural at all. No, but I did have that burger, and it was, I would give it like a 6.5 out of 10. It wasn't bad. It was definitely better than the chicken. That chicken has like this artificial oil taste to it, probably from where they deep fried it rather than put it on a grill like they do the burgers. That's probably what I'm tasting, is the damn dirty ass oil that they probably ain't changed in months. It just tastes like that fake chicken that you get from everywhere nowadays. That's another thing. The quality of meat since COVID has decreased significantly. It seems like I used to go to my favorite little spots and the meat would be on point, and now they use a cheaper meat. And I'm talking about places like Freddy's, Culver's, Smash Burgers, Smash Bros, whatever it is. Is that a porn site? Smash Bros. What am I talking about? Smash Burger? I don't know. It's a smash something with a burger. I don't know. Yeah, the quality of meats has went down. The quality of vegetables. The tomato on that sandwich tastes so artificial. It tastes like artificial. I ought to tell her to go on his Facebook. Oh, God. To go on his Facebook and tell his wife what he was trying to do. I mean, if you out here in the streets cheating, honey, on your wife, you deserve to go to jail. Like, not really, but you deserve to be exposed. You know what I mean? Damn. You deserve to be exposed. Out here cheating on your fucking wife. I just sniffed that shit out like it was nothing. Could you imagine being married to somebody that was as big a piece of shit as that? Hey, talk about dodging bullets. And he said that he thought the guy that was down here at the store, he said that the guy was on something else, like Molly or something. And I was like, that's coke. That's a cocaine problem. Them grouchy ass assholes, like, no, that's coke. Grouchy, moody, indecisive, erratic. That's fucking meth. I'm sorry, cocaine. Meth is severely erratic. They're like all over the place. Like, it kind of looks like trauma. Ask me how I know. But they're all over the place. They can't even form a thought. They can't even form a sentence. It's just money and dope. This is different. The way he was acting was real grouchy and moody. Like, I was like, ooh, that reminds me of my ex that owned the strip club and damn come home pissed every night. Oh God, this is a bumpy road. Oh my God, I'm off-roading. Hold on. We are not parking where there are no people. It's like one or two van lifers, so I ain't gotta worry about this bullshit. That's not gonna work. Okay, we are here. We'll start putting up for bed. There's a gas station like right over there, so I don't have to worry about that. Lock the doors. Oh. Window cover. Window cover. You know, I woke up this morning with all intention of going and working out. And then I said, I've got to stop working out because I'm losing way too much weight. I guess I go so intense on my workouts that I'm causing myself to go into cardio mode. And that's how you lose too much weight too quick. See, y'all see me clean. Y'all see me in full-blown manic mode. If you want to call it that, I'm being facetious. I don't have mania. I have situational PMDD. I used to think that I had mania until I actually figured out what it was. But I don't suffer from mania. I suffer from triggers from CPTSD. but I don't suffer from mania. I don't know why I ever said that. But best believe, honey, I've seen a psychologist. And I don't suffer from mania. I suffer from triggers from CPTSD. When she explained the difference, I was like, oh, that makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. But anyways, the PMDD, I feel like it's kind of situational. It's like 2 weeks out of the month. I was about to say something else. Oh. I was about to say something else. I forgot. Put this shit up. Be done with today. I took my nighttime sleep aid. Can't see shit. Can I cut that off? Nope. Then I'll wake up in the morning and I'll be like, why is it dead? Charge that. It's kind of hot. Oh, it did get up to damn 75 today. So it might be hot, a little hot tonight. God dang, am I the only one that can't ever find shit in this box? Yeah, that sandwich is making my whole truck stink too. I don't like that. I ain't hungry though. I gotta move everything up. Blanket, pillow. Close the train tomorrow. I put those on the windows. One good thing is I can still hear the planes flying nearby. I can't believe that he really just told me that he be fucking with that dude at the store. That's what he was saying. He was saying that him and the guy that runs the store have sex. Did y'all hear that? The gay guy that was on the bicycle that was tore up. He said that the guy that runs the store is nasty. And he said something about $20. Did y'all miss that? Listen, to each their own, honey. But don't be trying to rope people in to fornicating and or relationships when you are out here having sexual relationships with everybody. People are so disgusting nowadays. Like, you know, I know that when like the 80s were a thing, the AIDS epidemic was a huge thing, gay men having sex, blah, 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 blah. But I don't feel like a lot of straight men was out here fucking gay men and going back home to kiss their wives. Now, I'm sure there was isolated incidents, but I just feel like that's a whole huge thing nowadays. There's a lot of straight men that still play, or no, gay men that play straight, that be out here fornicating with both sexes while they married, carrying God knows what back to their wives. I mean, you got to be some type of evil and self-centered narcissist to even think about doing your wife like that, number one. If you're gay, just go be gay. You know? Like, it's acceptable now. Your mom and daddy will get over it in a few years. But, like, to potentially kill your wife with AIDS because you want to have your cake and eat it too, that is the most vilest thing, like, that you could do to another human. cheat on them and bring home an STD. Not only that, I was about to say something else. Why am I having brain farts? Not only that, I was about to say something really important about I literally just saw something today that was so important. Anyways, that's foul. That's the top level foul. Nobody uses protection. Do you not know the statistics? People are not responsible. They're disrespectful. They hate themselves. They hate humanity. People don't use protection, nor do they use birth control. Statistically speaking. People are nasty. Specifically men. They're more willing than females to fuck without condoms, just to be clear. Females are more likely to fuck without birth control and actually lie about being on it. Let's be clear. Yeah, nobody uses protection. They're nasty. And see, that's why you shouldn't be having sex outside of marriage. See, when you're in a marriage, you can trust who you're fucking is not fucking anybody else. That's the point of a marriage. It's a bond. It's an agreement. It's love. Like, that's the problem. People are too comfortable sleeping around nowadays. Way too comfortable. And I was brainwashed into believing that that shit was normal for a long time. Because I was part of the left. It fucking repulses me how I was brainwashed so easily into believing that it's natural to fornicate with any and everybody. It's disgusting. That's why we got monkeypox out here. That's why we got STDs are rising, specifically in old people. 30% almost that they rose. STDs in elderly over 65 rose almost 30% between 2020 and 2024. Disgusting. First of all, I don't even want to think about people's grandparents getting it on, but whatever, to each their own. If you're married, go off, king and queen, get it in. But yeah, STDs are on the rise. The lack of protection and contraceptives are on the rise. Abortions were on the rise until the overturning of Roe v. Wade. I just view things a little bit differently. I view them biblically. I'm not perfect. I want to be one day. I guess when I go to heaven I will be. Because we're all sinners. But I just view things differently now that I'm getting to that age. I view things differently. I don't know if it's the age. I don't know if it's the content that I watch. I really think that it's just me getting back to God and getting back to what his purpose for my life was and what he meant when he gave us the word. See, people have forgotten about God. That's what I was about to get to, is that something about God earlier, and it slipped my mind. I don't know. I'm not perfect. I'm not saying I'm an angel. But one thing I ain't doing is out here laying down with every Tom, Dick, and Harry. That's one thing I am perfect about. Keeping my fucking legs closed. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, yeah. That's something I do have control over. I might not have control over my mental health issues sometimes. I may not have control over my substance abuse issues sometimes, because y'all know I am a social drinker. But like, I got control of this. And matter of fact, the more I drink, the more these things tighten up. I have the opposite effect because of trauma. You think you gonna get me drunk and get laid? You gonna get drunk and get your ass whooped. You know what? Legitimately. Like, that's where I'm at in life. And I just feel like people don't realize how bad these STDs are. Bad, honey. I read something and I was going to tell y'all and it fucking slips my mind every time. PTSD. Too many thoughts coming in at once. I can't get them out of my mouth quick enough. But there was something about STDs that I saw today that was pretty crazy. And it was dealing with, I don't fucking know. I'll see it again soon and I'll tell you. I gotta get ready for bed. I need to brush my teeth. Well, I'm just gonna eat that fucking chicken sandwich later, but I'll go ahead and brush my teeth anyways because I need to do it. I don't think I did it since this morning. So we'll do that. Damn these lights. I need to get me like, does it help if I put it up here? I don't fucking know. Does that help? Oh, I guess it does. Just a little effort, and look what you can get. A little effort, Brooke. Listen, I need a whole cameraman for this. Anybody want to be my cameraman and follow me around for a year? You got to have your own van. I don't do that shit. Send me an email, though. You can be my cameraman. I can pay you next year. You can work for me for a year in advance, and the next year I'll get to you, you know? Because honestly, I really thought by now I could at least buy a fucking computer so I could do better shit. But, you know, here we are a year later. Like, if it was a dream, it would be a van life girl that has 2 dogs so I can walk her dogs and love her dogs. And then we could do van life shit all day. And then she could just film me being stupid. Perfect. And stop brushing with them soft ass bristles. I saw in the store they ain't even selling hard toothbrushes no more. How are you supposed to brush your teeth? That soft shit don't work. I think I got a creeper. Oh, it's the military base. It's that car. Y'all remember when we were at the store, that damn car was like firing? It's like miles away. Imagine being that big of a noose to society. See, this is what I'm saying. He's going over the bridge right now, and it's so loud you can... Sounds like fireworks. It's the car exhaust off of some beater. Imagine being that big of a nuisance to society. You are literally 5 to 10 miles away from everything, and your car's exhaust is disturbing the peace. God. But if that was me, I'd be in jail. Oh, God. So, there's things on the outside. I can see out. They can't see in. There's like these, I got toothpaste on my leg. There's like these, what do they call those? The cigarette things. Oh, no. It wasn't a creeper. It was just a, it was just a car exhaust. Shit's so annoying. Like, some people have no situational awareness. Like, you gotta play the room in life, you know? And some people, I can just tell that they grew up with no damn home training because they running around town with an exhaust loud enough to wake up a newborn baby on a Monday night at damn 8 o'clock, you know? You out here in this beater disturbing the peace with your exhaust, which is probably illegal, waking up newborn babies and mamas who just got out of the hospital giving birth. You know, you have to be pretty self-absorbed to not pay attention to how your actions affect other people, especially when you're out in public and your car is so loud. I can hear you going over the damn bridge and it sounds like somebody has a shotgun right next to me. It's always some 20-year-old punk. 99.9% of the time in the West, It's some young kid that mom and daddy's done bought some little lowrider that ain't worth the shit. The bumper's hanging off. It sounds like shit. They got stickers all over the car with their Instagram and their Snapchat. Y'all know exactly the motherfuckers I'm talking about. They got the big old fucking fin on the back. And it's not long. It's usually about a year before they total it. Because you shouldn't buy fast cars for children. Statistically speaking, we know that they die that way. But what do I know? What do I know? But yeah, it's always the usual piece of shit beater. And we all had them. My brother had a Prelude. I had 2 Sentras that were sticks. I had a VW that was a stick. We all had them. I'm just saying, if it's that loud and I can hear it from 2-3 miles away, how do you not hear it? How don't you hear that? You don't woke up every baby in a 100-mile radius with your beater. Hello. Like, imagine disturbing the peace like that and rolling around like that every day consciously. There's 2 types of people in the world. That's all I'm saying. I'm not one of those people. I never have been one of those people. And matter of fact, when my brother used to freaking rev the engine of that Prelude, I would get scared. I was like, God, you can't be too loud. It'll draw the cops to us. Because back in the day, you could get a noise ordinance and a ticket for revving your engine and backfiring like that. Whatever happened to that? They just don't enforce that shit anymore. They don't enforce that anymore. Yeah, I don't know if they must not enforce that anymore. That must not be a law anymore. You can just ride around with your exhaust, disturbing the peace, waking newborn babies and children that have, oh, that's another thing. Imagine all the children in that neighborhood he just went through that have school tomorrow that just got to sleep. I'm telling you, man, people are just rude. And they're not even cute cars. They're pieces of shit that'll fold into damn tin foil if they get hit by something. You know what I mean? It's like a damn bottle cap getting ran over in the damn road. If I hit a freaking Prelude, it's going to turn it into a damn can in the road. In this big ass truck, oh, it's done. Whoever is even driving that car might actually die. So not only are they loud, annoying, and immature, it tells me a lot about what a person drives. But also, they probably double their chance of death. We can look into that. I'm actually interested in that. Deaths on the road and the vehicle, the type of vehicle you have, what that means for your safety. I watched a girl get killed in a tiny like Prius looking vehicle, like a Honda Fit. It might have been a Honda Fit. But she died. Her brains were hanging out of her head. She hit the back of a transfer truck at a high rate of speed. She was accelerating to get on the interstate and didn't realize that there was dead stop traffic. She wasn't paying attention and ran right into a tractor trailer, and her brains were literally hanging out of her head. I was the first on the scene, ran through multiple lanes of traffic to go freaking see what was going on because nobody else was getting out of their cars because people are evil. A nurse walked up to me and handed me a roll of paper towels and said, just apply pressure. Bitch, you're a nurse. What are you talking about right now? Tell me that you don't deserve your job without telling me you don't deserve your job. I don't give a fuck if it's your day off. If you're a nurse, that's your passion. You run through fucking 15 lanes of traffic to help somebody. That's a calling. That's not a career. If you don't have the calling, you shouldn't be in the profession. I didn't drive for a week. I was so fucked up in the head, I couldn't drive. I couldn't even get on the road. I couldn't crank the car. I couldn't do nothing. And if she would have been in anything that was bigger than a fucking Honda Fit, she would have lived. Plain and simple. What killed her was being in a tiny ass damn car. I just want to be clear. If it would have been anything else, she wouldn't have went under. She went under the tractor trailer. So you got to be in something small enough to go under a tractor trailer. If she would have been in anything else, it would have been bumper to bumper. What killed her was being in a tiny ass car, going too fast, not paying attention.
And she had 2 children because she had 2 children, like little pendulums hanging from the rearview mirror. And she was going to school. So she was a mom with children on her way to school, killed instantly because of a tiny ass car. So sad. Children just out here growing up without parents everywhere, I guess. I'm about to watch YouTube and catch up on the news, y'all. I can't believe they got the guy. I'm kind of sad. Are y'all sad? I'm sad. I mean, I'm torn. I'm not sad. I'm torn. I feel like he deserves to go to jail. But I feel like he also put a spotlight on a huge issue we have in this country that nobody talks about. And people just act like it's so normal to pay hundreds of dollars a month for medicines. That is not normal. We need it to live. You said that I had mental health problems. Now you want to charge me an arm and a leg to fix these problems? It's ridiculous. It's preposterous. So he definitely shined a light on our medical industry, the insurance companies, all of that shit. I'm definitely interested. We'll talk about it tomorrow. I was kind of hoping that he would stay Robin Hood. I was hoping that it was kind of like, not because I want him to stay free, but because I'm like, how cool would it be in 50 years if they finally found him after he lived this nice and happy life, you know? Like, I kind of wanted him to have a future, not in jail. And I was right. He's 26, 27, they said. I almost got it right on the head. Damn, getting better. Getting better at it. But, he's up for the death penalty. That I don't agree with. Y'all don't want to kill sex offenders, child traffickers, but y'all want to kill this young boy that made a rash decision when his brain just finally started to develop. I mean, his brain's developed, you know, approximately 25. So that's when your frontal cortex, your hippocampus, whatever that shit's, your AMI, whatever, that's when all of that develops fully, approximately. So I just feel like maybe we shouldn't give him the death penalty. That's all I'm saying. Maybe he deserves like 20 years in prison. What y'all think? What do you think? 25? He was wrong, and it was calculated. That's the difference between first and second. So first degree is going to be premeditated. He was laying in wait. He actually planned this. And then, yeah, I know a lot of people were, Rachel. A lot of people were. I think the majority of the internet was kind of like wanting him to be like, you know, yeah. They wanted him to be free. A lot of people were victimized by these insurance companies, and they're pissed. That's what it boils down to. A lot of people have been denied coverage. A lot of people have died. A lot of people have suffered, needing medical treatments, anesthesia, one-of-a-kind treatments. I posted a short. There's a story of a guy, Chris. He had a rare form of something. Y'all know my memory. Anyways, they denied him. They denied him medical stuff, you know, United. He sued them. He won. It's a great story. There's shorts on my channel. Anyways, dialysis. That's another one that they denied people. All these people come forward talking about how they had to go get surgery done without anesthesia. I had people on the channel today talking about that. That is absolutely crazy to me, y'all. Y'all have got to get a little more angry at society, because I'm here to tell you, if they said, oh, yeah, we're about to do surgery without anesthesia, I would walk the fuck out. I would. I don't care. I'm gone. Y'all crazy. Like, I'm not doing it. You know, there's certain things in life that you got to be dead set on. And keeping yourself safe is one of them. And that just sounds some sketchy shit. And I understand that there was probably lots of women that were doing kinds of procedures without anesthesia, but it goes back to the COVID jab. There was a lot of people that was willing to lose their job over that damn jab, and they did. You got to be that real. It's not a negotiation when it comes to your health and your safety. You got to say, absolutely not. You're not doing that to me. You're not doing that to my kids.
I feel bad for anybody. And I know that ain't everybody mean like me. They can't put their foot down like I do. But I guess that's why I talk about these things. Because I want you to know there's certain things you have control over. And you should feel upset about. And your physical well-being and health is one of them. That's just crazy to me. Women were talking about how they had their tubes tied without any kind of medication. Listen, honey, you ain't even coming near me with one of them little that go in there without some kind of medication. If you don't get the hell on, that COVID thing, I'm glad I didn't have to get that. Because I'm telling you, I'm such a, what do they call that? When you brainwash yourself into thinking that you have, what do they call that? A speculum. Thank you. You ain't, no. Unless we like prearrange this a year in advance, I've got to prepare myself for stuff like that. So, you ain't coming at me with nothing. What is that other thing called, though? When you brainwash yourself into thinking that, oh, it's when you think you're sick all the time. Hypochondriac. If I would have got that COVID jab, I would be worried about the fact that I was going to die. And I've been a smoker, so that would probably heighten your chances of going into cardiac arrest, right? Hypochondriac. Thanks, Brad. Yeah, hypochondriac. If I would have got that jab, that would be on the back of my mind, like the back of the stove, 24/7 about that jab, especially when I work out and have high levels of caffeine. I'd be like, oh God, this is it. Oh God, that damn COVID shot's gonna take me out today. I done got my heart rate up to 190 and had a whole Celsius before 9 a.m. This is it. The good Lord's taking me home. You know? Yeah. Because I would be the one that would die from a damn heart attack that way. Cardiac arrest. I don't think it would prevent COVID. It wouldn't help. Is that what you mean? Didn't they prove that the vaccine didn't work? Am I tripping? Or didn't I swore I read in a study that they admitted that it didn't have an effect or not. But am I tripping? Does anybody know? Now, we know it came from Wuhan. We know that it has a lot of health effects behind it. Did your parents smoke, though? Yeah, they said that it wasn't beneficial. Did your parents smoke, though, Brad? And did they smoke in the house? Because you've probably been smoking your whole life. You just didn't realize it. Yeah, you've been smoking your whole life. Yeah, see, that's another thing. It's like they do these studies and they don't do any correlations to help us help ourselves. They know that secondhand smoke was bad. We've talked about this time and time again. They know that secondhand smoke was bad, and it could be worse than firsthand smoke. Everybody was smoking in their property between, the time cigarettes were cigarettes. Tobacco has been around for hundreds of years, okay? So everybody smoked in the house, and they didn't really stop until my parents smoked in the house till my mama died. So until I left home at 15, 16 on my own, I left home on my own, they smoked in the house. So I got exposure to that. And yeah, if your parents smoked and then you smoke, in my opinion, it's not really your fault. There were contributing factors to your development as a child. You were exposed to nicotine, which we know causes ADHD, anxiety, depression. These are not good things for children. This is why, we can't. Happy 50th. Did you say happy 50th? I thought you were saying it was your birthday. You're not old. That's not old. So, what is going on? Yeah, I'm probably going to die from this. I'm going to be like, oh yeah, I switched from cigarettes to vapes and
2023 officially, and then 2 years later I die after I've smoked cigarettes essentially my whole life. That's how the cookie crumbles. There ain't no telling what's in this shit. This is just nicotine. It's the views. That'll be my luck. I should have just stuck with the damn Marlboros, right? Should have stuck with the Marlboros. No, I wholeheartedly believe, like, seriously, that's the stuff that I would investigate if I had the money. If I had the team, the network, all that shit, that's what I would investigate. Let's go back and look at the psychological impacts of nicotine and smoking in the home. And then we can correlate how all these children in the 80s, 70s, and early 90s needed all of this medication. Y'all said they was anxiety-ridden and full of ADHD and they needed Ritalin. No, they needed nicotine withdrawal because everybody in the damn country was on cigarettes smoking in the house. But do you think there's a study on that? I highly doubt it. I'll look for it when I go to bed tonight. Seriously. It's about what I'm about to go to bed. So I'll look for it when I go to bed tonight. They did correlate smoking in the house around children to ADHD and anxiety. So smoking around children, secondhand smoke, causes these disorders in children. And then you send them off to school after you done smoked the damn house up with them inhaling secondhand smoke. You send them to school and they ain't got no nicotine for 6 to 8 hours. There needs to be a study on that. How many children were affected by that? Because I'm telling you, I was one of them. Absolutely. That's why I still smoke. That's why I still smoke. Oh, God. Jesus. My parents probably smoked and did everything else when I was pregnant with me. I think my older brother probably got it worse because my mom was only 16. But, yeah. I'm pretty sure they did all kinds of shit when she was pregnant with me. You know, that's just the times, you know. They used to drink and drive with babies not even in car seats, so. Bless it. Bless it. And also, you only know what you're taught. If you're not taught that smoking is bad, that doing drugs is bad when you're pregnant, then you don't know that. Legitimately. You don't know that. If you're naive to the world and become pregnant, and then you smoking cigarettes, you know, there's different layers to that onion, is all I'm saying. Because a lot of people are very naive when they're young. And I was till I was like 30. So, then there's people like me that's naive for forever. Well, my bed is ready. My butt is dry. My belly ain't full, but it'll get there eventually. I'll probably eat that tonight. It's not as good as the burger. If I ever go there again, I'll get the burger. We got Arby's, and it just tastes like that fake fried oil. So I don't know. Maybe I'll wake up and eat it. We'll talk tomorrow. I'm about to go see if there's a study, seriously, on smoking and the long-term effects. I do know that I read that if you're a parent and if you're a child and you grow up in a home where one parent smokes, you have a 50% chance sorry. You have a 50% chance of smoking. And I do believe that same study said that you have two parents to smoke. It's pretty much inevitable. Now, I do believe that was like 20, 30 years ago I read that. So that might have changed, but I hope y'all have a good night. Y'all be safe out there. And we'll talk in the morning. Pray for me, because God knows I need it. And I'm praying for you guys. Y'all be safe out there. Good night, y'all. Cute sneeze. I'm trying not to snot everywhere. Bye, y'all.